Across the world, the strongest rose to the challenge.
Well, there's the overclock. 3 kills for Lanta.
They have fought for pride, for prestige,
A blade for Jay Wu, and there's the kills that you were looking for.
and for a place on the world stage. Every match brings them closer to legacy or obscurity. Rivalries will reignite.
Zera connects with the stick. Zera does it again.
New stars will rise, and champions
Oh, Copper. He looks so good on this Winston right now.
will fall. This is the Overwatch Champions Series.
Hello, welcome to yet another day of OWCS action. Day 2 of week 3 starts right now. I'm Zoe, and of course I can't do this alone. Bringing in the besties for our EMEA matches. The bottom boys are back in town, all greased up and ready. Jake and Matt, how are we feeling?
Well, Matt, we have too much fun, these three.
We actually.
What is that? What,
I think he's trying to
You ready?
Which way am I going?
Oh my God.
3, 2, 1.
Boom.
Our sync is so bad.
The
Butterboys,
synergy.
we need to work
synergy.
on this.
Internet delay.
Right. Well, you kind of put him on the spot there, Jake, so that's on you.
Look, we got to take risks out here. We're the Butter Boys, you know. Sometimes you got to get a little bit zany. And we're getting zany today, man. We got some big matches, especially in the EMEA.
I was about to say, do we know? Anyway, it's gonna be a good day, that's for sure, because I'm with my friends, we get to watch some Overwatch, it's gonna be a good time. And also, after today, we're officially past the halfway point of Stage 2 already, which means that we got 3 more weeks of regular season play to come, followed by, of course, the Stage 2 playoffs, and then, our first ever last chance qualifiers for the mid-season championship in Riyadh. So that's gonna be our second live event this year. This is gonna be so hype, guys.
Yeah, I'm stoked for this event. I know me and Jake went last year. It was good fun. See more teams there this year, right? Have that competition really kind of hit a fever pitch, and then we got Stockholm. It's gonna come right around the corner, so it's gonna come pretty quick.
That's right. You can, of course, secure your tickets for the mid-season championship in Riyadh, which is happening in July. Right now, the URL is on your screens. And if you want to plan ahead for November already, as Matt just said, we're going to run it back at DreamHack in Stockholm. So make sure to get your tickets for the World Finals as well. 3 days of action. It's a good time. I love DreamHack.
I'm excited to go back to Stockholm. I mean, this event was so much fun last year, and I just can't wait to get back in the land of the Torbs.
The land of the Torbs.
Meta in Stockholm. I feel like we need some Torb meta in Stockholm, honestly. I think that's what the people are been waiting patiently.
Torb isn't
Torb's
not
coming
meta.
in now.
Yeah, like he's there.
True.
He makes an appearance here and there. A teeny little hammer. We have some moments.
Sure.
Sure.
I'm just saying, like that would be plot armor if we get like a nice little Brig Torb meta.
Actually, so true.
Now you're just.
Well, Jake, as of yesterday, you're running the narrative of kind of trying to push Brick out of the meta. So just saying, like you're part of the problem for now. You have been a bit of a hater, and that's okay because we need those in the crew as well. Let's take a look at our standings right now to see who we might be loving and hating. Who you got, Jake?
Well, Katsuya, man, talk about loving +9, 4-0. I mean, they're running away. Like it's crazy to see VP this far behind. I mean, it's VP 3-0. They're still going to be majorly behind in map diff.
Yeah, and for me, Frost Tails, right? They gotta get on the board here. Gotta get something going.
It ain't getting easier.
I was about to say, like, today is literally the day for them. I think if they're not gonna win their match today, that was kind of the last chance to get one dub on the board. And I really feel for them because they looked so good, of course, in the promotion relegation matches. They have a lot of fun players. Love the logo. They've got a lot of stuff going for them. Unfortunately,
though, a lot of motion.
Yeah, that's right. But no dubs on the board. And I kind of hate to have just that one team that everyone beats on during the season. That's a little unfortunate. Anyway, there's ways to make it work, like you're coming in with a good strat book, you have a good plan, and you might make some teams trip. Bans, for example, have been one of the things that worked for some of them to make teams trip, right? Huge impact this season, forcing teams to adapt and prepare for, well, a wide range of compositions. And that's why we really struggle to even figure out what's meta. We've seen so many different compositions this stage alone. What are we making of the current bans in stage 2? Numbers.
I mean, I think the seeing the damage bands not super surprising with Freya being pretty much inarguably the most impactful DPS this stage.
Yeah.
D.Va as well getting a lot of love in the EMEA, or a lot of hate, I guess, from the ban perspective. And I think D.Va has looked like one of the top tanks to me, at least in the way EMEA plays. It's interesting that the meta is so different though, like in North America where we're seeing tons of Wrecking Ball and like a bit of a faster pace overall. But then Lucio back to taking the lion's share of the bans. I mean, I think Lucio has had a big resurgence this stage, maybe the biggest of anyone, with teams playing that Lucio Curie style more and more.
And it's quite interesting seeing the Sim climb up there, right? Sim is definitely like an EMEA pick, enabling some of those comps that I know have Orisa. We even saw it yesterday with Alcatia with like some D.Va in the mix, right? So Sim being a heavy enabler here in EMEA.
Yeah, and it's not a troll, trust, for those who've not been watching this season. Like, it used to be not anymore.
the best team, and they're like one freaking Sim. It's kind of wild.
And it's difficult
what we saw in that VP game, I was like, they're not swapping Sim. They really believe.
Yeah, and I mean, rightfully so. Exactly. It's been working really well for them. Obviously, some of the bans you're seeing on the board there were protection bans, so there's a lot of strategic elements going into the bans for some of those teams. But yeah, let's take a look at the matches we're going to have in store for you today. We're starting off with Frost Tails and Quick Esports. Quick Esports, definitely a team that really impressed. TU and TM coming up right after that. And then we're already moving on to the NA side of things. And that's going to be a day of all times. Dildux, Supernova, and Extinction and Sakura. Those will be matches.
Yeah, let's talk about EMEA.
Yeah, let's focus hard
let's stay focused on EMEA, guys.
Let the NA people sort out what's going on over there. I am really fascinated, I think, by the second game. TM has looked really good playing their specific style. They take out Katsuya to like 5 games, right? So kind of just give you an idea of like how strong potentially they are. And the Ultimates kind of need a win. right? I know the Ultimates right now, they're sitting at what, 1-2, 6-6.
Yeah, them losing to Quick Esports, that might come back to haunt them.
For sure, but I think Quick Esports, like, talk about a come up for a team coming in and looking really solid. I mean, Frosttails, you said maybe this is their chance. I think Quick Esports is a serious opponent. I think they might find themselves.
I'm not saying they're the favorite heading into this. Let's actually chat about it. Quick Esports going up against Frosttails. I said this is the one opportunity for Frosttails to get that up on the board because, quite frankly, they have coming up, schedule on my side here. After Quick Esports, they go up against VP, the Ultimates, and Twisted Minds.
Yeah, maybe the Ultimates is also winnable, but it's looking pretty grim for Frosttails.
Hey, but there were definitely moments against Gen G just last week. Yes, they lost 3-0, but at least one of the maps they could have / should have won. Like, it really just came down to individuals from Gen G just refusing to lose it. But Frosttails managed to, like, hang on to more than just 1 point in the maps.
I like what we've seen from Frosttails out of like Keo and Majin. I think those two players have played quite well at times, whether it be Keo on like the Sojourn or on the Freya. And then we've seen some nice things out of Majin as well in terms of the tank role. So we'll see if they can kind of get a more overall team effort today potentially. So that's kind of what they're going to need against Quick Esports. Who, I mean, look, Quick Esports could. They're a map away from having wins over VP and the Ultimates. I mean, that would be a really strong start.
Yeah, no, I mean, they're coming off now of a 3-2 victory over the Ultimates, as you just said, from last week. They are the one team that just seems to trip up those upper echelon teams. They pushed VP to map 5 in the week 1 match, and VP claimed that it was just like, we're just not really preparing for them. Like, they kind of went under the radar. But I think this is more than just like a surprise factor. They just genuinely are looking good.
I mean, Quick is a team that really could be looking at like a top 3, top 4 type of a placement here in EMEA if they can win some of these crucial bubble matches. And so honestly, for Frosttails should be an open and shut match for them. Like, if they want to be a solid team, it's not just being able to punch up against stronger teams. They need to be able to kind of beat down on a weaker opponent and just not give them any quarter. Like, you can't be the team that is showing weakness to Frosttails, frankly. Like, you've got to, from Quick's perspective, I think, make this one really convincing if you want to continue that momentum. You've got Gen G, you've got Peps coming up. Like, these are really winnable games. You're also playing OWCS, which might be a little bit less winnable, but still, like, they played VP close. Yeah. Maybe they can punch up there too.
They have 4 more matches to come, as you just said. TM and Quick Esports and OWCS, those might be the losses they're taking, but Gen G and Peps, those might actually be victories. And if they win against Frosttails, that would put them in the top of the region. So that'd be really, really impressive.
Yep. I mean, look, they have definitely a clear path, right, off of their first 2 games. It's just about continuing this hot streak, right? I don't think they're a mystery to anybody anymore, right? People are going to be, looking at them a bit more in terms of VOD reviews. So it's not going to be a complete unknown.
That's right. Well, Frosttails will try their very best to get that first victory on the board, as well as they're heading into their match against Quick Esports. All of that starts now. So guys, please take it away.
Thank you, Zoe. Jumping into this match, I agree with you, though. I think, like, Quick Esports can be a real threat here, but they need to play it tight. I mean, Frosttails, there's a reason they're here. They've qualified, like, individually, playmaking-wise, on some of the, like, the DPS roles. Like, they can pop off. The question is the team play going to be there across the board? Are you going to have the flexibility for Frosttails? Because it's been a rough season. They got to be beaten down right now.
Yeah, well, also with Quick Esports, right, with how close the EMEA could be in that, like, OWCS looks like they would potentially run away with the #1 slot right now, but how close everything else could be, with everybody else beating Frosttails 3-0, you kind of need to keep pace in terms of, like, map differential, right? Exactly. Dropping maps here means you need to make it up in other spots where you feel like there's an opportunity to get it here. So the Brig is gone here from Quick Esports off the rip, which yesterday we had a long discussion about, like, is Brig still that support powerhouse as she once was? Maybe not. And then a Genji ban here for Frosttails. So when we showed that graphic, Genji doesn't really get a lot of ban love in EMEA. So this is a little bit of a rare curveball here.
Yeah, we heard from Exodial in the interview. He thinks that the matchups against Freya are just so difficult for Genji. Maybe it's a little bit less relevant, but this is Oasis, so it's a pretty solid map for some of these like closer range brawling styles, including the Brig and the Genji. So on a map like Oasis, if you're gonna ban him, you know, this is the moment to do it. And for Quick Esports, banning the Brig also lets them bring a lot of tempo to the match. Traditionally, Brig can be used to slow the game down and mitigate some of these highly mobile flankers. And so with that off the table, well, we won't have Genji to play with, but still a lot of potential for Quick Esports to play to their name and really bring that pace here and control.
And Willie's for Quick. I mean, he has been just awesome in terms of tank role for this team.
Yeah.
He's really kind of been a standout player for them, whether it's like the Diva, the Hazard, can really play a lot of things. We've seen Johan. Johan was in OWCS last year, right? So definitely not complete unknowns here from Quick Esports, but a lot of new players. We get a little
Quick DC looks like
the rip. No, not a DC, not a DC.
I mean, yeah, you know, almost like they did it before we left the screen, but you know, it's all good. It's all good.
You didn't see anything. We don't know what's going on.
I'm curious, like, I wonder if it's a bait, but Keo and Pack are hovering the cast tracer here, which would be a bit of an old school comp, but I mean, Exodial said in that interview, you cannot play another hits game besides Freya. She is too dominant right now. She's setting the pace of the meta, and I kind of agree. Especially Cassidy seems super vulnerable to Freya, like the ability to poke from range and snipe you down. Cassidy just doesn't deal well with those highly mobile snipers.
He's just ancient. He's just like an ancient
old man.
hero. Like
make his hair gray like Soldier.
Yeah, like Freya's flying through the air, like building up ultimate so fast, and Cassidy, he can roll. Yeah, he can roll. Yeah, like that's about it. Yeah, like it just seems like he's a little bit of obsolete, even in the category that you would like him to fill in terms of dealing with flankers and everything. You know, just there's so much extra mobility and burst damage options that. With the players that aim this well, right? Like, you know, the stun isn't the difference of killing a flanker or not, right? Everybody can like kind of dodge it, where you have that burst damage that is like unexpected and you can't be healed or can't be mitigated. Like that's what'll end up taking down one of these flankers. So I would not love the Cassidy matchup into Freya, and that would be rough.
It is a scary match potentially. We have to see, of course, once we get into that game, what the teams end up picking. We've got a long series ahead, but for that long series, we've also got drops for all of you viewers, so be sure you've got your account linked. Get those nice drops. Of course, we got 2 different sections of drops here based on the day.
We're getting close to that second section.
Yeah,
you know, we're getting close.
So. That means the first one's going to be gone, right? You got to get it while it's hot and fresh. Get that name card.
You don't want to be the kid on the playground without the drip, right? You gotta be able to show all that stuff.
Everyone would be mocking you. Everyone's gonna be saying, "Oh, he doesn't have the name card." You know, it's like you can't let that happen. You gotta stay on point, stay drip.
You log into Stadium to try and get those like special loot boxes for wins, and they see you don't have the name card, and
it's like, come on, bro. Like we can't party up, dog. I can't be seen with you.
We lost.
All right,
quick Esports here. We'll
Cassidy.
See. Okay, so they're gonna run the Cassie. This is
Casper's Freya. I mean, Cassidy can pop off though. Like in the end, you know that there is a threat of him dying, but he's also a pretty big.
Are you
threat
trying to sell me
right.
on the Cassidy here?
I'm not a believer, but there's always a chance, Matt. There's always a chance.
Yeah, that's true.
These explosive bolts are such heavy harassment, though. It's like so hard for Majin to really take pressure on point, and Keo can't really hold the peak as aggressively.
Well, also, I mean, you see every time that Keo turns the corner, right? There's an explosive shot at his feet, basically takes him out of no HP, and Pac gets extremely low here.
Oh, Diva low.
Yeah, this is not a great spot to be in at the moment.
Oh, what's going on here? Keo finds one very chaotic situation. Keo finds another. All right, Cassidy. And imagine
that is a fight
for so long there.
How did Quick Esports end up losing this? It feels like they had a massive advantage throughout the beginning of that fight, but Frosttails behind Keo able to just kind of muscle their way onto the point.
Keo says, heck your meta, heck your strats. I'm just gonna click enemy team head, enemy team die. We win. Now the retake though is on for Quick Esports, and they're playing with a bit more aggressive tempo here. Maybe this is the way to do it. Attack the Cassidy. Punisher, what is this?
Well, okay, I gotta get your professional opinion on this one.
Shot, dude.
Wait, it's like sideways as well.
All right. He's doing it sideways, admin. D.Va's each finding purchase in the fight. Quick Esports, though, a little bit the worse for wear. Both supports down now. And Frosty still fighting. Well, what is this?
Okay, what is going on here?
Is that a heart in the middle?
That looks great, imagine. This is, I mean,
What do you mean it looks great? It's so filled in, you can't even see who you're shooting at.
That's like bigger than a player at mid-range. But Frosty still holding the point with the Kyo fighting in front of that. Out of the mech, though, is Majin, so they're going to be pretty vulnerable. And there's the connection from Zidra that we've been looking for. Kyo goes down. Frostales, do you want to recommit to this? It's looking like a pretty difficult engagement. D.Va still out of mech, trying to rebuild that. They're stalling well for now, but getting very low, and the flip will go back to them. So Majin trying to remech, but so low in the last second cleanups. Majin does get a mech drop, but I think he should be dying anyway. Please, you can't watch
this has been a game. I love this. This has been a game so far. Quick Esports finally able to flip the point. Pretty good, obviously. Get from Frosttails here early on. Another interesting crosshair here from Frosttails with the
this
triple
is
lines underneath the dot.
Here's the beat. Frey over the top. Do they see him? Not gonna channel. There's the channel.
Oh,
Freya
nice.
does cancel the bullet shot as well. Quick Esports reeling. The beat is only on 3. Desperate scenario, but Lucio running out of HP quickly, and that one fell apart before it even really began. Frosttails just running over the defenders and showing some real fight left in this squad.
Yeah, and that beat doesn't really get much of anything for Quick Esports, right? I know Netsugi uses on the high ground, connects with Willius himself and Johan, and they get absolutely nothing for it. I mean, both DPS are dead at the time. So we're talking about how maybe this Cassidy is not going to be as effective playing into the Freya, at least thus far. Frosttails hasn't had much of an issue with it.
Look, it's a good map for Cassidy, right? A lot of these mid-range engagements. Now he's getting a little bit cheeky, taking it wide on the flank. And it seems like Quick Esports actually happy to take this. They get point position for free, so a bit of a forced rotation for Frosttails. Now they're going to be the ones on retake, but they're wasting no time in that. Immediately diving in, Natsuki finds a big connection. Willis with the second. And finally, Quick Esports getting the decisive bite that they were looking for. Frosttails tried to, take that rotation in with the Cassidy, play that close-range engagement, but Quick Esports reads the play and counter-rotates perfectly.
Yeah, and now Quick Esports in an opportunity here, Jake, to be able to kind of like run this up, make a really nice comeback, right? I mean, you have this Kitsune rush to be able to use Bowl Shot. You can kind of throw into their Kitsune rush, right? Be a bit of a nuisance there. Maybe you're able to catch out Kyo, right? Not a lot of mobility there on the Cassidy. And then I'm looking at Dip with a Pulse Bomb, right? We haven't seen a ton of big Pulse Bombs yet in this series. So really, just maybe one yesterday as well. But you land a big one here, could be massive. It'll be a Kitsune rush to open things up here as Kyo gets all the benefits of it there.
Yeah, but he is just forced out, forces the self-destruction. Quick Esports still pretty happy with this trade, and it's Dib who finds the much bigger connection. Boulder shot as well into the back line. And Frosttails, as well as this round started, it feels like it's kind of crumbling now. They need to stay alive on these players, but it's so difficult. Pack 1 HP, being chased down to the spawn.
And you have beat here. I mean, you have beat available here for Quick Esports. I mean, there's no reason.
This should be just unwinnable retake. Yeah. Tracer instantly forced to recall. Does get the OT touch, but as you mentioned, that sound barrier going to be powerful. Quick Esports, see if they want to push up the point. Imagine still healthy, could get one more touch. Yeah, okay. So they're going to get a solid delay, but it's costing the lives of their players. Natsuki just doubles down with the sound barrier. They're chasing into the back line. Fighting off the point, of course, really powerful right now. Frosttails forced to contest for the overtime. And it's just Imagine demeched, cleaned up. And a map that started really well here for Frosttails ends up going against them. That's kind of painful. Like, I feel Frosttails almost needed this win a lot more than Quick did in terms of coming out with an unconventional strat in the Cassidy, having a great first fight. Like, it felt like this is the one they should have converted, and they can't do it here.
Well, I mean, they were able to get Quick Esports off the high ground right away, right? Quick Esports gets control of high ground. They end up having the Freya sit up there, and even with like a comp that we find maybe a little bit disadvantageous there for Frosttails, they're able to actually just kind of like bully up to the high ground and take it, but then they just kind of fumble it towards the end.
To see if you can make the comeback. I think that's probably the best Cassidy map on the field. Damage being really brought
Jake,
down.
I gotta ask you real quick. I mean, we can't just. How big is too big for a crosshair?
Bro,
like, can you ever go too big?
That's like 3x too big. Like,
okay,
this Lucio one is like, I'm like, oh, like a normal crosshair. I literally can't see what's going on. I can't cast. We're on the deepest POV.
I mean,
how does he play?
It's very difficult to see the targets, which, you know,
I'm
maybe
like, he's shooting at something. Someone's taking damage as a hit marker. I don't know how to cast, but
I mean, that's an interesting one.
And this is a spot where Frosttails, they're just kind of forced to play the low ground. They don't have much of an option here. Dip, though, getting pressured, forced to re. Gonna have to full kite out, joining the Lucio here in the flank fight. Big damage on the enemy tracer, though. Forces the recall onto Pack. Gonna have a tempo advantage if he wants to pressure it here.
I think Pack was actually he was trying to chase Natsuki, and then they end up just kind of like baiting into Dip, where now you see this is a really weird position for Frosttails to be backed up into, right? They're just getting pushed back slowly towards this staircase, further and further back, but at the benefit, though, of Frosttails, right? You're taking so much damage. Kiwi building up towards this Kitsune rush pretty fast.
Kyo's putting on a lot of damage, though. Already has that high noon almost built up here, and you need to stay on the cap for Quick Esports. Frosttails are able to get the flip, just leveraging that close range pressure from Kyo, who's fighting incredibly well here on the cast. We were doubting the pick, but it's looking good for now. Uses both cooldowns, though. Opportunity now for the aggression. Stick comes in, cleanse, saves him, and now into the Kitsune rush with the high noon as well. D.Va running low on the Matrix. Could be dropping here. Oh, just barely missed time, but still, Cassidy needs a bit of help now. Getting low, getting surrounded. Willis held the aggro for just long enough. Great eat on the high noon to keep him alive, keep him in that suit. Seems like things are tilting against Frosttails, but they're still up with 4.
They're still going to be able to kind of keep this contested, right? At this point, you can contest for a very long time. Majin actually gets back in mech. They're going to use a sound barrier here as well, as Frosttails just trying to extend this for as long as possible. It's going to be Quick Esports also investing their sound barrier. But Jake, some of these members from Frosttails may end up making it back into the fight, right? Extending this even further.
Yeah, they're making it last quite a while, getting a lot of extra percentage. Willis, though, extremely low, needs to hold in the mech. Wow, that was way too close for comfort. Pax getting a little bit more of a stall here on the Tracer. He's going to try to escape with his life. But with that kill from Zidra, there's an opportunity here for Quick Esports to push the tempo, chase deeper into the spawn. And this is a great killing field here for Zidra.
Looks like they were trying to push back a little bit further into the spawn, but everybody on Frosttails actually makes it out. I'm curious now because if Frosttails...
Thanks, Magic. I appreciate that, bro.
Yes. Thank you for changing the outline. So, I mean, is it a benefit for us or him? I would say it's probably more a benefit for him being able to actually see what's going on. I do think, though, pushing into the fray is going to be a little bit harder, right? We saw constantly when going into the chokes there on the last point, like just landing those explosive shots just time and time again, just putting down chunk damage on some of these targets. We'll see how they kind of attack it.
And so far, Kyo's been managing to navigate these fights well. The rest of Frosttails really coalescing around him, though. Here's the boom from the D.Va, pushes him out of position. And Willis, though, finally catches off Kyo. Eat on the boulder shot from Majin. Keeps the fight in contest, but this Kitsune Rush is not really able to find value, except with Pack leveraging it. Lucio dancing so well here. Gogo needs to win this 1v1, crucial for the fight. And so far, he's backed off Dib, who has to fall out for the health pack.
I mean, dude, just wasting Dib's time is huge there. I mean, Gogo able to live for a very long time. It's not going to result in a point flip, as Willies is going to end up using a self-destruct, going to be able to get back in the mech. Just kind of toss it over the top here, as Majin will have his. Is another fight coming here, but Frost has a huge ultimate advantage.
They're playing with a big health advantage too. Majin gets the beat just in time. That's going to protect his mech. 2 kills for Frosttails. Looks like to be a quick retake for them, just what they needed. But Quick Esports trying to stall, trying to get that 99%, set themselves up for a 1 retake to win the round.
We'll see. You still have the baby team here. Is anybody else here? So it looks like Dip still on the point, just trying to maybe get it to 99. But like you mentioned, Jake, just 1 fight away here for Quick Esports. Hasn't been as clean as like some of their other games that we've seen thus far. I think it's probably more that Frosttails playing a bit better here today than we've seen from them in the past. But it's going to be a Deadeye here used from Kyo as trying to get quite aggressive.
Nice boops there, keeping the D.Va in LOS. And Willis is going to have to take a quick reset here. It's pretty much last fight. However, Natsuki with the beat, that's a pretty massive advantage. Kiwi, 86 to the Kitsune Rush. That's going to be crucial. They need to outlast the first few seconds of this beat and have the Kitsune Rush to stabilize on point. Scary moment for Quick Esports. Beating first is pretty risky here. They might try to just play this one slow. And Kiwi gonna rip the Kitsune first. Natsuki's able to beat responsibly. But imagine with that self-destruct, they're still willing to fight strong in the close range.
Yeah, Frosttail seems like they always want to be the team that engages, whether it be with a Deadeye, this time with that Kitsune Russ, Cedra needs to stay alive, and Keo ends up finding the shot, but that's some nice damage that comes down from Pack, as Pack on the Tracer has really been impactful in a lot of these fights, able to come up with some serious damage, kind of turn the tide for Frosttail. So it'll be a Kitsune Rush here at the end from Johan, but this looks like it's going to be a round that Frosttail's going to be able to steal.
You know, honestly, the more I see from this Cassidy, the more I like it from Keo. And like, realistically, at the top of the top, is this going to be meta? I don't think so. But I like that from Frosttails. They're saying, you know what, hey, look, our season, it hasn't gone the way we were hoping. We've been struggling. And they go with the change. They say, you know what, Keo's probably just feeling more comfortable on the Cassidy. He feels like he can get more done on it. And they're going to go for it. I think this is smart from them, like being willing to innovate, but within a boundary that keeps, you know, it's still a strong comp, right? This is a classic strat that Frosttails are running. It's, okay, you're straying away from like the flavor of the month in Freya, but look at Keo's damage. I mean, he's keeping up here.
Yeah, but also, like, if Keo isn't, you know, let's say he's, you know, doesn't feel as comfortable playing the Freya, why force it? Especially when some of these maps are like pretty like medium to close range where you can get away with Cassidy at times. They also seem to do a better job actually keeping the Cassidy alive, where it seems like for Quick Esports sometimes difficulty is keeping Zydra alive.
Yeah, Cassidy, this is a pretty tough spot for him though, lacking mobility to climb up to the high ground. Takes a wide rotation, but there he's quite low. Willis trying to strike and finish that one off. The rest of the team though, quick to peel back. They're really aware of Keo's position. They're always ready to help him out. And Willis thought he could get that kill, ends up getting punished, losing his mech and then his life. Frosttail's now looking for some chase downs. Quick Esports want to stay alive. They want to hold on to a bit of map control while they wait for this D.Va, but feels like the cap is a foregone conclusion here, Matt.
It looks like Willies was actually bumped down from the high ground at the low ground, because he just gets kind of completely separated from the rest of Quick Esports, where just gets demeched right away. Natsuki very low, can end up losing the Lucy here. You got to get a good fight if you're Quick Esports, but as I say that, it is Pack taking out Johan.
I mean, if Q just keeps hitting shots, right? Like, this is a problem. Zydra in a tough spot, doesn't have the dash. And
man, what is going on? Dude, this would be Frosttail's first map win as well, potentially, of the stage, which would be huge, right? A lot of, you know, some of the other teams in EMEA watching this series probably would love Quick Esports to drop a few maps, drop the series, right? Just kind of open things back up.
There's a lot of pressure on Quick Esports, and I feel like Frosttails are kind of playing with the house money here, taking risks, playing to their comfort. And so far, it's looking good. They've been playing super aggressive, keeping Quick Esports on the back foot, getting the most value to this Cassidy that they possibly can. Now, though, bit of flank control taken by Quick Esports. Pack, quick to clear them out. Imagine is low, though, so Quick starting to find the retake in terms of this tank pressure. Distraction by Pack is pulling a lot of the attention, though. And that's going to allow Kyo to stabilize. It's going to allow Pack to drop the pulse. And that even catches Natsuki, even stuck on the D.Va. So Quick Esports struggling a bit on this retake.
For me, we talked a lot about, like, you know, the Cassidy play, but Pack has really been, I think, the difference maker here, at least early on. And Willies and Quick Esports going to make a change, going to move away from the D.Va and go play Hazard here, where Frosttail's in complete control of this. You know, you're going to get up to above 80% by the time this next fight kicks off. You're going to have a beat as well. Double support potential for Quick Esports here, but still it feels like Frosttail's, you know, has the upper hand.
Natsuki close to the beat, but doesn't have it just yet. Now Kyo in the sights for Hazard. This is why you pick the hero. Much better matchup here against the Cassidy. Kyo's juking for now, but caught and surrounded. Even with the help of the Kiriko, it's not enough. Willis, low HP, playing the spike wall, coming back in. But meanwhile, Majin has been cleaning up. He's got a self-destruct. Dip needs a touch here, but doesn't have recall. One more second. Is just barely going to get it in time. More overtime touches, though, needed. Natsuki's back just in time with the beat. This could be turning the fortunes for Quick Esports. It's going to be a long road back in the round from here. But they can't find kills off the beat. They're going to have to do this one the old-fashioned way. And Kyo holding the point with the high noon. Frosttails looking to take their first map of the stage. Self-destruct over the top. Tracer with another overtime touch. Dip finally caught from the flashbang from Kyo, and he seals the deal. Frosttails take Oasis. Big turnaround here. I thought Quick Esports would kind of be dominant in this series. I thought the question was how quickly can they win? How solidly can they buff up their map diff? And now Frosttails is throwing that all into question.
It's wild, right? You know, Frosttails, obviously, they get their first map win of the stage on the board, but Quick Esports looked a little shaky going up against that, maybe a little bit of a, not really a bizarre type of competition, right? Because it's just putting the Cassidy in the spot of the Freya, but having that change up, made Frosttails look much better as a team.
And honestly, more than that, I felt Frosttails was playing with a lot of confidence in this match. You know, like just they were playing very aggressive, consistently setting the tempo. Quick Esports, more often than not, was on the back foot. And I thought, okay, maybe this Cassidy is going to struggle to live in like these long poke trades. Frosttails is playing to their strengths. Like they're not taking the long range poke trade. They're going in, they're sending it. Imagine taking some big risks. And, you know, maybe if he's getting punished, still the rest of the squad is following that up. I'm thinking about teams like OWCS when they, you know, send the D.Va in, go for some big hunting plays, and the rest of the team is following up behind it. That's kind of the way it's been looking from Frosttails.
You lose to a team rocking crosshairs like that. It should kind of.
Oh my God, the D.Va. All right, this is like nothing. I mean,
this is like better.
This is like
better
okay.
than
Like, I can understand. This isn't that bad. The round one crosshair, like this is a normal crosshair. It's like you can barely even see it. That's like the standard pro crosshair.
So take a look at the stats actually. So Quick Esports still wins like the damage output, right? In terms of having that Freya, but not by much, right? Obviously the healing heavily favors Frosttails here. And just like overall survivability, you would say Cassidy is obviously a sturdier hero than Freya, just in general, where Frosttails ends up winning it there in that final round. You really kind of look at some of those stats, Jake, and you're like, it didn't really feel as much that those last two rounds were like blowouts, but the stats would indicate they were.
Honestly, like Keo was dying a lot there. Like he was taking a lot of deaths overall.
Nobody believed.
Yeah, no one believed. I mean, it's fair. Like Frosttails has been mapless so far. I mean, and to be fair, there's still map picks to go up against. That's control. You've kind of shown your hand a little bit. Okay, we made a big change up last week, and we're coming with this new look. And now Quick Esports, this is a big test for them as a squad, right? They've played up to some strong teams where maybe the pressure wasn't on them. This is a match where they're the favorites based on past performances, and so now they need to put up or shut up. They need to show that they can adapt and respond to it. Like a Cassidy pick shouldn't be throwing you off. If you're a team, if Quick Esports, you want to be in like top 3, top 4, the way it seems possible for them to be, this is where you've got to show it. You've got to really button it down and lock up the series from here.
We have seen teams, though, historically, right, play to like the level of their competition, right?
Yeah.
It's really easy to get psyched up to play against, one of the top teams in the region, but you got a one match week, it's Frosttails, you're kind of like, what, maybe we just kind of like, take our foot off the gas a little bit, but clearly not able to do so. So taking a look at some of the maps, for Quick Esports, you look at maps like Circuit. I think Midtown's actually a map they could probably go to. I think for both these teams, New Junk City is probably the go-to, but I don't think anybody's picking the Flashpoint this early on. I think you're seeing teams go towards that escort and hybrid pool.
And I mean, I'm curious for Keo how he's going to respond to some of the map picks, and it's going to be Circuit for Quick Esports, so maybe they're gonna see the game back to a sniper.
Not a great Cassidy
I mean, if you play Cassidy here, you are built different to be like, this is probably the worst Cassidy map in the game, I think. Like, it's pretty egregious. We'll see if they're able to leverage it. I wouldn't be surprised to see Keo over to the Widow, over to the Ashe, or maybe just it is the Freya on this map, because she pretty insane here, pretty great.
So the bans are interesting here. So first ban is Quick Esports, obviously. They get rid of Alari, so that takes like the Alari BAP kind of compositions off the table, but that allows Frosttails to get rid of Freya.
Which,
so like,
if that's the comfort issue for Keo, then I mean we've seen Keo look great on Sojourn, Ashe. We've got experience on some of these more core hit scan, and I feel like with Freya banned, we might. I wonder if even like Widow could come out again. I wonder if it will be Sojourn or Ashe. I mean, it'll be curious to see, because he feels like almost a foregone conclusion there will be some kind of hit scan on Circuit. There's always the option that teams, could just play like a really fast tempo style. Frosttails banned the Genji on map 1, so maybe Quick Esports could play that tempo and try to, roll over Keo with the Genji, especially without Freya. Maybe that actually opens the door for Genji to be really dominant on this map.
Like Genji Sojourn type of look.
Yeah, like classic, right? And play a lot of speed. This map is deceptively, like, I think a lot of people just get led into the greed on this map, playing lots of snipers and long range damage dealers and those heavy poke heroes, and you can really short circuit that by going all in on your aggression and your pace.
And probably the people who are banging on Quick Esports for fantasy. I mean, what, 92% in the chat? I mean, that would be a rough day for people out there. It's Quick Esports on offense. See, they have some time. So for Frosty on defense, they're actually going to play the Soj. And then they're also going to play a Mercy with it.
No, the
So
Mercy is a bait, right?
Juno.
No way, it's not a bait.
No. This is a real.
spawn.
There it is.
Okay.
There it is. So we're going to get the classic Mercy here.
Mercy May. I'm a little worried for him.
I am not. I have full
You believe in
confidence.
the Mercy? All right. Respect.
I don't.
Okay.
Just to be
especially,
clear.
I mean, Farah is going to really do a lot of work here. Like, Sojourn really doesn't like this matchup, especially with D.Va. It's not going to be easy to have consistent rail charge. At least it's Mercy, right?
Yeah. This is fine.
This is fine. You can do whatever, bro.
take
You
it
could
the
have
whole
like
screen.
a black box
Yeah.
that covers the middle third of your
just-
screen. D.Va?
It's a lot of I think for Gogo, right? It's going to be like the damage and the healing, basically just pocketing Keo. You see the beam is not left Keo's side the entire time, and let Kiwi just keep everybody else topped up.
I mean, full faith in Keo here on the Soj. Puts a lot of pressure on him to actually find production. They've used a couple powerful skills here. Quick Esports fighting well, but really I think it's going to be the ultimate fights where Quick Esports are going to be at their strongest. And the card is starting to roll forward little by little. The lack of a Brig really means Willis has been free to kind of run rampant on this D.Va as he pleases. Now, though, taking a bit of focus fire, taking a bit of aggro. Maybe he has overstayed his welcome. And the Keo re-pushing full strength with that beam on him. Looking for more. Might even consider a slide in here. Has just lost his teammate's mech, though, so Quick Esports fighting this well even for now. Pack does have that Blizzard coming up momentarily. But this cart in progress little by little. The fact that you haven't made the hold yet, I mean, Frosties are coming up on the first ultimates, but do you really want to re-push into this?
It would be quite brutal. I mean, you see that's going to be the ice block there from Pack as they're just trying to stall time until Majin can get back in the fight, and there he is. It's going to be the Blizzard thrown in, but you end up losing your Mercy. That's a pretty brutal scenario there. The Mercy pocketing Keo so hard, then you end up losing Keo. Overclock here used by Zidra at the end, as this is more of the Quick Esports we've seen in the past.
Yeah, I mean, killing the Mercy there, dream scenario here for Sojourn. Best possible pick, I think, to open the fight. And they do it with just the OC. That's going to be a problem because Pack has used the Blizzard. That's really your, I don't know, it's your best defense against the rally. It's kind of your only defense against the rally. And so Quick Esports now have a major tempo lead. Valkyrie brings a lot of damage.
So wait,
right?
now you see Yoham on the other team. Yoham has now joined the party in terms of crazy crosshairs. We've opened things up now for both sides.
OC pops. Keo needs to produce here, has the beam, but it's difficult to even walk up, right? So many threats in his face. The rally shield from Brig, creating opportunities, but Zidra gets cut down through the chaos. Keo finds it. Orbital Ray now dumped over the top, and the advantage Sojourn here means Quick Esports probably have to back off this one. Willis shoots the bomb in, can't find a connection. Oh, it actually does find Keo. Surprisingly got caught on the
get
right.
raised
Oh,
up.
he changes it every round.
Yeah, so, so he just kind of goes to another wild one. But there, the Valkyrie was actually able to kind of like provide a pretty sizable damage boost to like everybody on the team, right? You also have the orbital ray going, then you can kind of like obviously switch to the heals at time. But Valkyrie ends up kind of paying off there. Same with the ability to get that res on the Keo, right? You're not worried about kicking this fight off without him.
Tracer into the back line, harassing this Juno. Mercy, though, quick to come to the assistance for that. And Frostale's doing admirably well. Majin finds Div, got caught overextended there. Recalling with May fighting in this front line. Kind of taking the place, I guess, of the Brig and the ability to hold this position for now. Majin forced into the self-destruct. Quick Esports remarkably healthy, though proving durable with this Juno Brig setup. Willis takes the remake, falling back off the corner here, but Keo needs to find some kind of a shot here. There it is, though, onto Yoham. And once again, I mean, this team has just put full faith in their hit scan DPS in Keo. And he's showing why he continues to produce here with the help of the pocket. Gogo taking some flank poke from the D.Va in the backline, but the rest of the fight is going all Frosttail's way.
Is there any other, as Willie's going to get demeched here, so it's going to be a pretty long stagger you're going to get on the D.Va of Quick Esports. Outside of the pocket onto Keo, and obviously the ability to res, is there any other like just overall team benefit you think the Mercy ends up giving? Like Valkyrie is obviously an ultimate that can provide some like AoE healing damage boost to the team, but I don't know if I would put it in the same categories like Rally in terms of effectiveness, but is there anything you think that it also brings to the squad?
I think mostly Mercy just brings damage and the one-hit threat. So especially this overclock, though, this is a big power spike for Frosttails. The pocketed overclock really is the peak of this Mercy in terms of her effectiveness on the battlefield. And you can see, like, just the threat of that one-shot is really scaring off the backline. So full commitment, though, from Keo and Dying. I don't know if that's such a good trade. He does find Juno, but now Zidra is kind of free to have a reign of terror on the map with the Valkyries, though, to get Kiwi back into the fight. And overall, seems like Frosttails are stabilizing. They're going to drop the orbital ray, going to recommit. Natsuki bashes off with the rally, uninterested in taking that duel. Quick Esports trying to survive, trying to wait this out. So far, so good, though. They're looking relatively healthy. Orbital ray ends. Yoham takes down Gogo, and now Frosttails in real trouble. Kiwi is incredibly low. Where's the follow for it? There it is. Dip cleans up. And Quick Esports slowing the tempo down. And I mean, there's just so much pressure on Keo. Like, trading 1-for-1 isn't quite good enough, and that's a scary spot to be.
It does burn some clock there, though, for Frosttails, right? Gogo gets the res, still has some Val. Kiwi ends up using the orbital rays. It looks like Frosttails, they want to come back and fight this, Jake. They're going to end up having a self-destruct here, plus a Blizzard. So the main wall there from Pack almost actually kind of splits off him for the rest of the team.
Yeah, and the Ice Block is going to stall for yet a bit more time. Yoham gets a crucial Pack while Majin dives in for that. Imagine that self-destruct, but steps off the point for a moment. The Quick Esports are going to cap. I feel like that wasn't really a winnable scenario anyway for Frosttails, so they're going to be all right going to third point, but already the time bank is burning pretty low, and Gogo has made a great decision, I think, to swap to the Brig on third, where those closer range engagements going to be more important, maybe a little bit harder for Mercy to stay alive with all the flanking potential here on third.
I'm almost even surprised that Frosttails is sticking with the Mei as well. Like, I don't think it's obviously been effective, but Pack was so good on the Tracer. No, in round number 1, it was a really big, map number 1, it was a really big difference maker, I think, for Frosttails, which ends up getting them the win. But the Mei here just provides a very difficult comp to kind of like bully out, right? Especially now in combination with the Brig.
Keo, though, caught alone on the cart, in trouble. Zidra can't get the connections, though. Some rare misses from him, but the rally Brig, advantage from Natsuki, picking that hero a little bit earlier. Gogo has a rally of their own, but is incredibly low on this Brig, now being harassed, being cleaned up with the help of the Diva. And Q's still alive here, deep in the back line.
I don't know how. He is now sliding back into the team. Okay, they finally get him. He lives forever, but this clock, though, Jake, is still dwindling, right? You end up using the rally there for Quick Esports. Oh, that is a sick pulse bomb there.
All the way to the spawn door. Dip sends them a parting gift here. Self-destruct. Gonna get nothing. OC from Keo, but so desperate. Even one kill, not gonna be enough. Needs to find yet more connections here. Surrounded, hit from all sides. The respawners are coming in. Pack needs to find a clutch kill of his own, but it feels so difficult. Natsuki standing strong on the point, making a contest too difficult. Juno, 1 HP. Majin is back, looking to stall as he can. Willis looking to hunt some extra kills. So you are burning the clock little by little. Keo is going to come out on the venture, so maybe you can get yet a little bit more stall. But it does feel like a foregone conclusion. Kiwi, though, hold on, with the orbital ray, could be turning that around. Big damage from Diva, trying to go through. The cleanse is perfect, keeping Kiwi alive. And wait, somehow, some way, Frosttails have snatched this one back. This should have been an impossible scenario. Self-destruct doesn't connect either. And Frosttails have brawled this one out. Impressive stall, great coordination from them. Quick Esports are reeling. Willis, though, that's a kill that gets him right back into the fight. Yoham gonna double down with the orbital ray, committing onto the point. Frosttails, for all the stall they've been able to engineer, they've gotten the overtime. But surely this is too much. Natsuki 95 to that rally. That will be the final nail in the coffin, and Zidra closing it out with that crucial pickoff. And there we go, Quick Esports. They managed to finish the map.
Yeah.
Through all the trials and tribulations, it's still a good push.
It felt like, though, we'll take a look at this replay. That's a nice pulse bomb connection there from Dip. It did feel like Frosttails, they missed their window of opportunity, right? When they end up using that orbital ray, there's a brief window where there's no support ults on the other side, and they just don't find any kills during it. And then that time, you're able to come back with Yoham's orbital ray, and Natsuki ends up with a rally, and then there's no path to victory. So Frosttails almost able to squeak it out. Pretty scary here for Quick Esports that this is going this close.
Yeah, this just doesn't look like the match that we thought we'd see based on Frosttails' lackluster performance in the past matches. They've clearly turned things around in this last week and, been playing a lot more effectively. Willis, though, kind of feasting due to the, for the most part in that round, the lack of a Brig on the enemy team. D.Va was really able to just go wild with it, can be so much more aggressive without the threat of those boops from Brig, and that's really what you're missing in this comp. That's why I think there's so much pressure on Keo to constantly be producing pick after pick, and in the end, the scoreboard looks pretty convincing here for Quick Esports. Kind of makes it look more one-sided than it really was. I mean, remember, Frosty, it looked like, in the end there, it looked like they should have been capped on with like a minute left, and they just do some very nice clutching to get it to overtime, but capping third is already good on circuit.
Yeah, I think obviously you would have loved some time in the bank, but just in general, being able to kind of clutch up there for Quick, getting the win. Frostale's gonna go with this Mercy again on offense, where I guess for maybe these like kind of longer straightaways in different areas of the map like this, you think that the Mercy is a little bit more maybe effective, being able to provide the damage boost, but still might leave a little bit to be required there with not having the Brig.
That's a nice pickoff, though. It is instantly rezzed, and Quick Esports can tend to back off and just play the corner. But you got to be careful. Keo's going to get chances here with the boosted rails. You can't completely mitigate that threat. Ice Block already forced out. D.Va now stepping up to hold cart. Quick Esports hitting from all sides, playing together with the Brig where they're strong. Continuing to proc those heals. Big shot, though, on the Mei. Dip doesn't have that Ice Block for a few more seconds. Just has to hold it down with his body. Enemy Ice Block is deployed, forcing the wall. And for now, Quick Esports is sustaining through the trade. This is exactly what they need to do, but it's always scary. The threat is that boosted rail comes in, and meching the D.Va is so valuable here. If they want, they can back off, but it seems like Will is not interested in that. Is going to continue to push forward. Look for more. Maywall has been deployed. Majin still relatively far from that mech. Ice Block as well is used. So Quick Esports looking to get aggressive. Blizzard from Pack looks to be mostly defensive here. Does it catch the enemy Mei, which kind of gets the back in the fight. Majin's in the mech.
I think they were actually trying to go for that kill onto Majin. Actually, once they get him demech'd, and then had kind of Blizzard thrown in a little bit defensively there, catches Quick Esports off guard a little bit. But even without that damage boost, Hydra able to find one here, where I think this is probably the worst spot to be stuck in if you're Frostales, right? Because you don't want to be like in this close quarter scenario fighting without that Brig, even though you do have the Mercy to provide some extra damage. I don't think it's going to equate or surpass what the Brig requires.
Yeah, Zidra could have been in trouble there, but the Maywall denies the rest of the aggression here from Frostales. They have an orbital ray of their own if they want to pull it. Here it comes, pushing in Keo as well with that overclock, but the Blizzard zoning them all the way. Beautiful positioning from Dip, really denies the aggression. Rally as well from Natsuki. Insult to injury here, and Frostales sent reeling there. Just can't break this choke point. The swap to the Mei from Quick Esports paying off, and now a nice long delay running the clock down on Pack.
And like, I think this is where you need to consider, I mean, Go switches over and plays the Brig. I think this is where you need the Brig in the mix, right? No, not having the Brig here, like I was just talking about, just a brutal scenario. Really just doesn't give you much of a fight or chance in the fight, being able to kind of like brawl out. But bad sign for Frostales, JKC just wasted a ton of time doing that, right? A minute and 20 to get this first checkpoint, right? Even if you invest some ultimates here, you probably still need another fight. So a pretty bad scenario here for Frostales.
Q with the overclock, though, is going to punish Willis, who tanks a lot of that aggression. I think he's happy to do that, though. Wasting some of the time with the OC, pops the self-destruct back into the suit. So a 1-for-1 trade, but Frostales has the ultimates to continue on in this fight. Quick Esports has to just fight it. Gun battles here. Willis does get to eat on Pack's Blizzard, though. Ends up costing him his life, got walled in for that play, and Quick Esports started to crumble here, though. The weight of the ultimates bearing down on them proves to be too much. Imagine, desperate to get that cleanup on Yoham, who's still incredibly low, but has danced behind the pillar pretty well now. Mei being a bit annoying, but it is going to be that first cap coming in for Frostales.
Yeah, it's going to be this first swing for Frostales, but the fact that Quick Esports has finished the map and just kind of burns that much time here, I think gives them a huge advantage here on the defensive side of things, right? Every ultimate pretty much needs to be expended there for Frostales to be able to take it. If you can win a fight here, right, push them even further back to the spawn, you're going to burn a lot of, if not most of the clock here on second point.
Nice last-second connection on the rail from Zidra allows Yoham to clean that one up, though. 4-on-4 with no sojourns. Orbital Ray rally responsively. Dip got stunned, but it wasn't quite in time to cancel the Blizzard. Looked incredibly close there by Gogo to be able to shut down that ulti, but in the end, Dip's Blizzard is a little bit too much. It's going to reset Quick Esports once again, but Frostales have maintained this ultimate advantage. They have the orbital ray to open the next fight, and you have Rally to respond, but sometimes that's not the strongest play, especially with the threat of a Mei and the orbital ray just, left looking you down.
Yeah, but look at the spots that they're going to be forced to use this potentially, right? Quick Esports pushing up, trying to take this space, right? Using some of these ultimates here on this like low ground on this first corner. Just a brutal spot to be in as they actually end up trying to use that
Awkward Ray.
because Majin gets really low, and you're not really going to get anything out of that Ray.
Yeah, not much value. Go Cotton killed. Natsuki getting aggressive as well with the rally. Keo finds one with the OC, looking for more. And Kiwi with that pick onto Zidra. Quick Esports, though, still pretty strong. Brig May Diva is a powerful triplet. Majin has self-destruct in the back line. They're trying to get on top of Keo, but he's just ignoring this Diva, continuing to keep that pressure forward, continuing to try to send on some of these targets. Willis has self-destruct if he wants to deploy it, and he's going to go for it. Keo dancing well in these rooms, should be able to outfight this one. And the big mech drop, not enough. Not able to find a connection on it. Would have loved to drop that, but Dip just finds chaos. A headshot connection in the melee. And somehow Quick Esports have battled back into this.
Yeah, and this is just a great defensive stand here for Quick as Majin's just trying to make it back towards the spawn, has to use the DM to get there, as getting demeched again would have been quite brutal, but Pack with a right click out of the spawn takes out Zidra, so maybe an opportunity, right? As Frosttails, they get everybody healed up, but look at this, Quick Esports, they want to go, they do not want to sit back, they want to maybe force something out here. All Frosttails, it'll be a Blizzard thrown in from Dip.
And it even connects onto the Diva. Majin is so low. They're able to break that mech, and Quick Esports, despite being down one, make the heads-up play to just go for it, take the push, and they end up securing some solid trades. These late deaths, though, onto Dip and Willis make me wonder, how worth it is it going to be? Keo had that wherewithal in that fight to go step up, start pushing the payload, and mitigate some of the threat. Imagine 70 to the mech. You'd imagine he's going to be able to get this one back, but if Natsuki can get on top of him with the rally, this could be a bit of a problem. It's going to enable Quick Esports to kind of start the fight on a little bit better footing than they otherwise might.
Yeah, we'll see now with the rally here early on for Quick Esports. Oh, what? That's the overclock.
Zidra was trying to pop that Diva, but instead she returns the favor. But Johan forcing the orbital ray, maybe off that play, it is gonna be enough to stabilize. Go pops the rally, hold on. And the Ray as well, just supports and tank here. They're trying to stabilize through it, but Quick Esports still fighting at near full strength here. Frosttail's desperate, trying to clutch this one out in the overtime, but it's not enough. And Quick Esports win their map pick. Got a bit scrappy at points, was kind of scrappy the whole time. But in the end, Quick Esports even up the series 1-1. Ball's back in the court for Frosttails. Where are they going to pick? And where are they going to send us to try and reclaim the momentum in this series?
Yeah, it's interesting, like now, because where do they want to go, right? They've already used their Freya ban, right? So you can't get rid of the Freya as we move forward, which they tried to play the Cassidy in that first map. Are there any other maps you can play certain things that align with that? Like maybe you're looking for like some more of like could you do it on like a New Junk City, right? Potentially, like you want to play like just rush style of play. I know maybe is there a world even when they get rid of you get rid of a Diva, try and force the scenarios like that, but we take a look at some of the highlights, and really once Quick Esports they were able to complete the map, right, just finish it, that's when it looked like that they were going to be in the driver's seat, even going on to the defensive side of things.
Yeah, Dip actually had a pretty huge map here on the Tracer. So many of those big moments with the Pulse Bomb were his production. And then on the May, finding a lot of like opening snipe picks, some very big blizzards. I think he was a key factor to really winning this one out. I think May has a lot of impact in that comp matchup, where you're really able to dance with the front lines, fight with the help of Brig Juno. You're almost like that quasi second tank. And the Mercy almost pays off. Keo starts off kind of hot with it, but it's so much pressure to sustain the Mercy value from a long map there. It's like you need to constantly be generating first kills, and that's just a lot of pressure to be under as a hits game player, to feel like you got to take big risks, you got to keep gambling, and there's always so many threats trying to chase you down.
And it might be putting all your resources into like a Keo, for instance, right? But your Diva is going to lose it on the front line, right? Your Diva is not going to be able to kind of withstand that pressure that's going to come in when the other team's coming in with the Diva and the Brig, right? So it'd be very difficult. If I'm Frosttails, like what are you thinking here? I'm thinking like, do you do like a Runasapi or like New Junk City? Like, are those potentially your options here?
Yeah, I mean, if you wanted to play those, some of those fast tempo styles, play around like the low ground, I'd say you probably want to avoid Coliseo because it's such a longer range map that, if you wanted to bring out something like the Cassidy, I think it'd feel a little bit more awkward. But I remember we are going, very likely back into a Freya world here for wherever we end up. And the question is for Keo is, you know, what's he gonna pick now? I mean, Oasis is a pretty solid cast map overall. Like, it's probably one of the best in the pool, but everything else in the pool is longer range, including Runasapi.
Yeah. And it's quite interesting, right? If you're Quick Esports, you'll obviously get that second ban. If Frosttails doesn't ban, let's say, a DPS, is there a world in which they ban Cassidy on the other side, right? And force like a Freya matchup, or force you to play like a Soj into the Freya potentially, right? Like, I think there's options there for Quick. So no subs coming into this, but Frosttails with that first ban, like, I don't think you would ban I don't think you'd ban the D.Va, actually. I think, you know, Majin's actually played pretty well against Willies in terms of, you know, the D.Va head-to-head, and then I think that opens the door for Willies to end up playing some of the Hazard. So, taking looks at Frosttails, their first ban, okay, so their first ban is Juno, and then, like I was just talking about, where Quick Esports, they see that there's no DPS ban that comes through from Frosttails, they get rid of Cassidy, right? So they get rid of the Cassidy on the other side.
Yeah, I mean, Runasapi, maybe a map where Cassidy can work. You know, maybe the high noon value could be pretty solid, swinging around some of those corners. So taking that out of the pool, attacking the comfort for Keo. We'll see what how Keo responds to this. So it could be the Sojourn, but honestly, maybe it has to be the Ashe. Like, I don't know that Sojourn has a strong matchup into Freya. It seems a little bit difficult with how much she's going to be up in the air.
Yeah, and I wonder if you could play even faster, right? With Juno gone, like, is there a world in which we see like Kiri Lucio in the mix, right? And, you know, you play that with a little bit of a faster play style, potentially, right? But it doesn't seem like Frosttails wants to go there. It seems like they much prefer playing, I know, Cassidy or some of these slower comps, even bringing in the May and the Mercy there on circuit. So, you know, who knows what we end up seeing from Frosttails at this point.
I think Runasapi, you almost don't have a choice. You really just have to play fast on this map, you know. And so with both teams playing the Lucio Kiri on Oasis, expect to see that just run back again. But it's going to be a different core for Frosttails, of course, no longer able to bring that Cassidy to bear. And, you know, it's interesting that to kind of get this ban out of Quick is already pretty impactful, right? Like, this could have been spent on a tank. This could have been, you know, attacking some of the other members of the roster. But instead, they're kind of put the pressures on them to ban Keo out. He did have a pretty solid game, and the high noon pushes from the team overall were really impactful from Frosttails, allowed them to win a lot of those fights. And Freya kind of struggled some of those engagements. It felt like Keo was able to get the better of that head scan duel, you know, in the chaos with the aggression that Frosttails bring.
Yeah, that's true. I also think for Frosttails, look, you tried to put Pack on the May and make that work, but I would go back to the Tracer. Looked much better on Oasis playing the Tracer, and it was like really impactful. We talked a lot about the Cassidy, but I think his Tracer was arguably the most impactful thing that the Frosttails had there in that first round. And then you see on the other side there in map number 2, right, Dip is able to play that Tracer on the other side and play really well there for Quick Esports. So if I'm Frosttails, I'm definitely going back to playing some Tracer here on this map.
Yeah, you know, I think Circuit's just a pretty strong May map, but would expect to see the flankers come back to the classics here. Tracer, I mean, could see Somber, Genji, maybe. Curious. I mean, I feel like Frosttails is the team that maybe could start to bring the Genji out if Keo plays some of these, you know, less airborne hit scans. But for now, Keo just saying, you know what? I can also hang on the Freya. Maybe we want to bring out the Cassidy when possible, but they're not forced to do it. Willis, though, hovering the Ram could be an interesting pick here.
We've seen teams play Ramatra in kind of like a, or want to play Ramatra in more of a brawly sense against D.Va, but looks like now gonna go back to the D.Va, as it looks like we're just gonna have a mirror matchup.
All right, Zidra, this is your moment. You've got the comfortable matchup you've been practicing, Freya versus Freya. Keo shied away from this on map 1, but that doesn't mean he doesn't have what it takes to compete. Both D.Vas now trading on the outside. A little bit of positional advantage here for Willis and Quick Esports to kind of take that wide angle. Frosttails content to take the inside route for now. Lucio getting very low, though. Gogo and Pack both in trouble. Split pressure onto Keo, but Willis takes a lot of pressure for his trouble, gets extremely low. Both teams bruised and bloody. Not wanted to force this. Quick getting a little bit of card progress, but they need to keep Willis healthy. He's almost losing that armor for now, and Pack struggling to find the Tracer in his sights there. It's going to allow Quick a moment to stabilize. And the card kind of starts to roll just a little bit here. Frosttails falling back, and they're in a very awkward spot here, caught in the small room. Oh, big bolt comes in. Yoham forced to cleanse himself. Willis taking some pressure as well, and Frosttail's holding on to this one. They're not giving it up easily.
Yes, it's going to be just a battle here in the mid-map, but I think both backlines here, this is what you expected to see when the Juno was gone. We saw a lot of really good Lucio play yesterday, and Dip continuing the strong Tracer play after Circuit gets Kiwi off the rip, so that is huge, right? Quick Esports building fast towards this Kitsune rush.
Back cleaned up as well. I mean, Dip's been a difference maker for the squad time and time again, and very long fight for Tracer, very easy to get caught off by something in the chaos, but Dip stays alive, gets the advantage, gets those cleanup kills. And now it's a bit of an awkward retake. Now this is a zany crosshair on a hit scan.
I mean, this is, I don't know if this is one I would recommend.
I do know. Oh, big bullet shot though. Bullet shot? Nah, it seems like it's evaded here. Connection on the pulse bomb onto Willis, does force that self-destruct out, eat by Majin. Natsuki doesn't have the beat to respond here, so Frosttails with the first ulti is getting a big tempo lead. And this may be a retreat now from Quick Esports. Willis forced out, but then Gogo overstepped the mark. Thought he could get that a little bit more in the chaos. Zindra fighting well. The beat just comes down now from Natsuki. Willis trying to stay alive, trying to get the remix. Self-destruct over the top, and it's deadly. Pack able to clean up Zindra. Forced into a corner there, but it's just Lucio and Tracer trying to battle this one out. And the focus fire's there.
And they end up getting checkpoint here too. They're going to push further past checkpoint. As Quick Esports now starting to feel it a bit. Willie's going to get a mech back here too. So with all the ultimates expended, you're just really looking at potentially these pulse bombs that end up coming up. We'll see if Frosttails is able to get a fight win. This is their map selection as well. They got first ban. It looks like, though, they've kind of put themselves in a spot that is perfect for Quick Esports.
And Willis holding onto that corner. So difficult to evict from that position. A little bit of flank pressure coming in from the Tracer, but neither team wants to make a misstep. Frosttails knows if they lose this fight, this map is going to get decidedly out of hand. Quick Esports content to just trade and poke. Neither team with the ultimate, so both willing to just look for those picks, not wanting to invest key cooldowns. Dip a bit low. Pulse bomb. See if he can find a connection. He's been very solid with that all series long. Big pressure shot. Force that also gets the cleanse out. Majin ready to eat the pulse bomb though. Still, Frosttails low across the board, struggling in this one. Kitsune rush from Yoham could be a backbreaker now. Bullet shot comes into the back line. Not much value from that one. Quick Esports with a bit of an HP lead. See if they can continue to invest this. Yoham with a headshot on the Kyo. Starts to crack this one open. Kiwi incredibly low as well. And Dip, Willis in the back line, gonna start to profit.
I mean, they're doing a great job this time, though, keeping like Zidra alive, right? A lot of the pressure from Frosttails early on in the series was onto the Freya of Quick Esports, and they were able to kind of punish in that early map on Oasis. But since then, especially in this comp, doing a much better job keeping the Freya up. Yoham going crazy there in that fight. Frosttails with double support ult, but dude, how brutal does it feel that they use both support ults to potentially make it out of the spawn? I mean, just a horrible scenario for Frosttails.
Willis mech though, before an ult comes out, that's a great start for Frosttails. Should have been able to win this fight without ulting, but Natsuki kills the Lucio, and Tracer went duel, goes the way of Quick, and Natsuki could double down on this with the beat if he wants to. Frosttails only 3 players strong. They're still trying to push forward, still trying to force some kind of a play here, but they could be overextending into a sound barrier. They just don't have the heals. Now the beat comes down from Natsuki, running rampant over Kiwi, who's forced the TB back. Lucio trying to come in and bail this one out. Majin forced out of the mech. Self-destruct is in the air.
They gotta get this beat.
So desperate for Frosttails. This is a must-win fight for them. Here's the Kitsune rush from Kiwi. Dip low on cooldowns, but dancing away well. Chase down comes in from Pac, though, able to find that one, clean it up. And now Quick Esports need to get a nice solid reset. They're still a bit close on the play, and they are just going to take the consistent safe play. Die on the point. I like this decision. You don't want to take any kind of risk. You're up in such a huge advantage here. You just play this one slow, steady, take the fights on the car, run the clock down. Frosttails need to play it very clean from here on out.
Yeah, there's no reason to kind of fumble it here for Quick Esports, right? Just taking as many fights on the cart as possible is going to put Frosttails in such a horrible position to have to invest some of these ultimates just to get it going, and they're so far behind in terms of meterage. I mean, look at this. Quick Esports going to come right around the corner yet again, this time led behind Willie's NA Kitsune rush, but Kiwi finds Zyder right off the rip.
Yeah, Zyder goes down, and the beat looks to be good enough. Go. They're able to double down, get that kill, but hold on. Yoham finds Kyo. Pulse bomb on to Majin. Breaks the mech. Willis self-destructing. Does get killed. That's a crucial pickup by Kiwi, but Yoham is getting bloody here, fighting this one out. And Frosttails, they come away with the win there, but it's such a contentious fight. So many players are going to be on the respawn here. Quick Esports should be able to get back, and it's like you said, Matt, there's just so many opportunities to recontest on this card.
Yeah, you just keep flooding out, just flood and flood and flood. Eventually, though, they're going to run out of time. Is you know, the early pick from Kiwi on Zidra was huge, right? But now Zidra comes back with a bola shot. You avoided in that previous fight, but now going to have to deal with it here. And you see Willie's position, Jake, just kind of sitting around that corner. Just, I mean, they're in a position where they have to push around that corner and fight it. They can't just let this cart stay contested for 10, 20, 30 seconds.
You do have that Kitsune Rush for Kiwi. Could be a powerful way to open things up. Shot onto Zidra has to be cleansed now. That could be an opening for more. Kiwi gonna pop the Kitsune. Quick Esports just trying to back off the play now. Giving up a lot of card time, a lot of space. D.Va, though, still into the backline. Fearless dive from Majin. Getting value, has the self-destruct as well. You're trying to get these connections on Kiriko. So incredibly close. Drop the mech on his head. Frosttails winning another fight, but it's a bloody one. Still so many casualties. This should be the checkpoint for them, but it's been a painful road here.
I mean, you're gonna get checkpoint, so they're not out of this just yet. This is crazy though. That Frosttails, I mean, what, it's like 4 fights in a row. Yeah, they're gonna end up getting there, just being able to get a touch. You know, you end up taking out packs. So that's quite huge there. And oh, dude, they're so close to checkpoint. To lose here would be brutal. That bot's gonna go so deep back into their territory.
And the tempo swing is going to be very painful now, Matt. Quick Esports coming up on the full stack of ultimates. Frosttails a long way for some of the most crucial ones in the kit. And Dip here, Assassin in the backline. Gets a positive trade on the enemy Tracer. Pack holds onto the recall, though. But once again, I mean, you're in the spot where Quick Esports have every advantage, but they're not really porous. Here they come, though. They're going to rip the Kitsune. They're going to go aggro. Take this tempo advantage. Pulse Bomb, no connection, but here's the beat from Quick Esports. Surely that's going to be overwhelming. Go, very low, too low to drop his own beat. Doesn't want to risk the Ajax there. Frosttails should be getting cleaned up. Trades are going both ways, but Willis is still completely healthy on this D.Va. Very hard to win this one out for Frosttails, and in the end, yeah, they are just going to be dying slowly on the cart. I mean, for Quick
and
Esports,
the trades aren't good enough.
Yeah, you're not going to make more progress here from Quick, but you are just stealing so much of this clock away. This is going to be a long, desperate overtime finish if there's any hope for Frosttails.
Yeah, I mean, any deeper into this territory, even if you don't get any progress for Quick Esports, just expands the amount of meterage that they need to make up on the other end. So like, that's why with Quick, you don't even feel terrible about investing both support ults there to just push it further back. You get a fight win, you also get about a minute plus off the clock. There's like no downside there for Quick Esports.
Willis making a lot of space in the backline, does have that self-destruct if he goes down. That extra health on the Baby D.Va perk, paying dividends now. Able to get back into the suit. And this fight, open with a pick for Frosttails, but fighting off the cart, scary proposition for them. They have to continue to push. They have to continue to bring this one back, and Quick Esports are using that to their advantage. Now the beat comes down from Frosttails, trying to clean up these stragglers from Quick Esports. They get the job done, but it's expensive. The beat is a crucial ultimate in this scenario. Dip still gets a parting trade here onto Keel. Pretty important now. Without the Freya, the forward push from Frosttails is going to be a little bit toothless.
And it was also the entire time, right? Sometimes we see at the end of those fights where it gets a little bit into like almost garbage time or just picking up stragglers. Like you're able to get this bot back towards mid-map with somebody just kind of running it down solo. Not able to do that there. I mean, Quick Esports had somebody on it the entire time, so stays contested. Not even going to get back towards mid-map pretty much here after that fight when they're spawned for Frosttails. Kiwi's going to use that Kitsune rush, but if you're
Zidra
Quick,
could be in
you
trouble.
can just kite this.
Yeah, Zidra just a little bit too deep on the flank there. Gets caught and punished. Willis finds a trade kill. Quick Esports, they need to clean this one up. Still finding a second is maybe just good enough for them. Frosttails, no supports left on the field. Pack is low. Willis, imagine trying to fight this one out, trying to get any kind of exit frags. And once again, Dip gets another. Somehow, Quick Esports are finding the comeback in this fight. Frosttails still have a healthy D.Va, though. Still going to be able to stand strong on point for quite some time. Quick Esports don't need to win this fight, though, and Frosttails, it has to be clean. They really cannot afford to give up players right now. Imagine, relatively low, you'd love to get that self-destruct out of him. Take one of those emergency buttons away. Imagine eats the pulse bomb, though. It's probably going to protect his neck. Yeah, big value. The cleanup onto Kiriko now. There it is from Pack. And so it ends up being a decent fight here for Frosttails, but the double support ult advantage is going to be so overwhelming in the overtime fight.
Yeah, and also what I say for Frosty as well, it's a really nice eat of the pulse button there from Majin, but then also they did a really good job of, like, you easily could have seen like Keo or Majin be forced to end up using an ultimate there. They just kind of know that even if they lose that fight and hold on to these ultimates, kind of take them to the grave in a loss, you still would have been, if you used them there and won the fight, you would have been in a non-winning scenario here coming up. So like the only real path is to save those ultimates to have here for this fight is very close here, you know, coming around the corner, right? A fight win here makes it pretty interesting.
Yeah, Gogo's close to the beat as well, and the Kitsune Rush comes out from Quick Esports, but it's not enough to secure quick kills. Frosty playing this one slow and steady, and so far it's paying off. Here's the aggressive beat, but Gogo has the better responsive one. Majin has self-destruct on the point if he even needs it, holding that position down for now. Big pressure onto Willis after the remake. And an HP lead now developing for Frosttails. Gogo traded. Lucio's off the field. Yoham incredibly low for Quick. It's up to the Tracers to find some key kills here, and Pack strikes
Kitsune
first.
Rush, though.
Kitsune Rush on the point is going to be decisive advantage here for Frosttails Esports. Just 3 members alive. Doesn't look like they're going to be losing any more, though. Dip just stalling as he can, getting some of those respawns back into the fight, and this is still a winnable scenario for Frosttails.
Dude, there's no way. I mean, so you're going to have players have to get like escorted back here for Frosttails. Keo's going to go over and play Sombra. Gogo going to get Keo back into the fight. If you're Frosttails, you obviously need to keep this contested, but you also need to wait to get some of these key members back in. Is I just going to end it with a bullet shot? Willis ends up getting hacked here, so going to lose a lot of his armor.
Big bullet shot there. Could be critical onto Kiwi. The connection is perfect from Zindra, and he's done enough. This should be sealing the deal here for Quick Esports. Desperation self-destruct. This needs to be ridiculously huge, but it gets nothing, of course. Quick Esports too wise for that play. And finally, Zindra, the hero in this team's moment of need. Quick Esports lock it up, put themselves on series point here. Frosttails stalling, but it's all for naught. An unwinnable scenario here. I'll bet my kidneys.
This is you can keep your kidneys as Quick Esports ends up you know, taking the map, but that is a lot closer than it feels like it should have been, right? Yeah. Like that kind of got like a little dicey there towards the end. I was like, what are they doing?
I mean, all right, Quick Esports played so solid. They got such a huge lead in the map. It was textbook the way they played it out from there. You know, every fight stalling, so many trades constantly coming in. They created the scenario where they had, you know, 3 or 4 fights of depth to be able to lose and still win, but Frosttails pushed them to that very limit on the comeback, right?
Right.
Like they, you know, if you had any less of a strategic advantage there, that would have been Frosttails making the comeback. And so props to Quick for being in that position in the first place, for playing all the rest of the fights so well, but also Frosttails have impressed me this series. You know, the fact that they're having a tough season so far and yet still fighting so strong in some of these key clutch moments, still clearly believing that they have what it takes to win. And they should believe, because they're playing pretty well right now.
Look, we've seen winless teams throughout OWCS, and I think there's a difference between a team that is winless and not competitive versus a team that can compete and put up some decent fights in some of these games. And you see the stats, even though it's a Quick Esports win, extremely close across the board. A lot like how this entire series has been, quite frankly.
Yeah, completely down to the wire there. Sidra, though, getting that bullet shot connection, you know, man, if he misses that, like, we could have even seen a different final fight with those hacks coming in, but
yeah, sure,
you know, that's the risk. Coming back on the Sombra, the overtime scenario, you got to get back fast, but your damage production over a long fight just not really going to keep up typically. So Quick Esports, happy to take that one home.
And I wonder where Frosttails decided to take us here, right? You have what? You have Escort. No, you have a hybrid
Flashpoint,
and you
right?
also have Flashpoint in the pool, right? So hybrid, you got that like Midtown, Hollywood, Kings Row, probably like New Junk City would be the option in terms of Flashpoint. So we'll see where they decide to go.
We'll have to see, of course, after the halftime. We're going to send it over to a quick break. When we come back, it'll be the potential culmination here of this match here in OWCS EMEA. So stick with us. We'll be right back. welcome back to OWCS EMEA. It's Frosttails Esports making a pretty impressive competition here with Quick Esports, but in the end, Quick, they're up 2-1. They're on the precipice of winning this series in 3-1 fashion. Frosttails need to put up a big performance right here, and then they're going to be facing down, of course, that final map pick from Quick.
It's not as dominant, I think, as we potentially would have expected, right, from Quick Esports, with how good their games have been against some of the other top teams in the region. But I think it speaks probably a little bit more to like Frosttails playing much better than we've seen from them in the past. Then I think maybe a little bit of both, right? Maybe Quick coming down to earth a little bit and Frosttails playing quite well. We'll see, though, they can actually result that in a series win, though, right? As we take a look.
Kings Row.
They will take us to Kings Row here. And they'll get rid of the Brig first, and then on the other side, it's Quick getting rid of the D.Va. I think the D.Va ban for Quick is quite interesting, right? We've seen Machin play a lot of the D.Va pretty much throughout the series exclusively, where we know Willies can play Ramatra, Hazard, different types of comps, right? So putting a little bit more pressure here on Frosttails to come up with something different.
Yeah, and I think, you know, taking this break away for Frosttails, that mitigates one of the key factors in controlling a D.Va. So maybe they feel like, you know what, let's get the D.Va off the field. Let's play to something we're confident on. I actually like your call out with the Hazard. I think that came out for a moment on Oasis for Quick Esports, and I think there's some real potential there. Especially, I think Hazard maybe has a bit of a tougher matchup against Freya, but if Frosttails wants to stray away and play another hit skin in the Freya, they could be in trouble against a Hazard pick.
Yeah, absolutely. And we'll see kind of what happens here with the Frosttails kind of series on the line. I think, though, Quick Esports, you've already dropped the map, right? It's quite unfortunate because everybody else seems to be kind of just running through Frosttails, where yeah, we'll get that swap. So it'll be Frosttails on defense here to kick things off. And Jake on defense, so running obviously the Kiri Lucio, which we see pretty often now, but a Hazard Tracer Cassidy on defense here. So no high ground control really at all for Frosttails.
Yeah, really doubling down on the brawl, but they played it pretty well on the first round. Quick Esports, though, quick to respond, gonna full commit into a brawl style dip now on the Mei. This could be a problem for Keo. Mei is actually a pretty challenging matchup here. Those walls are so deadly, but big shots from Keo, forcing the Ice Blackout instantly. Tempo advantage for Frosttails. If they want to take it, Quick Esports, though, enduring through, now going to be re-pushing forward. Willis is low, and now Keo strikes, swinging in, pushing into the back line. Majin proving to be too tanky, though. And Zidra can't stop that. Dip does trade out on the Keo, so you're going to be getting one. And hold on, this could be scary. Frosttails, they need to play this clean. Majin cannot afford to go down here. The supports are going to be able to keep him online.
Yeah, he's able to get out with his life. I mean, that is massive, where you can also see when the Hazard gets on top of... when the Hazard gets on top of the Freya, the Hazard can, you know, obviously put down a ton of damage, but 6 survivability. Not really worried about kind of dealing with that Freya in a one-on-one.
And Dip, the ice wall, a little bit off the mark. Keo was able to survive that. Now they're putting a lot of pressure on Imagine, going to be forcing him out early. Dip tanks that flashbang, but now continuing to fight in. Needs a bit of help, needs a wall, just barely is going to stay alive, but the rest of the fight, Quick Esports taking some point position. Tracer into the backline, Pack looking to find that connection. Pulse Bomb goes a little wide here, does damage though, splashing onto Willis. And Frosttails have the Kitsune Rush. They are going to rip it, but Natsuki finds the Chaos. Oh. Blizzard as well into the backline. Dip cleaning up, and Majin still healthy, but it's just him and Pack here holding onto the point. Quick Esports still with 4. Zidra pumping the damage, and finally Quick Esports are going to be able to roll this one over. Tracer does get out. Pack could set up for an overtime touch.
Might be able to get a touch, yeah.
Yeah, there looks like they're going to go for it. Tracer alive, I think, probably is worth a shot. Although, wait, Hazard's maybe not coming. I'm a little surprised by that, actually.
Yeah, because you also had Kiwi in position to potentially like even TP2 Pack, right? You could have kind of like attacked it from 2 on one side, and then kind of came through the choke on the opposite end. But looks like Big Burst thinking about maybe going too far there. It's going to switch back over here to the Mei.
And all this pressure onto Yoham creates an opportunity here. Keo gets the pick up onto Zidra. Dip on the Mei, under pressure. Pack done taking the aggro for now, and Frosttails winning this fight, but maybe not as decisively as they would have liked. Lucio chased down from Pack. He's so deep here, but could be pretty annoying to chase down there in the attack.
Honestly, they haven't even got the car moving, right? You see the car just basically right where it spawns. So like
Keo,
they just kind of push the ball here through.
All right, Keo.
Frosttails is just they're going for it today. Yeah. I mean, they are know nothing except move forward at all times. So you were talking a little bit about earlier, maybe we see some Torb. You see the Torb here into the Hazard. It's a nice pulse bomb there from Pat, connects onto Willis as he moves back into the spawn. As they are literally as close to the door as you possibly get.
This is a pretty brutal spawn camp. You got to be smart to break this one. And of course, that wall from Hazard is a real problem coming out of these tiny chokes. Here's Ramatra, of course, completely alone. Has the ulti, though, to commit. Big dump of ultis here in the fight. Downpour on everyone, but the beat stabilizing for now. Dip pumping damage through the fight. 2 kills for him. Zidra get another 2. And finally, Quick Esports get the decisive blowout they're looking for. Dip and Zidra combining for some big frags.
But for Frosttails, I mean, you trade what? Downpour in beat for Beat and Ray on the other side. That's not the worst trade, especially where the cart is at the moment. Like, you can come back if you're Frosttails here and end up with that Kitsune Rush. They actually end up swapping the Tracer to play Sojourn here. So Sojourn Cassidy, like a little bit of a double, like almost like a double hit scan look with a Ramatra. Really interesting comp here from Frosttails.
Oh, Willis wasn't ready to block that high noon. Got absolutely popped in the back there. And now, Quick Esports are reeling. Only 4 alive. Chase down from Keo and Pack. Bola shot. No chance to really get value there.
Keo's looks sick on the Cassie when he's been able to play it. It's just like we talked about a little bit earlier in the series, just kind of like tough to force the Cassie into certain situations. Dip actually
I love the Genji
will
swap
not
here.
Yeah, I like this swap because you're going to end up matching
Cassidy?
the here, right? And
Oh my god, they don't know. Oh, they know. They snipped him out. He thought they'd be closer there. Reasonable gamble.
Yeah.
Kimi, though, did pop the rush with that. And so it's a double fail here.
They
for
rushed there?
Frosttails. Yeah, that's pain. Now Quick Esports, tempo play. You probably just have to fall back, but this could be kind of dribbling and drabbing into a last fight scenario here. Frosttails staying alive with the rest of their members, but yeah, it's really going to be down to that last fight. And imagine even getting bullied off all the way to the last, even getting forced into the Nemesis form early.
Dude.
So it's going to be down that key cooldown for a moment.
But imagine you ended up holding on to that Kitsune Rush here, right? You would have had like Kitsune Rush Annihilation with under a minute to go here, right before that checkpoint. I mean, that is a very difficult fight for Quick Esports to potentially win.
You're getting close to that sound barrier, but Gogo still 20% off. Zidra over the top. Bullet shot goes wide though, and maybe overextended here. Zidra though, getting the support just in time. Keo, he's been a key player for Frosttails in these kind of a scrappy fights. Look, he's going to take it wide on the back right. Very deep, very alone here into this play. Okay, yeah, he's going to roll off that.
He should have just went. He's been committing the entire series. You may as well just go. It's Annihilation, dude. Frosttails is set up so well here. I mean, under a minute, you're going to have all 5 ultimates at your disposal. They'll open things up with a Kitsune Rush. It's going to get the orbital ray out from Quick, and sound barriers now answer from both sides.
Better sound barrier from Quick. The focus fire with the Dragon Blade is enough. 2 from Dip. Willis finds another. And Quick Esports just out brawling here with the blade. Such a difference maker in those big support ult trades. That's kind of the weakness here for Frosttails. Like the double hit scan, they have great poke, but when push comes to shove and the beats come down, Genji just gets to beast, right? Getting right up into the fight, dealing so much damage with those big right clicks. Zidra finds a snowball pick onto Keo, and it's getting a little bit scary here for Frosttails. They need to staunch the bleeding. Majin is out. QB's incredibly low. Oh, it does go down. Dip gets the final pick.
Do you not think there was an opportunity though there for Majin to end up using the Annihilation like while inside of the rush? Like even though the other side is like using a rush as well, right? Just being able to kind of like stay alive, put down some more taking damage there for Frosttails. Is I do think here as we move forward, Keo needs to end up playing this Freya like the Cassidy here. No control over high ground. It is not going to be a scenario you're going to win where Majin now pops the Annihilation, going to move on to the payload.
That's good value from the Annihilation. Should be enough. Dip finds 1, but losing those 2 players is going to be pretty painful for Quick Esports. They're probably going to have to back off and take the respawns. However, they're continuing to get a little bit more cart tempo here, which is a nice little prize to write home about here. Dip got pushed off by the sports, and now Willis taking a bit of an advantage position here up on the high ground. Lucio gets absolutely popped. Dip dashes in, finds another. Been a hero for the squad. Pack in the back, getting marked by supports. Still has recall, so not in too much trouble here. Oh, big shot though. Hold on, that might be enough. Just like the pulse bomb, he's too close to it. Okay, no. Willis.
I was worried there for a second.
Blade
Dude,
coming up.
for Quick Esports, you got this Blade coming up, right? Blade plus Ray, they're just kind of warming it up here. But Majin just runs right past everybody, just takes out Natsuki.
And the Ram is taking everything here, kind of unafraid of this Blade, disrespecting it, but still, it's enough. It's expensive. It takes a long time every slash of the Blade, but they do get it done. Desperation stall here for Kiwi and Pack. Just this Tracer has to hold for a few more seconds, but it's out of cooldowns. And that's just going to be too much. I don't think we're going to see another touch here. Maybe Lucio hold on, but no, booped away. Quick Esports in overtime, but they get the full cap.
It's a bit like Circuit, right? Where they're able to kind of complete the map here and then go all the way into OT. We'll see, though, what Quick Esports decides to do on defense, playing a lot of the Ramatra there. Throughout King's Row. For Frosttails, I think you can probably, like, if you wanted to try and play that Hazard you were running on offense, you know, the Hazard, Tracer, Cassie may end up working out a little bit better, on your offensive side as opposed to trying running it on the defense like you did.
Yeah, I wonder. I do think the Torb is such a powerful answer to it. It'll be an interesting choice here for Frosttails, what they want to go with. I mean, Cassidy, it's such a feast or famine hero on King's Row where theoretically you can like run it down mid and do big damage, but Dip, I mean, Dip's Genji was such a key difference maker there, so many times punishing the aggression, whether it's with the Blade, whether it's just dashing in and finding some of those opening kills. Something you got to be worried about, and for now, looks like they're content to just take the mirror here with a Genji Freya of their own.
So we'll see Quick Esports here on defense, play the Ramatra here to kick things off. I like having the Genji in the mix. We did talk a little bit yesterday about like maybe Genji doesn't have the best matchup into the Freya, right? But with the Genji being able to like access some of the high ground here, maybe it's not as much as like kind of hunting down that Freya, but just kind of like providing a little bit of extra pressure from different angles there up on the high ground and then being able to collapse.
Yeah, I think King's Row is just such a solid Genji map with that verticality. KO though needs to get something done here on the Freya. I think this is one who we haven't seen as much production from, but Dip oversteps the mark, getting punished. And a parting explosive shot from Keo does find Zidra. Pack looking to snowball more. Maybe has bitten off a little bit more than he can chew here. Needs the help from the Lucio to stay alive into this one. But that help is there. Go chasing into the high ground. And Quick Esports just crumble there. That's a great momentum starter for Frosttails.
Can you do it even faster? I don't know if you could do it any faster.
That's like world record pace here on capping first.
Quick Esports just did not play just refused to play defense there at the start, where as good of a start you can get here for Frosttails. Almost 6 minutes to move here through the second part of the map.
And Pack is just up in their face. Keo already has that boulder shot. Ridiculous farm rate. There's no way they see this one coming. If he's able to find a connection with this, that would really start to blow the map open. Willis forced into an offensive ulti. And the zoning boulder shot still gets some pretty solid damage. Is there going to be the cleanup here? Pack especially needs to get in, needs to find those connections. Quick Esports happy to fall back and lick their wounds. They're giving up a lot of card time, but Dip, meanwhile, doing a bit of stalling, a bit of harassment on the flank. Keo over the top, very risky position here, but he's not getting stouted for the moment.
No.
See if he can get some value. Has another vertical jump. Does try to jump down onto Zidra, but missing. Not able to find the connection. Zidra dashes away and punishes Keo.
What did the game we played yesterday? Freya, Frey no. I think that one may have been a Frey no there.
I mean, sometimes you got to try for those, and Dip finally returns to his team. Did some great cart stall in that last fight while the team fell back. Denied some of that objective progress that they might have otherwise had to suffer. And now some big ultis on the field.
Pulse bomb available here for Dip. There's going to be an orbital ray that opens things up. Oh, look at this. They just barrel through the front line. Quick Esports kind of just playing around that corner, potentially, not ready for the aggression there from Frosttails. But Jake, that's Quick Esports also investing their orbital ray into this as well, right? They kind of use it a little bit late. They've already lost maybe a player or two at the time. And that is quite brutal because there is like an eternity left on this clock for Frosttails, right? If you can use this maybe Annihilation aggressively, get beat out from the other side, you can end up, kind of using your own beat, maybe secondary, and then come through with a blade where Frosttails in an opportunity to take the second checkpoint rather quickly.
Yeah, and the beat from Natsuki is far from invulnerability here. I mean, massive AoE damage available for Frosttails. Pulse Bomb comes in, going wide for Dip. And Quick Esports, you can see from their posturing, they know the threat on the other side of the field. They've got to be careful. They've got to grind this one out. Try to build up some of those crucial ultimates. Willis, close to an ulti of his own. Beat force now from Natsuki, but Much stronger beat here from GoGo, and here's Frosttails pulling the trigger, swarming forward with the Annihilation, the bowler shot as well, zoning off the back line. Willis is holding the front line though pretty solid, continuing that Annihilation, continuing to get value off that, and has some full cooldowns when it comes off. So they've been able to endure through a lot of these ultimates. Imagine has to be the difference maker with the Annihilation of his own, and into the back lane, he's already here.
Still hasn't even used it.
In pretty strong position here. You've got to recontest the Annihilation. You don't have the opportunity to back off, and that's going to get it over the line. Frosttails cap second, 440 on the clock. Still incredible pace here on Kings Row.
Dude, in that fight goes for so long and they're able to build up towards it. Kiwi is already built up towards basically another orbital race. So you're going to have that in an advantage over Yoham, right? If you remember correctly, they used it basically at the same time. And then now you see Kiwi just about 30% ahead here of Yoham. So a huge advantage here for Frosttails towards the end of the map, potentially with this orbital ray.
See if they want to pull the trigger again. Willis has used his form, so they could be vulnerable. Here's Kiwi now with the orbital ray. See if Quick Esports can back off this one. They need to stay alive. They need to escape. Zindra super low, being harassed by the Juno. Everyone retreating deep back into the spawn, and seems like that'll be good enough. Quick Esports weather the storm now. Have a better chance to make the hold. No easy path rather ahead here for Frosttails. They're gonna have to just fight this one out. Jump wasted. And this is another crosshair for the ages here from Juno. Orbital ray of his own.
I don't even know where I would aim here.
Charging forward. Big missiles over the top. Does some damage, but once again, I mean, the speed kiting is so doable in this comp, right? With the double speed boost potential.
Yeah.
So hard to actually catch and punish the other team. Both teams kind of taking a moment to slow things down. Not many ultimates on the field.
You're still going to have a support ultimate advantage where you're in a position to for Frosttails, right? As Dip goes up to the high ground, has to be really careful challenging Keo in those positions. Willis gets very low. Somehow they're able to keep Willis alive.
And Dip trades it back, punishes Keo for the over-aggression. Now into the back line, has that dash reset. Not able to get the reset one more time, but GoGo is down to 1 HP on this Lucio. Surely this is just too much for the attackers to continue to push forward. And that was scary. I mean,
Dude,
Willis went down so low.
Yeah, I don't know how they kept Willis alive there. I mean, Keo hits a bowl shot, and like the Ramatra basically goes down like no HP, and then they turn the corner, and the next 2 kills are in favor of Quick Esports. Frosttails, this might be one of their best opportunities, though, Jake. Double supportal, Blade Annihilation, with no supportals available on the other side. They have to have an idea of like where they are in terms of ultimate economy here versus Quick Esports, where a massive window.
Quick Esports, they need to get 2 fights here. Here's the Blade coming in aggressive. Double DPS ult, drop from Quick. They're trying to get some kills, but of course the beat is protecting everyone for Frosttails, and they're just wiping the floor with that double support ultimate advantage. However, is it enough? Quick Esports, they're gonna have to the potential recontest here. They have a sound barrier and an annihilation. They have all the tools they need, arguably, but they need to stall the cart first. Dip, maybe the one who needs to get out there on the Tracer. Here he is, stalling the cart for now. Annihilation on the point, giving trouble, but Pack steps away from the beat, kills 2. Tracer, DPS both down. The clutch seems like impossible now, and Frosttails gonna be able to secure this one. Minimize the minimum result here is gonna be a draw, and very likely they're gonna be able to take Kings Row from this position.
I mean, dude, this is a crazy scenario where Frosttails obviously has not won a map until this series. And then you're almost staring down for Quick Esports, right? Where all 3 of their games so far come down to a 5th map. I mean, regardless, right? There is going to be a 5th map, whether it be we go 2-2 or 2-1 with a draw. In the mix, but Quick Esports seems, he can't find the blowout win regardless of opponent.
I really like the Genji pick there from Frosttails. For me in that Ramatra comp, like the Blade is such a nice power spike, especially with some of those perks. You'll be able to fight a lot more confidently in the ultimate. And Tracer sometimes struggles to get like enough heals in that comp, right? With Juno and Lucio. I mean, Lucio, you can get some heals in the AoE and the Chaos, but Juno just doesn't combo as well. And so I think the Genji was the better pick, and it just took Dip a little bit too long to get onto that mirror match. Of course, very drawable scenario here. 148 on the clock, probably going to get towards some of these ultimates, and Dip feels the pressure to step over to the Mei here on the defense. If Frosties were watching, they would have seen him make that rotation to the high ground, so he's not hiding the Mei.
Yeah. No, so we'll see if that's a little bit of a surprise pick here, but I think that we talked about the Genji was really impactful on offense, being able even into the Freya, being able to control some of that high ground, just put down pressure, and then the blades that come through, right? Even if it's just kind of forcing out a beat on the other side, or a Ray doing a nice job. He did take some shots right away here And you see even Zydra take some shots, so maybe a bit of a window here for Frosttails, like up the tempo.
Yeah, quick rotation through, and Keo's going to start to bring the harassment here. They may not expect this angle. Juno in trouble. Hold on, Sidra striking first. Quick Esports, despite the fact that they're facing a loss here potentially, they're still fighting well. And, staying healthy, getting a very nice cleanup. Keo probably going to be going down here, just caught in no man's land. And he just didn't find any opportunities there. Quick Esports brought the tempo way more aggressively. Frosttails were kind of waiting for something else to happen, and seizing the initiative ends up paying off.
Well, their offense the last time for Frosttails was, a record pace, right? The defense from Quick Esports non-existent. This time, though, Quick Esports gets one fight win. Now we basically, getting closer towards last fight territory, right? Probably one more after this is, they get Yoham low. Yoham's able to kind of dodge for just a bit, but you see the space created here by Frosttails. They push some of these players back all the way through the choke.
Yeah, and Pac wasn't able to find the connection, but did create a lot of opportunities elsewhere. The front line now crumbling. Quick Esports, they don't have the heroes to hold this point. It's going to be Frosttails evening up the series here 2-2 on their map pick of Kings Row, and we're going to be going to Flashpoint.
Yeah, it's going to be Frosttails, not via draw, winning Kings Row and sending us to Flashpoint, a game 5 here between Quick Esports. So I think I just heard so scream between Quick Esports, who has been very impressive, right, throughout the stage thus far, going to a game 5 yet again, but this time not versus one of our top teams, but our bottom team, right? Did not win a map prior to this series overall in EMEA. So a rough go here from Quick Esports. Oh, who does this series tell you more about? I'm curious in your opinion. I'm conflicted.
I honestly don't want to blame Quick too much or think that they're falling off. I kind of want to hand it to Frosttails for being able to resurrect something out of a really rough start to the season, to be able to continue to come and play with this confidence and bring the tempo to the opponent. I think it'd be easy for some of these teams who qualify into OWCS to the top level to take some really heavy losses off the first couple weeks and start to lose some of the confidence in themselves to play tempo and to be able to compete at this level. But clearly Frosttails has not lost that, and they know that they can do this. It's still winnable. Some unconventional picks, but a beautiful attack really ultimately is what seals the deal on Kings Row here. That initial attack from Frosttails puts them in position.
Not even their whole attack, just at the start, right?
Yeah,
Being able to get 540 in the time bank, right? To keep things going after that. It's just that kind of sets them up the entire time. And even looking through some of Frosttails' games here, Jake, to kick things off, right? They played against Peps. They lose 3-0, 2-0 Oasis, full held on Dorado. They lose Runasapi by 40 or so meters. Alcatia, look, everybody's losing to Alcatia. I wouldn't throw too much stock in that. They did play New Junk City pretty close. And then Gen G we thought would potentially be winnable. They end up losing that series as well in 3-0 fashion. Pretty close on Dorado, and then same with Runasapi. So they've had some close games, just not obviously resulting in map wins and being able to take it. New Junk City, though, is a map that we've seen them perform pretty well on.
In the end, I think the Flashpoint typically goes to our map 5 because I think, the maps are kind of more similar than most of the other options in the pool. So in the end, it's going to be more of that high tempo gameplay that we've been seeing, across the series. However, there's also kind of a viable Cassidy map if you want to go back to that for Keo.
What do you ban here if you're Quick? So to recap, Quick is banned D.Va, Cassidy, Ilari, and Brig.
I think, all right, so if I were them, I would ban Lucio, because I think Lucio is like a proxy ban for Cassidy. I really don't think you can play Cassidy without the permanent Lucio pocket. So that would be one way to kind of force the enemy team off their comfort zone. But you've also been using a lot of Lucio yourself, so it's tough to think. I do think maybe their most dominant map so far was probably Circuit, though, where we went towards the Juno Brig, playing more of the death ball. That looked really, really good. Right. And Quick Esports, maybe they like a little bit more of that control. Dip for me though has been the difference maker this series, and so I just want to see Dip on a comp where he can really thrive, whether that's the Mei in like a heavy brawl style where they're going to be really playing for his walls, playing for his openings, or if they want to go towards a Genji and up the tempo, up the pace, try and shut down Kyo before he gets going in the fights.
And for Frost Tales, it's been Juno, Brig. You also see Freya gone from them, and Genji. They could, like, let's say, you know, there's a support ban, like it's a Lucio ban potentially, or ban for Quick. Like, I was actually, yeah, I mean, I just saw it pop up. I was actually going to say what actually they ended up doing. They get rid of Tracer, right? You can potentially force that Genji in yet again, right?
Yeah.
You just saw the Genji pay off really well for you in the previous map. So like how you mentioned, you know, Quick ends up getting rid of the Lucio. I don't think there's any tanks you would have targeted here, right? For Frost Tales, you're not gonna like ban the D.Va. That's probably why you've been the most competitive. I don't think you have to worry about like, you know, Maga, Ramatra, and Orisa, anything along those lines. But after the performance from Pack on Genji in the previous map, if you can force that in yet again, you feel like that's probably a little bit of advantage here towards the end.
Let's see, no Lucio on the field, so I'm especially interested in see the supports. I feel Yoham and Natsuki have been really impressing me this series. Like a lot of some of those like clutch, like bloodbath fights are coming up quick because of the supports finding their kills. Both teams though gonna go with the Juno Brig. Kyo onto the old standby with the Cassidy without the Lucio. I mean, it's possible, but I just think that's a lot more vulnerable. You have that speed amp from Juno, but the Lucio's ability to just like constantly, you know, keep the Cassidy moving, peel him with boop after boop, a lot more stable and consistent. So Kyo is going to have his work cut out for him. Dip, I think, could, you know, he has an obvious target here, right? Like it's pretty much, it's the Brig or the Cassidy, but those are both very vulnerable when Ramatra's on top of them, when Zidra can get some big shots connecting in, those can, you know, set up those dives.
There's a few points here though, Jake, with like low skyboxes, like indoor areas where, you know, maybe some of the mobility of the Freya playing against the Cassidy, you're not worried about it as much, right? Where the Cassidy, like, I think there's some points that obviously like completely open, like really long sight lines where I think that would be difficult
Dips in the back line
playing against, but otherwise I think you can maybe make this work with the Cassidy, and as I say that, Willies ends up taking him out.
1-for-1 though, it's not terrible. Pack could definitely play this one out. They still have the main brawl core here. So Quick Esports got to be a little bit cautious, play a little bit more for the poke game, allow Zidra to have the time to put his work in. And here's Magin dropping quite low, taking a lot of pressure. Somebody has got to come to this point though. Without the Genji, it's a little bit awkward here for Quick Esports. Frost Tales with that mobility advantage seem like they're going to be the first one to flip. Now Genji's back though into the fight, holding this down. Looks to be an even 5-on-5 engagement. Kyo's back on the Freya. Feels like he does need that mobility to stay alive here. And it's everyone just looking for these pickups, looking for those difference maker kills. Most likely going to be the Freya's doing it. Genji's just continuing to fight on the point here. Damage coming in, Majin out of the form.
I don't hate Kyo going to the Freya here because I wouldn't say he's been like extremely outmatched. Oh, that is huge. A lot of damage you see go to NA. Everybody on Frost Tales.
Everyone is so incredibly low on Frost Tales. They had to fall back in that moment. Majin, after this 4 mens, he's going to be in the no man's land. Full committed on the point. Time's out now. Willie's with the advantage here, chasing this one down, wanted to finish off this tank. Dual position's getting very awkward. Brig drops in, trying to offer some desperate aid, but it's too little, too late. Dip with another, and even Brig might be in the sights here. Potential cleanup option, but Pack maybe covering the retreat for now.
It's wild that nobody had taken the point that entire time, right? We just have somebody take the point there where we see like some of the first ultimates kind of come in and then being used there, and nobody was even in control of the point at the moment. So Quick, get control of it first. This next fight's going to be chaos though, Jake. I mean, it is going to be basically 9 ultimates across the board here for both sides, so it's going to get quite chaotic.
Shot, Brig low, needs to stay alive. The orbital raid not enough. They're able to get it over. Now Frost Tales fighting this with a major advantage. Both supports online, and the bullet shot from Kyo did enough there, cracking the rally. A hard target, but they get the job done, and that earns them the rapid retake now. 67% for Quick Esports. It's a nice lead, but still far from securing this first point. Great initiations from Frost Tales.
I mean, dude, that is a brutal scenario there for Quick Esports where you pop that rally straight away and instantly it's basically hit with like a bolo shot and killed there from Kyo and crew. So Frost Tales able to battle back into this. No support ultimates though, so Dip could go crazy with this blade.
Blade pop, Brig in trouble, caught as well, but the Ravenous Vortex, now he's over, fighting with the main group. Majin just has to block this one up, has the Annihilation if he wants to pop it, but he's already so low, is gonna commit though. Continuing on to this fight, trading it back, both Ramatras staring each other menacingly. Willis looks like he's gonna be able to lose that ulti. Dip though, that trade is crucial. Winning the fight on the Genji, allow him to come back in and take the rest of the engagement. Getting a bit of heal from the Juno. Ramatra dropping low. Still with his own form though. So stabilizing for the moment, and Dip maybe overextending that. Thought he could get that kill a little bit more quickly.
Dude, how is Majin still alive?
Gio with the bullet shot, doesn't find anything. Willis so close to that form. This would be the difference maker, the backbreaker potentially on the point. And Frostels have gotten into that crucial 99 threshold, but it won't be enough. And Brig maybe dying late here. She's in very deep. Still healing the Genji, but yeah, I don't think this is a winnable scenario. They're just gonna die on point, take the reset as they can, but now the retake without ultis is really difficult here for Frostels. It's a long walk up, and Zindra's gonna be the one who has the opportunity to start this one off with a bang.
Yeah, and it looks like they're going to push out of the spawn door here, the door by the point, to just kind of deter them from coming over that bridge. As we see the bullish shot potentially being used here, as it looks like Frostels, they realize, yeah, there's no shot for them to make it. They were going to back off, and Quick Esports in the final seconds there steal that first flashpoint.
That's a very scrappy fight, man. These teams look quite evenly matched here in a lot of these engagements. They're trying to push in our Frostales, trying to get aggressive here before the point opens. But Quick Esports know they don't really need to push out of this. Still 20 seconds till the point opens. There's not too much time pressure on them to force through the choke point. But I think if Frostales can play this perfectly, they might be able to put themselves in position to get that first cap for free. And Dip overextends there. Pax ready to slam the door on him, and that almost certainly is going to be the first opener. Big bullet shot onto the front line, but Majin just tanks through it. Zoning away a lot of the back line, a lot of those supports, both Ramatras into the sides. But Pax should be the one to be able to grab this first checkpoint. Quick Esports keeping a bit of map control, but giving up the point.
Yeah, these Ramatras just eat the bullet shots, right? I know when they end up just kind of use that power block, the damage reduction does not seem to matter, especially with some extra healing involved. It'll be orbital raise for both sides. But you lose Itsuki as he has the rally, so you're not going to have the opportunity to use that.
Still, it costs both the blade and the orbital ray, so a +1 trade in terms of ultimates for Quick Esports. They're gonna have potentially, they have Rally Annihilation and the blade soon to follow here. So Majin is gonna be under a lot of pressure to deliver with this Annihilation. Quick Esports, see how they take the walk up.
Yeah, well, this isn't like the first point, right, where you can kind of like push out a little bit towards the opposing team's spawn as they kind of come on in. You kind of want to just like welcome in towards the point. A few players though getting quite weak, then Dip taking some damage, Yoham as well. See if they can keep these players alive as they move on in. We'll see if Dip can get in position. He's going to go to the high ground here. Threaten with a blade here, just putting down some damage on the Majin.
Dip's low, doesn't have cooldowns, is going to pop the blade. Mostly defensive here. And Keo kills Zidra. Blade maybe overextending. Oh, somehow kills the Brig there.
What?
The life steal just way too much from Dip there, keeping him up into that fight. Frostels thought they had him dead to rights, but it's they're the ones who are overextending. Keo, though, finding Genji in the chaos is going to make this one winnable here. Quick, though, with a bit of an advantage. Zidra coming back into this with the bullet shot. Imagine starting to drop low. Bullet shot, as you mentioned, just being tanked through, not able to be damaging. Imagine holding strong. The Annihilation's lasting forever here on the point. Keo with another. Had stayed away from the Freya for the most part in this series, but here he comes, bringing it out. Making a solid performance, making a name for himself. Willis, now it's his turn to tank up on the point, but is overwhelmed by the damage from Keo. Frostales at 99. They want to end this one right here, right now. They don't want to give this one up, and maybe the Freya duel will be for all the marbles. Another connection from Keo. Clutch gene definitely being felt here. And now Dip. Dodging, ducking, diving, and delaying. Trying to keep this point installed. Big headshots from Keo. Man, he's lighting it up right now on Freya.
Keo is lighting it up, but I would also say, like, when this team for Frostales, like, they've been playing this, like, Ramatra mirror, I think that Majin has been getting the better of Willis, and then I would say that Kiwi and Gogo definitely getting better of the support duel, right? It feels like time and time again that they're able to find Natsuki or Yoham early on, and then also Majin seems just being able to live forever on the objective, obviously, with the help of those supports. I feel like those have been the biggest difference makers for Frostales here early on. Blade available for Pack, and you're going to have point control here early for Frostales.
Can you dash in? Dip, low on resources. Orbital Ray now being popped by Yoham, but a better Orbital Ray response from Kiba, but it gets bursted down before he can get healed from it. Pack with the blade. Needs to find something here. Trying to catch onto that Juno up in the sky, but she's getting the heal. does find Zidra for his troubles. Imagine with the ultimate, does he want to rip this? The Annihilation could be what they need to clutch, and they're even holding on to it. Maybe they don't even quite need it. Dip though, chasing down Pack. I wonder if Magic's gonna live to regret that. Drops the field on the point. One more hit from Dip would be enough, but he's so incredibly low, and Go finishes him off. Magic now with the Annihilation slams the door on any hope for Quick Esports to take point control. And it's an expensive fight. All 5 ultimates deployed for Frosttails, but they get the win.
And you can definitely see with Dip now going over to May, this Tracer ban has definitely hurt Quick Esports, I think, more than, you know, potentially having that Tracer in and then like playing a Tracer duo here with Pack and Dip gonna going at it. This Pack has definitely been much better on the Genji than the Tracer.
Crazy bash in from Go. They're getting absolutely slaughtered. Yeah, no chance for the team to follow up on that one. Maywall now guarding the walk up. Natsuki has the rally. You've got the Annihilation as well. Quick Esports want to win this one without ulting though. They're trying to be a little bit greedy here, trying to secure themselves a nice big advantage for future fights. Kia would love to stop that, but Zidra sneaking up on him, gets that advantage damage in. Should be an easy cleanup there for Zidra, and gets exactly done. And big mistake from Go there, just like, basically inting that fight. Maybe thought the rest of the team could all follow up on that, but of course the Maywall just denied that possibility completely.
Yeah, they were just so far up. I mean, there's one thing to like bash forward, right, and be out of position, but the bash forward and into like turn around the corner and into like a doorway, right? There's no path.
And you're chasing
anybody
who's just gonna like ice block, right? Like
there's no point for anybody even trying to heal you or get you out in that position. So definitely kind of gave that one away for Frosttails.
And Quick Esports gonna be happy with that, laughing all the way to the bank with now significant ultimate edge. Frosttails, they've clutched in some of these fights before, but Kyo's incredibly low. Defensive wall forced up by Dip. Still, the aggression comes in on the other angle here. Quick Esports with the advantage. Rally used to deal with some of these flank fights. Pack finds one onto Zidra, has the dash reset, but still everyone's dropping so low. They just don't have the resources to sustain into this. And a nice pop from Willis. No problem 1v1 in this break, and they're even going to stall her out. This is a painful stall. This is probably going to mean the checkpoint going the way of Quick Esports. Yeah, 85. There's no way Break's going to be back to this engagement. Has the wrong spawn wave.
Yeah, you needed to die much earlier there for Frosttails if you were going to be able to come back and get into this fight. But wait, Majin's going to touch. You still Kiwi here as well. Majin's got the Annihilation. Do they want to fight this?
Oh, the freeze though. The May freeze with the perk online.
They're going to blade.
Pack blading. They're going full commit here. Should have this Freya dead to rights. Pack with 2. Maybe it'll be enough, but still big ults for Quick Esports on the point. So challenging to fight into this, and they still have the orbital ray if necessary. You've got to contest into the Annihilation.
Oh, you end up losing Go here.
Yeah, and Genji now super low, caught in the vortex. And Willis just gets the massive cleanup there. The freeze perk coming online for Dip. He's really hit a power peak now where it's going to start to get a lot more difficult, I think, for Majin especially, right? You rely on that power block being able to be up crucially at all times, and even like a second of not being able to hold it, you can get bursted down.
I guess there for Frosttails, you go in and use a blade and you get like 3 ultimates out on the other side. So like not the worst there, and you're gonna get to the point at like the same time, right? So a little bit odd to see somebody like go in and challenge it like at that kind of moment, right? We expect always everybody to rotate early, but that time actually I think it's a win for Frosttails.
Big damage, but some Zidra punishes Keo for being over the top. Rally and orbital ray force now. Frosttails have to dump everything, trying to recommit to this. Johan with his own orbital ray though is keeping a team alive, and the freezes from Dip are just denying this aggression from Frosttails. They get caught flat-footed. They dumped everything and they still lost.
This is the fight that may end up being the loser here for Frosttails, as you end up double support ult, bola shot there, and Quick Esports is able to end up taking it with just their orbital ray off of the early first pick off of for Zydra being able to take out Keo. So getting off to a great start here is Quick. You're going to end up holding on to your rally, and you're going to get above 50% here. I mean, couldn't be a better start on potentially our final flashpoint for Quick Esports.
They go over to the Curious. They have the cleanse, but I mean, he's not even ulting here now. Drops the Blizzard onto the Sriracha. He's frozen up. Is the cleanse going to be there? Doesn't seem to be, in the full freeze is enough. Annihilation doesn't get enough done. Pack with the blade. He needs to clutch this one out. We're coming into that final fight. Here's the blade, but he's low. He needs to find a kill. Has to back off. Has to fall out of it, and it's so desperate here for Frosttails. It may be a full back here. Bola shot goes wide from Zydra. Quick Esports, so they still have the rally, the Annihilation. So much damage to be brought to bear, and they're going to be cleaning this one up. Not just the map, but the series. Quick Esports, it's such a scrappy fight, but in the end, Frosttails fumble and cannot take it down.
Man, a brutal loss here for Frosttails as they were in it till the
heartbreaking.
very end, but they kind of fumbled it there at the end. But hey, Quick Esports in Quick Esports fashion, always go in game 5. This time they end up getting the dub. But man, this team, never easy it seems with Quick Esports. Always going to go down to the wire, regardless of the opponent, right? Whether we're one of the best in the region or the absolute worst.
Well, I mean, for Frosttails, honestly, I do think they played pretty well today. They made this a tough competition, but in the end, I think Quick Esports, they had the adaptability. Their map picks ended up being solid for them, like, you know, and they even played Frosttails very close on the opponent map picks.
Yeah, it really came down to some.
Yeah.
It came down to some just crucial mistake. It could have been theirs, right? Like if Gogo wouldn't have entered himself in there, etc. It was like those little things.
I saw
like
that.
was painful.
Bro, I've been there, man.
But they want to play fast. Sometimes they'll do fast. So.
True. Well, but they managed to push them all the way to map 5. Then again, maybe that's just Quick Esports thing. Maybe they just are that map 5 kind of team. Either way, I think on both sides there were a lot of standout performances from individuals. Like even though Frosttails lost this one, Kyo really impressed. Not just on that last map, being just such a clutch player. I love when we see him like kind of free ranging on Cassidy, right? Like when he's going uncontested, when he's surviving, like he's putting in so much work for the team. I think overall there's a lot of great stuff to build on if you're Frosttails.
One of the more interesting things, Jake, as well, I didn't think Kyo's Freya was like so bad that they need to play Cassidy on like maps. Like
maybe
I think
Cassidy's just not so bad, right? Like think about Oasis being a map where, you know, getting into that closer range, brawling a little bit more aggressively, some of those fan the hammers on the tank and you know, start to give you that little bit of a lead in terms of the damage dealing. But I agree, like I don't think it was good. They didn't seem scared to go to the Freya. It was just they had some other ideas that they could bring to bear in the series, which is a good sign for Frosttails. Like you said, something they could build on, something they could maybe find more opportunities to work those in. And like you said too, Zoe, like, you know, I think some of those mistakes in the final map are going to be coming back to bite them. But to have played it this close is something that you can say like, all right, you know what, we can compete at this level. We can actually challenge some of these teams. And if we're able to iron out some of those details and respond a little bit better, then hey, maybe this is a win in another universe, you know?
Yeah.
I'd also be very interested to see how familiar those two teams are with one another, like how much scrim time have they had against each other, and if that has affected the result here as well for Frosttails to be able to actually push them all the way to map 5.
You imagine these teams have some history with each other, right? Both coming out of relegation, obviously kind of you know, playing against each other there, and then kind of coming up, and it could be difficult to find scrims against some teams. But I think for Frosttails, it's kind of the players that we highlighted a little bit earlier that I thought were great. I thought Majin definitely had the advantage in some of the tank battles against Willies, who's been really good here throughout the stage thus far. And then Kyo playing all the different kind of hit scams, I thought was quite good.
Yeah, also, of course, a big difference makers are just your in-game settings, such as crosshairs, right?
Dude, I couldn't take this. When we went to somebody's POV on Oasis, I was like, no, bro, we are
These
joking.
are just... look, if we could award a map off of vibes, Frosttails would have won.
True. The
They
crosshair vibes, elite.
Yeah, I mean,
Was
you
this
see
a
some
difference
crazy
maker?
ones
We
here.
have to have a serious
Yoham,
conversation.
I like the one with
Was this the difference maker?
I like the one with the little heart in the middle, where you literally just didn't see anything.
I liked the one that was like 85% to the center of the screen. That one was...
If your
Beautiful.
crosshair's big enough, you can't miss. So, did you ever think about that?
Right, but if your crosshair is big enough, you can't see.
True. True.
Like,
Don't need to see if you can't miss. Think about it.
Yeah, there's a lot to think about here. For sure. But you know what? It shows that they're having fun with it, and they're here to entertain us. So we are all about that. Thank you so much for all the laughs, as we unfortunately do have to put down another L for Frosttails. But Quick Esports, they are continuing their winning ways. Now looking further into the rest of the stage, they're in a really good spot to finish in that mid or even top echelon. So we'll see how far they can take it. For now, we have Dip joining us for a quick chat from Quick Esports. Let's go. Dip is with us. You can hear us, it seems.
Yeah, hello. Thank you for having me.
All right, before I dig into anything, the Frosttails shirt you're wearing right now. What's with that?
I mean, let's get some banter in. I mean, this team is my friends, so they're all my friends, so had to put that one for the interview.
Okay, I love that. I absolutely love that. Let's talk about how familiar you are with them. Obviously, both coming from promotion and relegation. They managed to push you to map 5. I don't know if you guys just love going to map 5. That seemingly seems to be your thing. Maybe you get paid by the hour. I'm not sure what the deal is there. But are you guys scrimming a lot against Frosttails? Are you just very familiar with each other?
We weren't very scrimming them recently, but we know them very well. Actually, I saw 3 of their players, maybe even 4 today at LAN. So I know them really well. We all know them really well, and we kind of knew what they were playing. So yeah, we're pretty familiar with them.
I guess I'm wondering, were you caught off guard by their performance? Like, they've been having a really rough start to the season where you guys have been upsetting some of the teams that people maybe didn't think you were going to be able to beat. So, I mean, coming into this thought you guys would be maybe the heavier favorite. So going to map 5, a solid performance from Frosttails, but was that what you guys expected? Did you think it was going to be that close?
Not necessarily, obviously, but I think Quick Esports are just addicted to map 5. Like, I think at this point, we gotta say it wouldn't be a Quick Esports series if this wasn't going to map 5, so just gotta care that.
I mean, we talk about you guys going to map 5s constantly, but like, what do you feel like needs to change for you guys to like get rid of some of these teams a little bit faster, right? Sometimes you guys look like you're clearly the upper hand in a lot of these series, but they just kind of linger on. What do you feel like you got to do to take care of some of these teams quicker?
I mean, I would say some consistency, because we're winning some maps pretty easily, actually. But yeah, definitely consistency, actually. Because if we manage to do that on all maps we play, then we can get some maybe 3-1, maybe even 3-0s going. So that'd be ideal for our team, so we can play the map score as well. Because we're obviously not aiming for relegation, but to stay in top 6 and make playoffs.
Right, well, we are on a great, excuse me, trajectory. And speaking of consistency, you are consistently at the very top of the scoreboard with your performance. And today is no difference. Player of the match honors are going to you. So congratulations to you. And of course, a big congrats to the entire team. And best of luck in your next match. Bye.
Thank you so much. Bye.
I was pretty impressed by Dip this series, actually. Like, the flexibility,
yeah.
I thought the May looked really solid, especially in anytime the Juno Brig comes out. That freeze perk, really powerful, even in the Ramatra matchups. You know, the May was great, the Tracer was amazing, the Genji as well. Doing everything he needs to do in this meta.
We can't keep going to game 5 though. We gotta get some easy wins here.
I swear,
We gotta lock in.
They gotta be paid by the hour.
They gotta live up to the name. They gotta live up to the name eventually. They're grinding. Someday.
I kind of love that it's the opposite of it. Quick Esports
Quick
always
Esports,
go to fun.
Quick Esports is always the longest games.
Funny. I low-key love that. Let's take a look at the standings to see where Quick Esports are finding themselves now after this series has wrapped up. Number 3. And again, there is a possibility of them kind of staying there. If you're looking at the rest of their schedule, if they manage to like squeak in another a victory or 2, they're looking good.
They do kind of fumble a little bit here though by not running it up in terms of map differential. Like Frosttails obviously played much better today than what we've seen from them in the past, and I think the Frosttails of today probably beat some of the teams that they already played. Unfortunately, they can't play them again, but you're gonna need that higher map differential, right, Jake? And I don't know where they find these maps now.
Yeah, especially with losing to VP 3-2, like the fact that they have the head-to-head against them, they really do need that map score. And you know, the fact that Frosttails makes it more competitive is props to them. Quick Esports gonna be kicking themselves for not making it a little bit quicker. And I do think the standings are a little deceptive, because Twisted Minds playing next. If they're able to get this win, they're gonna be rocketing up to 2nd place, and they may be staying there for quite a while.
I mean, for them, obviously, the highest priority has got to be also to just not find themselves in promotion and relegation again. And that they have more than achieved. Finding themselves at the upper end of the middle of the pack is phenomenal performance, given the caliber of
It shouldn't be the goal, though. The goal shouldn't be to be, hey, we want to be one of the teams that doesn't get kicked out. I mean, come on now. I mean, they got to be better than that.
Yes, but we got to be realistic. We have a lot of really, really, really good teams. So
close as it is for Quick, I mean, they get the dubs. Like they have been going to a lot of game 5s, which is a little bit scary, but you know what? Like the wins matter most of all. And so you can just, as long as you get like a couple more wins here, you're going to be in a great spot for playoffs, which is what they want.
Yeah, and if anything, at least they're going to mess up the scores for some of those other teams that I hope to have a bit of a cleaner showing, looking at our top teams here. Now, we have 2 of those actually going at it after a quick break. You don't want to miss that. Ultimates going up against Twisted Minds, one team coming out on top. That's how competition works, and we'll find out after a quick break who's that going to be. Hello and welcome back, everyone. Jake, Matt, and myself are about to set the stage for our last EMEA match of the week. This ought to be a good one. Twisted Minds versus the Ultimates. Perhaps a compositional clash? We'll see. One of the teams might be able to force their tempo, force their style onto the other one. And one of them will come out on top, as we already established heading into the break, because we're smart that way. Now let's talk about the 2 rosters, right? Starting with the Ultimates. They did lose a 5-mapper just last week against Quick Esports. We do know, of course, that they do like to play dive. They're that one EMEA team. There's got to be one. Does that make them easy to target in the ban kind of way, or in the map selection?
Yeah, we know what they want to do. The other teams know what they want to do. And I think it's going to be a little bit of an adjustment, like learning process for this team, right? You're trying to play a different style of play than what we've seen them try and go to in the past here for the Ultimate. So to see if they're able to kind of, come out on top playing this different type of style, right? Heesung playing a lot. Obviously, as the new main tank, and then Twilight as well. But that they want to play, a lot of the potential Ana, a lot of Winston type of setups, and then they're kind of like working on everything else. A little bit of an inversion of what we usually see from EMEA, right? It's usually built around, hey, we can play, rush style of comps, and then we'll figure out, potentially how to play dive. They are basically the ultimates, and I think they're kind of right in the approach, in that they're going to have to play some aggressive style of playing dive at some point down the road if they actually want to beat good teams on the international stage, and then figure out the rush as it comes.
I mean, speaking of completely brawl-pilled EMEA teams, though, Twisted Minds, like, they are really good at the style. So as much as you might be right from like a theoretical perspective, the Ultimates, maybe like the top-end potential of dive is higher, the execution from Twisted Minds is consistently rock solid on the rush. They're so strong in the aggression. Funny Astro, I think, is a key difference maker on the main support role. So stable, can make a lot of plays here. This is a team that also likes a lot of sims, something we saw from OWCS. So Twisted Minds is a scary opponent to be going up against. And the Ultimates, I mean, I feel like this roster like has some high expectations on it. There's probably going to be a lot of pressure for them going forward.
Yeah, I just saw a Psycho in the mix there. I don't think we've seen Psycho playing last week or even the week before. So yeah, that's a little switch up here for Twisted Minds.
Yeah, no, that's a good call. They've been playing a lot of UB in these series. I think one thing to look at, so is like how these teams are going to attack like the ban process. If you get rid of a Ramatra, there's other tanks in the pool that can kind of fit that. If you get rid of like Winston or Ana, you're not exactly have like a one-to-one replacement. So I think the Ultimates will have to get creative.
Yeah, we'll see what they have in store for us. Also, of course, this is KSA playing with his former team against his former team. Just to set the stage for some storylines here. Little drama here, perhaps. I don't know.
Formerly former team.
Former team.
Twisted Minds have to be considered the favorite, with like them being the only team that's played OWCS close this stage, with the Ultimates being a bit lackluster. But
they've also only played 2 games, and quite frankly, the last one they played, they were just speed running through Team Peps. So there's not much to take away from that. Perhaps also just not as much tape. But yeah, let's see what they have in store for us. The Ultimates going up against Twisted Minds. Last match for EMEA this week. Jake and Matt, please take it away.
I mean, this roster on the Ultimates, though, man, like in any other world of Overwatch, you show me this roster and I'm saying like, oh, are we talking like international competition finals or what, and then now a bit of a struggle off the rip here in EMEA. I mean, in fairness, they had a relatively tough start to the stage, but playing Katsuya, but Quick Esports beating them is rough for the Ultimates.
You do have like communication issues, right, for the Ultimates, and then I also think, like we talked about, could be easy to kind of get rid of them in terms of the ban phase, right? So you see here for the Ultimates, you get rid of that Zenyatta at the start. That's probably more to protect on a Brig, right? But then that opens up the door on the other side of things. Like, okay, we're just gonna get rid of the Winston, right? So you protect your on a Brig, but now you kind of lose that tank that you may want to play with it. So I think these are the things that the Ultimates is up against in a lot of their matchups.
The Ultimates still gonna go with the dive setup, the dive shell, with that Ana Brig, it seems. I mean, this is an amazing Ana Brig map. So Twisted Minds, if they're gonna make the rush here work here, they can probably make it work anywhere. But Lucio Juno kind of tough on this map, right? With the verticality involved, like you can get to that high ground, but when you're chasing down an Ana Brig, that's a scary proposition to just be running into these characters.
What would you think if Twisted Minds just ran like the Lucio with the Kiri instead?
Okay, so they are doing that. They're just gonna hit the speed ring, the rollout.
This is better, I think, for Twisted Minds, right? Playing this type of backline instead of like a Lucio Juno in this type of situation.
I mean, this is definitely both teams playing to their strengths, and so what we mentioned this compositional clash. We're getting exactly that. Already TVNT though taking a nice angle, putting some big pressure on the backline. Eats the nade. Sky very low, in a lot of trouble. The response is there to keep them alive, but that's going to create a lot of map pressure here. The Twisted Minds seizing control of the position. Funny Astro punishes Ketzer, wasn't able to get healed during that engagement. Kai is also incredibly low. And that's a great initial dive there from TVNT. Kind of blowing the door wide open. Sky and Twilight try to back out into the low ground, but Funny Astro finishes the cap, now going to speed in. And they're going to be chasing some of these frags out.
Heesung takes so much damage at the start, right? He gets to the high ground, like you mentioned, really sick nade there from TVNT, and then they put so much damage down onto Sky, that basically Twilight, Sky, and Heesung are just up on the high ground, just healing each other up, and then Kepster and Kai are just like left on an island in the middle of the map, and Kepster gets taken out by Funny Astro. Everything kind of falls apart after that, so a good start here for TM.
And this is sort of the weakness of the Ana and the D.Va matchup, is there's always the chance that you just get kind of outplayed by D.Va and she's eating your skills. Twilight, you can see the amount of pressure he's under. He's like constantly pumping heals into the front line, and they're still barely able to get it in. Now TVNT dives in once again. Twilight, wise, hold on to the nade for now. Sky is incredibly low. There, the nade comes in, saving him at the last moment. Has to risk it. TVNT already has a self-destruct. That is absurd at this point in the game. Heesung getting bullied out. Nano maybe forced to be deployed, but TVNT's up in your back line. He's eating you alive. Such aggression here, opening up the map.
This has been dominant here from Twisted Minds at the start. You see the pressure that the ultimate is under. Like, they don't have any speed, right, Jake? So, like, they get to the high ground, and they're just kind of like sitting ducks. You know exactly how they're going to go, and it'll be a ball swap.
I actually
here
like the ball swap a lot
for the ultimate. So, yeah, this makes a bit more sense, right, in terms of what they're trying to do.
Oh, and the pulse run from Psycho, though, this could be devastating. They don't see him. He's going to have the free opportunity. Now Brig scouts out it, knows that it's coming. The assistance comes in, and here it comes. Oh, pulse bomb goes a little bit wide from Psycho. Sky does find one with the bash. He's pressuring that point as well with the rally. And now Twisted Minds, for once, the aggression fails. The ball proving to be a little bit too difficult to control with that Lucio Kyrie, and I think this is actually a really solid swap for Heesung. It's allowing the ultimates to seize some of the tempo back, right? We talked about Kevster not really getting the resources. Well, now with the Wrecking Ball in play, it's going to be a lot more on Twisted Minds to maybe deal with some of the aggression. It's going to be a lot harder for TVNT to strike first as consistently as he had so far.
Yeah, it's why Twisted Mind's taking a timeout at the moment. They're trying to figure out what's going on.
Pause.
I think
Pause. We need to talk, guys. Talk to the coach.
I think something probably happened. Not a timeout, but like, do you think they need to make any changes though in terms of comps? Twisted Minds kind of deal with this ball. Like, do you have to bring in like a Brig into the mix, right? Are you thinking about something?
I've been
like
watching
that?
NA. I am Wrecking Ball pilled on this map in particular. I think ball is the meta, and I'm actually really curious to see if this more EMEA style with the Lucio Carry D.Va can handle the Wrecking Ball, and you know, Heesung can pilot it well. So with Kevster diving in your backline, with Kai up in the sky pumping damage, I mean, it's scary now. So now TVNT is going to be on a lot more time pressure because striking first, like, good luck with that, and peeling the backline as well. You know, you're not going to really stop the ball, right? You're only going to slow him down, annoy him for a moment, but it feels like in this Freya meta, it's all about taking the aggression first.
Yeah, and it feels like obviously Ball has always excelled with that, right? So like, it's going to be very difficult. I feel like D.Va for EMEA has been like the tank, right? Who's been able to kind of rise above all the rest. We've seen Hazard in like previous weeks, but it's really been a lot of D.Va across the board, where the D.Va into the Ball is an interesting matchup, right? You know, typically D.Va can like brawl out with a lot of different tanks, and obviously has pretty good mobility. But the Ball, like you mentioned, has just 6 survivability, can stay in the back line for a very long time, the displacement, and yeah, it doesn't really feel like you're ever going to fully stop the Ball with like Defense Matrix. You're just going to deter him for a brief period of time, right? It's not negating everything he would do.
Yeah, and he's still going to be rolling through you. And honestly, the worry here is especially Quartz, right? Because Funny Astro has been able to get in on some of these aggressive plays with a D.Va. Assist, so same for the Kiriko, right? They're able to double down when TVNT creates an opening. But now I think they're going to be a little bit more split. They're going to, maybe Lucio's going to have to mark that ball a little bit more. Maybe Kyrie's going to have to heal, the Freya in the backline a little bit more. And, as much as TVNT has kind of crushed this first part of the round, I think the Wrecking Ball is really strong here, and I'm curious to see how Twisted Minds navigate it. That being said, they have such an advantage already in the round. It really only is going to take one solid fight to get it over the line, but TU Cap with some ultimates, I mean, they've got some room to work with.
Yeah, they definitely have a path here, like, pretty quickly to tie the game up, or end up taking the lead here in terms of percentage once we jump back into it. I mean, TM gets off to a pretty good start though, right? 86%. Looks like we just had a little bit of a lag out here from
DC
Psycho
from Psycho
on TM, so he gets right back into the action.
But the ultimates have some powerful initiation ultimates here, right? And Twisted Minds see the walk up. Freya immediately slammed, immediately harassed, and this is just a little preview. Heesung proving to be very annoying here on this Wrecking Ball. Takes a big poke though from the Freya, bullied out, and now this is that window. Whoa, hold on! Funny Astros chasing it down.
Okay.
Where's the support? Where the boys at?
Yeah, I mean, where are Twilight in Sky?
Where's anybody else on the ultimates? Like, he's probably been alone. Nade comes in.
Were they aware it was being unpaused? Like,
yeah, interesting scenario. Nano on the Sky, but he's moved up the map. TVNT steals that kill away from Funny Astro. He's gonna be a little salty about that one. And that could just be the round. I mean, seriously, I did not see another TU player on the screen after Heesung died.
I mean, like, I think TVNT was over by the point, but I mean, he's gonna get booped here. So, like, TVNT eats the pulse bomb. I mean, this is like, it's really just one fight there with the ball that looks good for the Ultimates. After we come out of that pause and Psycho gets back in the action, it is all TM.
Yeah, they just crushed them. I guess that the damage from Freya really started to bite on the ball incredibly quickly. Interesting to see. I mean, Twisted Minds just piloting the comp with so much more confidence. And he's saying, I mean, the ball, it was a little sloppy with the ball. I'm gonna keep it real with you. I'm gonna keep it real. Some of those rolls are a little uncertain, so maybe he needs a little more time to find his footing. It is a good ball map, that one, but it's a tricky one. It's one that you kind of need to be an expert. You need to know exactly all your little grapple spots to not, you know, bump
He
your
doesn't
rolls.
have that much time though, Jake, because they're going to be running this ball again, and the door is going to open up in 2 seconds. So there is not much time.
Quick, let's pause. I'm going to open up another client, play a rank game on ball. I'll be back. Don't worry, just stall for me, guys. Stall for me.
Yeah, somebody DC real quick. He's going to go with the ball towards that back line, right? So see if he can get an angle here on, I know, one of the players, potentially Quartz, but look at this. I mean, he's already gonna like hightail on it, right? He knows that this aggression's coming in from TM. Huge nade there, actually, from Twilight. I don't know if you saw that, connected with 3, but it's cleansed off right away from Simple.
Twilight and Sky are low. They're under a lot of pressure from Twisted Minds, who's keeping them bullied so far back off the point. This Honor Break really can't get into the engagement. He's doing what he can, but the point started to tick away from them. Nade comes down, but instantly cleansed once again. Simple has just been so quick on the trigger here with the cleanses, just dealing with everything that Twilight has to throw at them.
Dude.
And now it's just DPS and the tank on point. Twisted Minds with all the sustain they need to win this one out.
You're wondering where everybody is. I think we see exactly what's going on there as TVNT gets demeched here. So the opportunity for the Ultimates to come back in and win. But you see the pressure they're putting onto Twilight and Sky. Even with that on a break, it does not matter, right? It's like the Lucio, the Kiri, and the Diva right up in their face, and there's nothing they can do about it.
All right, Quartz is feasting on Heesung every time he goes in. Every time we're on Heesung's POV, he's just eating explosive shot after explosive shot. Kind of want to see how Quartz is faring in these fights, because Twilight and Sky have just been forced into a constantly passive position. They're trying to push up through these flanks, but the Twisted Minds core is too strong. TVNT close to that remech is gonna be able to grab it just before this fight gets going. Nade, speculative, thrown deep, no connection on that one. Now Kai over the top trying to get some damage, but that Kitsune rush is quite dominant here. Psycho has slept, but they're not even able to finish the sleeping Tracer. That's a painful one. Heesung gets 1 kill onto Quartz, but the rest of the squad's still here to hold the point. Psycho pushing him with confidence here onto the ball, who needs to roll his way out of this one, but doesn't even have the fireball. He's in real trouble. Funny Astro marks the exit, and Heesung just barely escapes with his life.
I mean, I also say, Jake, we haven't really called out Kai or Kevster at all during this game this far, right? Like, haven't had any like big pulse bombs, any coming up with any big kills, opening things up, right? No bola shots. It's been like a bit of a muted map from them going up against Quartz and Psycho, and then with the pressure that TVNT and Funny Astro putting down onto the back line, I mean, it is a recipe for disaster here for the Ultimates.
Yeah, TVNT has looked amazing here on the Diva. Now there's a minefield on point though, potentially threatening the cap. TVNT, just barely dashes away from the bombs, just underfoot. Quartz though, confident, styling on him. Nano force in the Sky, full defense, but then the damage shot comes out. It's almost like a one hit onto Psycho. Insane damage. TVNT though eats the pulse bomb. Heesung and Kai though find picks of their own. TVNT trades one back onto Kai, but should be just an unwinnable scenario here for Twisted Minds. TVNT happy to make it to the point to die and not be stalled out here. But we're still looking at a one retake. Exactly. It's sort of shades of the first round. You get the retake over the line with like a nano brig and a nice pick onto the Tracer. But now you have to hold on to it. You have to continue to escalate this advantage. And I mean, Quartz is just doing whatever he wants right now.
You also did see, your eyes did not deceive you. You did see that Sky actually with that perk with the whip shot into the wall, and the benefits of the nano basically one shot Psycho on the Tracer. So the benefits of that brig having the nano boost as well there goes pretty hard as Bio comes through. Not going to waste the Suzu to cleanse this off. You're in a pretty good spot. No real threats at the moment.
Quartz, confident enough to take this fight aggressively. Trying not to be too distracted by these backline flankers. Look at him just dancing away, so artful there. TVNT back to the rally. He's going to try and back off to the Kitsune Rush, try to get healed up and save the self-destruct. They already get the flip in the Chaos. Kevster, Simple, both finding kills as a 4v4, but Sky, without the second support, surrounded, harassed, cleaned up. Funny Astro getting so much value here in the scrappy engagement. The Matrix just barely enough, no, not quite, keeping Simple alive. Kevster forced away the bolt, gets the recall out of Psycho. He's in great position to stall this round, has a Ivo, but they need one more touch. Okay, just barely there for Kai, but the damage is impressive there from Quartz. They somehow burst through Heesung's entire health pool. Kind of an insane clutch now. Kevster, he needs to find a pulse bomb. You talked about him earlier, called him out. This is his moment. He's been a hero so many times before in the Overwatch team, but instantly crushed down. Psycho hits him from the side. Not expecting that one.
Dude, that is a bad start for the Ultimates. Twisted Minds, I think, proving we know that this team can play like Rush Brawly style of comps. They play that Diva with a lot of aggression to the Ultimates backline, and that's the Ultimates backline that this team wants to play, right? With that on a break. Sure, you don't have the Winston in the mix, but it still should work with some type of shell around it. It does not look good off the start. So, and then that for the Ultimates, right? You use the Zen ban there, obviously, to get that on a break in the game. But like, can you live with like the Diva making it through, right? Like, I think you're going to be looking like, do you have to get rid of Diva and then maybe it's like an Ana ban in response? Like, I think that's probably the thing with the Ultimates here, Jake. That's like the hardest, is in terms of trying to get like their preferred or ideal comp in is going to be very difficult on almost every map.
Yeah, I mean, just the synergy between TVNT, Funny Astro, and Simple, that core looks really solid, and playing with their mobility to the maximum. Like, they're not, I mean, it's a difficult strat to play because you really need to be in sync with each other, as all of those characters can really be super mobile as they move around the map. But they're using that mobility, they're just stifling the backline from the Ultimates. The Ana Brig looked incredibly impotent in the face of the Lucio Carry Diva.
Yeah, you see there, right? It's like a 6,000 damage difference in favor of TM, and then they're only down in terms of like 1k healing, right? So that's a lot of damage coming through that is not being returned and answered or healed up there from Twisted Minds here against the Ultimates. I guess if you're the Ultimates, where do you go here, right? Like, what do you think your path is? Like, do you play like a Dorado or a Gibraltar where like you wanna, I mean, I guess like you play Gibraltar and get rid of Diva, right?
I mean, do you even want to ban the Diva on Gibraltar? Because I think Winston is decisively better on that map. Maybe that's changed, but historically Winston has kind of always been the much stronger choice. Or
you play Gibraltar and you use another support ban to protect the Ana Brig. I guess that would be the other.
You ban the Lucio or something like that, yeah, because the Ana ban probably would come down on you there.
Yeah, and they've already banned the Winston for Twisted Minds, so that could be one of the options there.
It's scary because there's so many good maps for Twisted Minds in this pool. There's so many strong rush maps, and it's really just like Escort where you're really feeling like the Winston dive. I mean, Ilios was the dive map, and it really fell apart for you. That was like where you kind of needed to start off strong as the Ultimates.
Last week we saw the Ultimates end up picking Hollywood, and they ended up getting full held. Like, it's pretty ugly. They tried to play like a lot of like Sombra last week. They were playing like, Sombra Freya and things like that, and it just was not working out for them. But we do have a sub, so it'll be a Suravasa pick here for the Ultimates. And then Twisted Minds will bring in KSA for TVNT. So a change up in terms of the tank here for Twisted Minds. Curious what that ends up kind of bringing us is maybe you're looking at like they're gonna try and play like some like Ramatra or something along those lines, right? With like KSA coming into the mix, because TVNT is pretty sick on the Diva.
We've seen KSA play the Zarya before here, if I'm not mistaken. I mean, that would be unconventional, but I wouldn't doubt Twisted Minds because I just feel like they're playing with confidence. Like, for me, it's less about the strategy. It's more just the execution. They are immediately moving onto the map. They are making the play that they're looking for. And sometimes it goes against them, but for the most part, that's a huge gap in like synergy coordination from what we're seeing from the Ultimates, where like Heesung's going in and we don't see another player on his screen for like 10 seconds. That's crazy. That's like legitimately wild that there's no one else on the play at the same time. I mean, you alluded to communication issues, and I'm kind of seeing symptoms of that in what we saw in that opening map.
I like this ban from the Ultimates because you know that they've already banned the Winston, and then you want to protect on a Brig in some kind of capacity. So you get rid of Lucio, which also hurts Twisted Minds, right? With Funny Astro, would love to play the Lucio all the time. He probably like falls back to like a Brig, and then it'll be an Eraser ban here for Twisted Minds. So they go yet again to the tank pool. We have seen Heesung go to the Eraser on this map at times, so potentially this is one where you're like, are you trying to bait them into maybe playing the Winston and feel like you're able to just kind of deal with it, whether it's playing some type of like rush brawly type of style and then eliminating the other option here for the Ultimates?
I mean, well, we do have KSA in, but KSA can pilot the D.Va also very proficiently. So there's never, I don't think it's necessarily a bad thing if you want to, bring that D.Va out once more. Although maybe without the Lucio Curie, you're right, it could get a little bit more awkward in connecting to those backlines. However, I do think Onabrig can definitely work on this map, but it's still Flashpoint, right? It's still a very dynamic map type, and Onabrig is one of the least dynamic of the support duos, right? Is really needs to be playing that positional game super clean. The coordination needs to be on point. And that's a scary prospect right now from what we're seeing from the Ultimates. Like, the coordination has been the issue for what I've seen.
But like, what could you see this backline playing, right? Like, if it's not on a break, like where does this backline go?
I honestly think that's one of the weaknesses of the Ultimates is I think they're just too dependent on the Ana overall as a team. Like, they're too consistent, like sticking with it. And while I think Ana is great, I'm just not sure it's going to work as well against a team like Twisted Minds that loves to punish those less mobile heroes. Well, we'll have to see, of course, what the picks end up being once we jump into Suravasa. For now, we're going to show you guys a quick little Street Fighter promo for some of the new skins dropping in Overwatch.
No, you couldn't handle this. Everyone who battled me, they probably like you.
Welcome back to OWCS EMEA. It's the Ultimates taking on Twisted Minds. Twisted Minds up 1-0 in the series after a blistering Ilios. They kind of just ran the table on Twisted Minds, mopped them up. TVNT on the D.Va was sensational. And he's going to kind of get left out on a limb time and time again, so the Ultimates need to really tighten up here on Suravasa. They do have the Winston to bring to bear, but they're going to be going up against the KSA Mauga. Uh-oh, Twisted Minds seem to be ready for this one.
And I think this will be a real test for the Ultimates, right? Like, you know, you're not going to end up... I mean, well, Sky, I guess, could put the speed ring out and then maybe go back to that Brig, right? But I think on Flashpoint, you probably need the speed. KSA will actually play the Ramatra, so that'll be the tank of choice here for TM. So playing that Ramatra into the Winston. This dive's going to have to be clean from the Ultimates.
Kiri's on both sides, but the Winston, no obvious counter here on the first point. He's taking a wide wrapper on the lower. Kai is incredibly low, just got soloed by Psycho. He's though into the backline with the help of the Kevster, starting to clean up some of these backliners. Simple still healthy. He's does he have the HP to dance away? Ramatra still just an absolute bully on the field here. He's so low in the vortex. Okay, is going to slip away for the moment, but seems like the tempo going Twisted Mind's way. Kevster desperately trying to hold on to the cap. Twilight with a nade, out of resources, nothing left to hold, and he's still low, no armor. Gonna get cleaned up, and Twisted Minds, that initial opening kill by Psycho onto Kai was really crucial, that there wasn't some of that extra follow-up damage to pressure down KSA.
You also lose your backline like pretty much straight away for TM. I believe actually Simple ends up kind of like you know, dodging a bit of it and ends up staying alive, but it just feels like an overall win in terms of trades there for TM. And I mean, look at this. I mean, he's trying to get in position, but Psycho there to just meet him, just kind of like pick and chip at his armor. Twilight getting pretty low here as well, where no, this would be to play this type of comp and then to lose for the Ultimates would be pretty brutal, right? This is kind of like what this team is built to play as another trade comes in.
And Sky Teep into that, tried to clutch on a Kevster, but the shot was too quick from Quartz, and he's able to profit with both kills. 3-on-3. Winston still standing strong with help of the Ana, so the Ultimates threatening the cap pretty aggressively right now. He's doesn't want to force his commit. Knows Freya could juke her way out, but hold on, a couple of those dashes I think go into the wall for Quartz. Now he's forced to try to slip away and can't quite get the job done, so he's happy to clean that one up. And Kevster, in the end, finding that opening pick onto Funny Astro was probably worth his life, right? Like, once that
nobody
Juno
able
falls,
to get on and contest, right? There for Twisted Mind, so you end up giving up the point. The D.Va swap here for KSA. So you mentioned, like, hey, it's not like, you know, KSA can't play the D.Va, right? We've seen obviously KSA play a very strong D.Va, so the D.Va's gonna give a little bit more option to like peel, right? Like if Heesung goes into the backline, it's not like the Ramatra where you're gonna basically have to give them up. You're gonna be able to help these players out now.
Here's Heesung diving into the backline, close to that Primal Rage. Psycho trying to trade it, takes a shot though, and immediately forced back off the play. Heesung low, 96, doesn't quite get the Primal in time. Slightly overplaying his hand there. Sky is also incredibly low on the other side of the field. Quartz dropping the bolus shot, chasing in. That's going to be enough to shut down Twilight. And a quick flip comes in on Twisted Minds. Heesung just couldn't quite get that last little tick of damage to get his Primal Rage online. You do have a retake here, but Ana is so slow on the walk back. This is going to be really awkward when you're basically going to be fighting without the Ana. We're going to need to see an extended stall. Kevster coming in for the OT touch. Doesn't quite get it. Oh, that's painful. Needed the triple blink, but it wasn't there.
Winston jumps in too. Yeah, this is a rough start yet again here for the Ultimates, but you do end up holding on to everything going into the next fight, right? So you have an opportunity to get that nano onto that Winston, right? Set yourself up to potentially take this flashpoint off the rip. So not all hope is lost here at the start.
I'm starting to lose hope, man. I'm not gonna lie. The Twisted Minds is just like so aggressive, so confident. Here's Sky with the rush. Heesung opens up on a Funny Astro again, who's actually been really struggling here on the Juno, the Lucio band, starting to bite. KSA forced out of the mech. And it's a nice clean fight from the Ultimates. Only pulse bomb and rush, so okay, that puts a little bit of hope being back in me here. I starting to believe a little bit again.
Yeah, I mean, it's a really cheap fight when all things considered, right? So you're able to win that with just the rush, pulse bomb. Really, it's just the rush that opens things up. TM, you end up losing Funny Astro Burst. It is clear that he is the target, right? They get rid of the Lucio. It's like 3 fights in a row. They're just kind of full committing on him, and that is Sky playing around the corner. Just gets deleted there by Psycho. So you're gonna lose that Kiri before anything could even happen.
Nano into Kai, but he's still dropping low, still in trouble. Hisung disrupting the play, keeping this winnable for the Ultimates, but he needs to find a little bit more, and he's getting absolutely melted by this D.Va right in his back. KSA smells blood in the water, is going to swarm forward. Sleep goes wide, no connection. Winston's getting a ton of heals here from the On the Brig, but KSA's still there, and the rest of the team now showing up to help clean up some of these kills. It's just On now trying to heal through, but too much damage. Once again, the openers from Psycho. So aggressive, so decisive, and this is all time where Twisted Minds are just ticking up more and more capture.
We've talked, Jake, about the Brig being a really, a nice counter to the D.Va. Like, not a full counter, right? But bringing in
But
the
a good
Brig.
response, yeah.
Yeah, a good response. But how does that play here on Flashpoint, right? Obviously, you just lose. It feels like any of your speed, any of your engage options. It just feels like you're gonna be pretty costly, even just moving through chokes here with this lineup.
Nice moves by Funny Astro to stay alive. Now he's dancing off the edge of the map. Hisung doesn't really have the HP to continue to chase that one. Ultimate's not online. It's really just Kepster coming up on the pulse bomb. Twisted Minds looking to get aggressive as they do time and time again. Hisung jumps up in the air, but still just hunted down by KSA. Relentless.
They just push right in. They don't care.
On the deal, just so much confidence. I mean, Ultimate's play so close, but they don't really have the ultis to actually back up that positioning, and Twisted Minds call the bluff. 2-0 on Flashpoint, and I mean, there's been some good fights here and there for the Ultimates, but by and large, it feels like the D.Va, the Tracer, they're just getting whatever they want on the field.
And it also feels like you're forced to potentially play this Brig to combo with the Ana, right? Like playing the Ana with like a Kiri or something like it. It's a pretty easy target to be able to be dove, and
Psycho
Hisung isn't finding the back line.
Quartz?
You're gonna lose 2 players, Quartz.
Okay, big damage coming in from KSA, followed up from explosive shots from Quartz. And I mean, Psycho and Simple are just hitting them from the flank, KSA on the front. This is a Twisted Minds team that is just hunting down kills, where the Ultimates feel so defensive. They're backed into these corners. They're just desperately trying to get a rotation off, and Twisted Minds is just full surrounding them.
It doesn't feel like the Ultimates even have an opportunity to like kind of get the style of play or positions or anything they would like to do, because they're just so slow to even get into them, right? Without any type of like speed. I mean, look at this. Hisung goes around trying to get some type of position here from Kevster, and it's a Kitsune rush directly into the back line, right? You have to use the Nano there onto Kai to keep him alive, and then now everybody from TM, they just double back to the point. They didn't really have to use anything here to be able to kind of force this.
Hisung taking a lot of these explosive shots, starting to get a little bit low, and just DPS down. Overstaying is welcome on the point. The orbital raid from Funny Astro overwhelms. Rally from Sky, but it's fully defensive, just trying to get out, just trying to escape and reset, and it's not even going to be enough for that. Twisted Minds blistering pace here on the third and potentially final Flashpoint, and TM never even give up the point through the chaos. They push forward, they send the supports packing, then they come back and they deal with the Winston. Then they're on to this Frankenstein of a comp. Sky onto the Moira. Uh-oh, that's not looking hot for me. Kai, Kevster, story DPS players need to find some kind of an opening, need to create some kind of an opportunity for the solo kill. See if Sky can get something done on the Moira. Simple though, wins the 1v1 against Twilight, and now is running rampant in the back line. No one to touch, and it's over, Matt. Like, this is anti-climax. Twisted Minds deleted them off the server. They're ready to move on. Like, this game is done, man. Like, Matt, like, give me some hopium, bro. Like, I got no hopium. I am out of hopium gas. Zero, nada. The Ultimates are getting munched. That's their map pick, man. Oh my god.
They get another one. Look, I like the...
Go to Gibraltar. Let me see some Ana Winston Gibraltar, all right?
Dude, okay, yeah, you should go to Gibraltar. They can't ban Winston.
You ban a support, so you protect
you ban another support.
Whatever,
you protect
just
the Ana Brig. If you lose there, I mean,
wrap it up.
Tough.
Just wrap it up.
Yeah, it's tough. But because I liked, getting rid of the Lucio here for the Ultimates, right? It clearly bothered Funny Astro to a point, right? Like Funny Astro,
Juno wasn't as solid, right? Got picked off, yeah.
Yeah, targeted a bunch on the Juno, but it's still, you're not like really, I mean, close. Like I guess at moments this game is close. That is where Hisung actually is relying on that health pack being there to be able to stay alive and then get primal, and the health pack's actually already taken. So I mean, tough.
Divas and Tracers in this game, whether it's been KSA and TVNT and then Psycho, it's been so good for TM. Like, this look with Psycho in is so solid for them. His Tracer is so elite. he's given them the business. I mean, think about how many times he like shut down Sky on the flank on the Kiriko. Like finding an open pick on the Kiriko is sort of crazy, right? When that character has full cooldown, she really should not be dying first.
32 to 14. I mean, that is and honestly, a lot of that happens first point when the ultimate is able to flip it back that once, and then the earliest portion of that second point, right? Remember they had like 4 or 5 ultimates going into it, and the ultimates was able to win that fight. That's pretty much it, and then like a trade here and there, right? It's not like a ton. Dorado, another very good on a brig map here, potentially. If you're the
surely you got to ban a support, right? Surely you just got to protect the Ana at this point. I mean, you can't think about winning the series.
Is there an argument to get rid of Diva?
Yeah, but then maybe but then you probably lose the Ana, right? Like, I think you lose the Ana if you ban the Diva, right?
Yeah, I think so.
So it's like, is it worth it? You deal with the Diva, but then okay, why are you banning the Diva if you don't have a nade to throw in?
Right, and then on
there's still like the hazard. There's still the hazard, especially if Ana's banned, man. Hazard could really get crazy.
And then you end up in what, like a Kiri Lucio, which is right up TM's alley. So like, yeah, you kind of have to ban a tank here. So
they do exactly that.
So they do exactly what we were talking about. So the ultimates get rid of the Diva, and then it's the Twisted Minds ban on the Ana. This feels like though it sets up. Okay, so you could play ball here, right? I guess we've seen teams in NA, like we've seen like Infected play ball here on Dorado in the past. Like, could you play ball with like a Kiri
without the Ana? I mean, maybe. I'm a little skeptical. I'm also worried because I do think Hazard could be pretty sick here for the ultimates, and they really don't have to change anything else in their style. Like, I think you can just kind of plug Hazard in, and it's a lot of the same style you've been playing with this Diva, like really aggressive, getting a tank to HP advantage and then just swarming in, pushing hard. Like, TM are playing as if they know they're gonna win every gunfight, and that is like such an oppressive feeling. I can't overstate really how painful this is. By the way, the TU win is a lie. Is Twisted Minds.
Yeah.
Twisted Minds.
It is 2-0. We're not giving them that one. We're not giving.
No, you were very close to the free star at the end of the game, but sadly we don't give those out easily. The swag has to really be on another level to get the free win.
Man, I feel like this Ultimates team obviously has lots of talent. It just seems like they are at the moment, right? There's obviously time for them to work, like pigeonholed into one style of play that historically, like playing Winston has always been pretty good. It's just at the moment it feels like Diva's extremely strong. Like there's lots of other, now Freya comes into the mix, right? Can kind of like burst down Winston at times, like explosive shots. Like Winston, like let's say like you leap in and the Sojourn slides away. You can still pull like a bubble down and chase, right? Like if you jump in and the Freya just goes up into the sky, like you're just kind of there.
Yeah, and like even some of these primals, it's so hard to juggle a Freya, and she deals so much raw damage to your health bar on Winston. It's a pretty scary prospect to like primaling. You got to be getting those kills relatively quickly. You don't really have the full duration. You have your health bar to work with. Final decisions, though, for both squads. Twisted Mind's going to continue to roll. And honestly, I feel like the Kiriko styles look like they've improved so much with Freya in the meta, where Cleanse is not just for like the Ana nades now, but it's also great for explosive bolts that would finish somebody off. It's also great for the Bola shot, saving people from that, explosive pop at the end of it.
And Simple's had a really good series as well. Like, finding some pretty crucial kills at times. As Funny Astro will play the Juno here, so they'll play Ramatra, not necessarily like a dive centric hero or who's gonna like control high ground a ton. And it looks like the ultimates potentially gonna play that ball like I was talking about. We've seen teams go to ball here. Can be difficult at times.
Lari on attack here.
Are they gonna play a Lari?
Press X to doubt. I am not a believer in the Lari attack. It seems like you have no position here. But oh, never mind. All right. Psycho got punished. wasn't able to take that duel. KSA still holding the corner very strong, but won't be able to last forever here, especially without the Tracer able to bail him out. And okay, the ultimate started to, you know, win this one out. Psycho goes down and things start to fall apart. Twisted Mind still fighting this admirably, but the ultimate's not giving up any frags, gonna put them in a position to snowball forward. And okay, the Illari holding the spawn proves to be a little bit too difficult. Maybe KSA on the Ramatra, the slower pace of this hero, not exactly the matchup I'd want. I'd love to see him go over to something a little bit faster pace, a little bit more aggressive.
Like, what would you play here?
I think like the Hazard, but
yeah.
I mean, maybe this Ramatra can like hold some of these positions forever and just kind of stall out with the support comp that they have behind them, buy time for Quartz to work and pump some of this damage. Maybe that's the thesis of it. But that's also giving Twilight a lot of space to work on the Illari and giving him a lot more value than this hero conventionally gets. Now, KSA getting aggressive, starting to connect into the backline, making it a bit awkward with them. Quartz as well, swinging over the flank. Psycho is the collapse. Some big shots coming in. Twilight up on the flank, but without his pylon, going to be relatively defenseless here. And Psycho, yeah, it seems like just a matter of time, going to chase that one down.
This is also pretty difficult, though, for the ultimates. Heesung basically has to roll back to Twilight and go to that pylon, or he's just relying on Sky being in there and TPing with him and being able to kind of stay around, where if you lose the Kiri, you lose a lot of just healing output in general, right?
I feel like
it's tough.
As you can see, when Twilight's like defing his own spawn, then the Illari looks pretty good. But trying to push forward here, I'm a lot more worried about, especially with that ultimate height being held here from Twisted Minds. Kepster, though, it's giving him a lot of work here on the low ground. Pulse Bomb, oh, just barely goes wide. That was too close for comfort there for Funny Astro. Simple, gonna pop that Kitsune Rush. And the ultimates with the mobility, they are able to escape out of that. TP enabled for Sky to come help out Kepster as he continues to fight on the flank, continues to put that pressure on. Simple. Forced back in the cleanups there with the help of Heatsign, but Quartz meanwhile profiting from that. Funny Astro close to that orbital ray, needs to get it online. Kepster wants to stop that in his tracks. Funny Astro does go down. Quartz though still finds another in the chaos, another bolt onto Kepster. Quartz is just doing the most here, hunting into the backline with the help of KSA, and despite this great performance from Kepster in the backline, it's just not enough to overwhelm Twisted Minds.
I mean, Quartz is killing the rest of the team. That's why. I mean, and then also you see KSA, like, during some of these fights, like, his HP bar is, like, barely moving down. Like, even when they only have, like, one support alive, it's just very difficult to kind of chunk down this Ramatra. And look at the pressure they already put on the Kepster. He just goes right in. They put a bunch of damage in, force him out. And that's a minefield in that back corner. Doesn't really result in anything. Captive Sun here from Twilight looking over the top, but not going to be able to connect with anybody. But look at this position, a very odd scenario to be in.
Actually, this is a pretty sick spot, but Simple somehow finds two. Dealing with the flankers himself there on the Tracer. Twilight's up on this high ground, but how much can he really do? It seems like the fight is starting to take place in the flank, and here comes respawning players coming back in, finishing him off the field. He's going to go over to the Winston now. Starting to get very awkward. Kai, though, with the bullet shot, finds Funny Astro, but this feels like a garbage fight here. Simple is going to be the last support. If he falls, things could start to crack for Twisted Minds. Got to be careful on the Kiriko.
Yeah, but Simple's going to be able to live. And then for Twisted Minds, you're only really relying on getting a fight here right at the objective as it kind of goes down. And Quartz finds Kai yet again. So now he's in a lot of trouble. He's not going to be able to make it out. Bro, they don't even have to use the orbital ray from Funny Astro. Just hold it for the next half. Bola shot comes in. Everything just going as bad as possible here for the ultimates. I think if one thing, Jake, it is proven, I think, that Twisted Minds and Alcatzy are on a different level than some of these other teams in the EMEA at the moment. I mean, them and Virtus Pro, right? You kind of put those three into the mix there. But I feel like, at least, you know, from what we've seen thus far, I'm probably, I mean, dude, VP is so hard to deny, right? Because VP has been so good at EMEA for so long. But like the starts at TM, and I think probably more Alcatzy has gotten off to, just really, really looking good here in EMEA.
Dude, Quartz is feasting on them here. He's almost doubling up on Kai in damage dealt. And he looks so solid on the Freya. I think they're super happy about this meta with the performances Quartz is putting on, finding so much damage, so many picks, and like in winning in these clutch scenarios where, yeah, he might be losing supports, Kepster's eating up the back line, but he's still getting more done. He's just doing it too quickly. And the ultimates, without their signature Ana, they have a nice opening fight, a pick from Twilight, but then once it comes time to like continue pushing deeper and deeper into Twisted Minds territory, things really start to fall apart for them. Twisted Mind's doing a bit of a meme strat here. Maybe going to TP out with like the Zen and try and go for like a quick cheeky kill. But I don't even know if they're really going to do it. It might just be all fake. Just put Quartz on the high ground. Oh, maybe they're actually going to take high ground.
Maybe you would play the Zen. You could play the Zen here, off the rip. Maybe try and see.
Oh, that's crazy, bro. You're actually crazy if you play Zen here. Absolute wild man status.
Go for it.
Hazard Tracer, Kepster Tracer. Kepster, you know what? They may be struggling, but I'm not playing Zen into Kepster Tracer on Dorado attack. I'm not doing that. I value my life.
Yeah, they got like the 4 or 5 minutes to work with. They're fine.
Hazard making a bit of space on Cart, but this is such an annoying position here from Quartz. He's such a big threat from here. The long range shots, though, kind of nice from Kai, suppressing that fire. But you can't really deal with Quartz in this position with the support behind him.
Kev needs to live here. Okay, though they do end up finding Quartz. That's huge. I mean, he's been such a nuisance. I know a thorn in their side, so to speak, for the entire time. Twilight using the Suzu there, keeping himself up. KSA under a lot of pressure here. This is also though going to allow KSA to get out, and it's going to allow some of these supports to farm up some ultimates here on TM.
I do like this Hazard for Heesung. Has a lot of aggressive potential here, but the card's starting to roll forward here. KSA proven to be just a little bit too durable on the Ramatra to evict. And now Simple is kind of taking this back flank position. Heesung going to be forced off the high ground. Big shots from Simple. Man, this guy is on a heater in this match. Serious threats here. Gotta fall back, gotta maybe get Quartz back up and into the fight. Every time this guy goes in, I'm starting to get scared for the other team, though. Simple's really had a great series so far. Kevster profits, but Simple's here to shut down. Maybe even gonna be threatening onto Kevster. He's low. Kevster's gonna have to run away from this. Yeah, needs to come in and help. I mean, KSA, but he's got the resources.
Ooh, it does not seem like he's worried at all, Simple, about taking some of these duels against DPS. He takes out Sky here at range. It's going to be the Kitsune rush as well. As this might be it, Jake. I mean, that might be good enough to win it. You're gonna have the ultimates. They might be able to get back in this, but
no shot,
if
bro.
it is, it's just one player. Yeah, no, they're all coming off a spawn now. That wave spawn coming in, so yeah, that's going to be no, it's not even going to be Kai able to get there. That is about as good of a performance as you could put forward there for Twisted Minds. They
didn't even tuck him in. They didn't even read him a bedtime story. Good night. Good night. The Ultimates, Twisted Minds, with the beatdown of all beatdowns.
It's chucked him in there. Shut the door.
Throw him in the bedroom. Slam the door.
Yeah.
Jeez.
Yeah, as a fellow parent, like the two of you, who's very familiar with bedtimes, this is...
That's how I treat my kids, you know? It's good parenting.
Yeah, this was quick esports.
This is what they should have been, right? I mean, this is as dominant as it gets. Twisted Minds absolutely rolled them, got to play their game completely uninterrupted, quite frankly. The Ultimates just continue to not seem to find their stride, not seem to have... I mean, their identity is just... They have it, but it's just not working.
No, I mean, so they have, obviously, they clearly have talent, right? They clearly have a direction in terms of where they want to go in terms of comps and team in general. I would say the issues is like, when those things are banned out, they don't really seem to have any strong backup options, right?
That's a problem, right? Like if you're right now with the BAM system and with the maps, like you'll so rarely get to play your ideal comp. That's just not going to happen that often. You will have to be able to run different variations of your comp. And every time the Ultimate is forced to like stray away even ever so slightly, they suddenly just seem disconnected. Like it's not, they don't have the timings down.
But even not playing their ideal comp though, this team has more talent than to just have what just happened.
I know you want to say, you want to say the talent is there. Just say it.
No.
Just say it.
I mean, we know it's there.
You basically said it like 5 times already.
This is like a scary sign for the Ultimates because honestly, you know, you look at a lot of name value of these players, they've all had like amazing historic performances, but somebody like Simple came into this and just ate those guys up, right? Like no respect for the DPS from Kai and Kevster, running it down on them on the Kiriko and winning and coming up with the kills in those situations. So the entirety of Twisted Minds playing with so much confidence, they are head and shoulders above to the Ultimates and they know it. And for TU, I mean, this is a team that came into this, that probably brought these players together thinking, you know what, these are storied players, we can deliver big wins, we're going to qualify, go to an international event. And like you said, Matt, there's tier breaks between these two teams. You don't have a match like this on accident. This is tier break situation. Everyone on TM looks like they've never lost a scrim to the Ultimates the way they're playing. Full confidence.
Actually. Well, TU's next two opponents should be winnable at least. We do have Peps coming up, I believe. And who else was it? Let me check. Okay, and
Frosttails and VP.
Okay, VP might pose a challenge,
And
but
VP
so
has
at least that's
stumbled
two
recently.
more.
So maybe they've had the hardest games out already, but like honestly though, like I'm worried
they're not
about
gonna be
those
in the
other matches.
bottom,
Those are
but
losable matches too.
Yeah, this is not the start we expected. Not from high caliber players like that. And that's certainly not what their expectations were coming into this stage. So they need to figure something out. The look they're playing right now, it's too abusable. It's not working. They don't seem to get the upper hand here. Not against teams that are even and or better. Now for Twisted Minds, of course, as you guys already said, like absolute tear break there. They're probably coming in really hungry as well to get their revenge on OWCS after winning or losing against them very early on in this stage. But man, absolute lights out performance. We do have KSA joining us for a quick chat now, voice only. So let's bring him in. KSA, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Awesome. Yes, we can.
Yeah,
Welcome to the show. Thank you so much for taking the time. And of course, congratulations. Listen, we hyped this up as like the big match of the day. We want to see a close match. We want to see it go into distance. Well, let's just say that did not happen. You guys clearly had dinner plans or something. Did you expect this to be such a one-sided affair?
Yeah, I expect because from the results we've had against them, at least the past week, it made sense that it should be a 3-0. To be honest, this has been a disappointing week, no? Like 3-0 to Alcancia to BP and us like 3-0 to you, so it's like a pretty boring week.
Team's letting us down. I don't know. We're not getting those drops with the hours watched we're getting this week.
Yeah, so this win rockets you guys up, I believe, to second place in the standings, right behind Alcacia. And I mean, with how you guys played today, I feel like you guys do have a pretty, confident road towards the playoffs, towards taking that match. Is there anything you've been thinking about as far as this new patch that shifted your approach to the game? Or for you guys, is it just kind of more of the same, more that you've been working on?
Honestly, not much has changed with this new patch. I think everything is mostly the same. Everything is playable ever since Kurtz came into the game. I think you see it for yourself. Also hero tanks. Like almost all the tanks are playable except for maybe like low power. But yeah, that's it.
KSA, I'm curious. You guys obviously off to a tremendous start here in stage 2. You guys and Alcacia seem to be a little bit of a cut above of some of the rest in EMEA. What do you think is the difference between your two teams right now and everybody else? Even seems like for VP, we're seeing some results we haven't seen from them in the past. What is it about you guys and Alcacia that are just clicking on all cylinders right now?
I mean, I think both us and Alcacia are playing to our strengths, and also I think our comps, they're also kind of similar, and I feel like the types of players we have are almost similar-ish. So it's that's why it's always close versus them. It's every time we play Alcacia, it's always 3-2, 4-3. It's always close. It's always fun to play them.
So we at least know that matchup will always deliver, so we can always hype that one up.
We got one.
That's right, we got one. We got one this stage.
Not in anything with Quick Esports.
Thank you so much. That's right. Thank you so much for joining us. And once again, congratulations on the W. We can't wait to see more of you in the team.
Yeah, thank you.
And usually I wish the players good luck in the next match. I don't feel like they need it.
He doesn't need it.
They really do not need that at all. The next match is going to be Gen G. I feel like they're just going to make everything look like a walk in the park, honestly. I think they're the real deal. I am kind of fascinated to see TM versus VP. Because, VP, they go to Game 5 against Quick. We obviously know that Quick is pretty good, right? But then VP, they beat Gen G. Everybody's kind of going through Gen G, but then they get 3-0'd by Alcacia. So I'm curious, I think that game against VP will tell us
where some of these teams are and kind of like the tier break of EMEA.
Is VP your banana for scale?
I think VP, it's quite interesting. They're trying to work in Ice Gnome to the roster, and obviously Vestola is losing scrim time. But it seems like with the way the meta is breaking, it's actually pretty good for Vestola. So I wouldn't be surprised if we just start seeing Vestola a lot of the time now.
Yeah, speaking of subbing strategies there, we did see Psycho back in the mix, and guess what? Psycho got themselves the player of the match honors straight off the bat. Of course, we know that this team can shoot, and Psycho has been on the service for quite some time and not slowing down. Great performance today.
Yeah, I thought bringing Psycho in is a great choice for this team. You know, while UB has some strengths, especially like on the Symmetra and some of those like, you know, very niche heroes, I think Psycho is the team's strongest tracer. And I also think TM's at their best when they're playing towards the tracer tempo, when they're really aggressive, they're forcing fights in. Psycho can really profit and is just kind of tearing up the server here when a little bit of chaos is created for him. So I like this look from TM. I think this is their strongest. And I think, I mean, it's honestly crazy how powerful they are with KSA and TBNT. Yeah. They have two world-class tanks on TM, and we also have a Hugo.
Yeah, there's a noise over there that he is very alarmed about. So I am.
He's shaking.
Yeah, protect him.
He looked like he was shaking.
He's going to attack. He's going to do attack.
What can he possibly attack? Like he'd lose any battle against
like
a
the
cat
air
or
filter.
any guinea pigs. Like I don't know.
Yeah, no, I don't
battle
know.
He could win.
There's a pipe over there that makes noise, and he thinks it's like attacking him all the time, so he gets a little rowdy.
He's aware. I like that. That's what I love the most about Hugo. I also love standings. So let's take a look at those as we're closing out our EMEA portion of the day. Of course, Alcatia and Twisted Minds remain on top. Virtus Pro is knocking at the door there, and Quick Esports continue to looking dominant, even though they do make it close at every opportunity they can.
That Team Peps versus Ultimates game might have a lot on the line next week.
It does.
I mean, you start to look at
that's a relegation match, man.
Actually,
dude, I mean, like, yeah, because I mean, what after that, right? So, well, Peps still has a game against Alcatia, VP, and Quick, but then Ultimates, they have Frosttails and VP, right? So that game might be a huge difference maker there.
And now with Frosttails leveling up a little bit, even some of those later matches against them for the Ultimates aren't necessarily as free as you might have thought coming into the series.
That's right. That's right. And we love to see that. For now, though, we are done with not just EMEA, but also with the Butter Bros. So, guys, thanks once again.
For now, who knows? Maybe
we'll be back.
That's right.
Someday.
They'll always be back. They never go away.
You always need butter.
Facts. That's a fact. It's also a fact that we're heading into a quick break. Guys, thank you so much for calling the action today. I hope to see you again very soon. For now, as I said, quick break. And then when we're back, it's all things NA. Dildux against Supernova will be our first match over on the other side of this.
your side. Someday, at my day, I will change my life. People, it doesn't matter where you go. Don't stop for me. People, this is the place where I follow. I'm here,
Across the world, the strongest rose to the challenge.
Well, there's the overclock. 3 kills for Lambda.
They have fought for pride, for prestige.
A blade for Jay-Woo, and there's the kills that you were looking for.
And for a place on the world stage. Every match brings them closer to legacy or obscurity. Rivalries will reignite.
Zera connects with the stick. Zera does it again.
New stars will rise. And champions.
Oh, Copper! He looks so good on this Winston right now.
Will fall. This is the Overwatch Champions Series.
and welcome back, fellow Overwatch enthusiasts. We got the Swedish fish joining us to call the action. How are we doing, Jay?
It's a good name.
And the
It's
shark.
good. I like it.
Oh, well, okay. I think it was a duo name. Right, got it.
It was the duo name. Yeah. I'm not the
Johnny's
Swedish
also about to
fish.
meet the parents-in-law.
Oh, dude, okay, thank you for saying that. I was thinking the same thing. I'm like, man, this guy going to golf was meeting the parents. Come on.
That's right. Some oysters and golfing with
I'm trying to get some drip out here on the stream, and you're gonna call me out like this?
That's not how one
Great,
drips.
Johnny. It looks great.
All right,
We'll
well,
walk you through that in
jokes on
another
you.
segment.
I'm actually flying to see the in-laws later tonight, so.
Oh, okay, that makes sense.
Jokes on me for being
that makes
right.
sense.
Yeah,
There you
that
go.
will teach
There you go.
They're
Love
really
family.
showing me here. Well, let's just take a look at our schedule and forget this conversation ever happened, but also safe flight.
I gotta return this now, I can't.
I hope you're gonna have. No, you can't. Like,
No,
it looks good. I'm just kidding.
It's okay,
You know what
Johnny.
else looks good? Our schedule. I love graphics. Love the colors. We got everything figured out here. Regular season halfway through already. 3 more weeks of play, of course, before we're hitting those playoffs. And after those, we do have a last chance qualifier this time around. And that means we get to see more teams making it to the mid-season championship at EWC in Riyadh at the end of July.
Oh, yeah,
can't wait
stage
for the-
2. Mid-season's
Last
going
chance
to be fun.
qualifier draws.
Yeah, the last chance qualifier is going to be good. I'm looking forward to obviously mid-season, but last chance qualifier is just a dog-eat-dog world out there. Like, it is going to be scrappy. It's going to be fun. And obviously, stage 3 running out in Stockholm again. It's going to be a fun time. Make sure you pick up your tickets because they're going to sell out fast.
That's right. The tickets are on sale for both events, actually. So first things first, of course, grab your mid-season championship ticket and join the top of the crop in Riyadh, as we have all the regions battling it out at that very event. But if you want to plan for later in the year, in November, we're heading back to the place that birthed Johnny. It's Sweden.
That's right. That's where I
That's
grew
right.
up. Made me who I am
That's right.
today. And you
right.
can be like me. Kind of. And,
You want to be like Johnny.
partake in the culture, the beautiful landscape, enjoy trains and
It's a little
Yeah.
flat.
What is the most
Okay.
Swedish thing you can think of right now, off the top of your head?
Torbjorn.
I mean,
The most Swedish
I
thing.
think like farming, like Swedish farming. It's I know a lot of countries in the world have farming, but I think Swedish
Yeah, like
farming,
every
it's a
country,
culture. Yeah, I just Swedish farming. It's very Swedish because you have the red houses. You know the Swedish red.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's gorgeous. It's just very Swedish. I can't explain it. It's a Swedish
You
farming.
gotta see it, and that's why you gotta grab
You
your
gotta see it to
tickets
believe
for
it. Yeah, that's
Stockholm
right.
For
Yeah.
DreamHack. There we go. Plug. Easiest time of my life. Now to find out which teams are making it all the way, not just to Sweden, but first to the EWC in Riyadh. Let's take a look at the standings to see who's currently on top of our NA region. Nightmare coming into this one with a new roster, but equal success or the same amount of success. Now the old Nightmare roster is now fighting under the flag of GK Esports, and they are doing good and looking good. Yeah, the bottom, I mean, Space Station Gaming, definitely not the team we would have expected to see that low on the board halfway through stage 2.
Yeah, absolutely not. I mean, the loss to GK yesterday, 3-0. I mean, both games yesterday, me and Johnny were coming in like, oh, I can't wait. It's going to be like a gigabanger weekend. And it was very fun Overwatch, but not exactly what we expected. Just 2 3-0 watch games back to back. And that Team Liquid game versus Nightmare 2 it was not pretty for Team Liquid at all. And you can see why Nightmare are at the top right now. They're just dominant.
I still think we'll see Space Station win out from here and qualify for the top 4. But if not, if you're 5 to 6 actually being placed in the lower bracket for the stage playoffs, that's not good. That's not good because you only have 1 life compared to the 2, right? And so I would be quite worried for SSG if they happen, somehow they lose one of these matchups coming up for them, because you don't want to be in the lower bracket to kick off the stage playoffs.
They can't. They had the difficult portion of their
It's
schedule.
very
No,
possible.
shush. Don't speak it into existence. How dare you? Don't manifest that for us. SSG, the more difficult portion of their schedule is definitely the first half. But now they got that behind us. Their season starts now, as you both said yesterday, like about 100 times. Now, let's take a look at the bans so far for the NA region and how they line up with what we saw earlier as well from EMEA. Freya bans not quite as prevalent here on the NA side.
Yeah, which is, I think a lot of teams like just are happy with their Freya play at the moment. Like a lot of players are like, okay, this fits in my wheelhouse really well, and she's incredibly strong. I'm not too surprised to see a lot of like Orisa and Hazard ban as well. Hazard after the buffs, Johnny, he's been pretty damn strong. Even the recent patch notes too, his like grapplings or like his clambering speed has been increased. Like Hazard, not shocked at all. Yeah, Spike Guard also with the extra lifesteal as well.
The lifesteal is really good now. Essentially, I think you heal like 40 per second on a single target or something like that, and then you have the damage mitigation as well, which is 65%. So the hazard block is like really good now. Then 5 Winston bans as well. I think that kind of just tells the story as well that there are a few teams in this region that love to play the Winston, and the Brawl teams love to get that Winston ban, of course, whenever they can.
Yeah, I do like how open it is, though. Like, there is a lot of room, I feel like, this stage, or the first stage as well, for, like, skill expression and for the teams to just kind of have their own flavor.
Yeah, 100%. I think the meta is actually in a really healthy spot. This small little patch, changed a couple of numbers here and there. Like Alari got a small buff, like Hazard did, but we're not in a pure Malga meta, which is what everybody is thanking. Luckily, like every single map, we are seeing like a different. We might see a rush, but it's like 2 different kinds of rush depending on the team's strengths and who's playing.
Yeah,
there's like a time and space for almost every hero.
Yeah, I want to add in as well that going into stage 2, a lot of people looked at the map pool and actually said that there's a lot of dive maps here. There's Ilios in here.
Yeah, right.
Gibraltar's added into the pool as well. Hollywood. And so a lot of teams looked at this map pool and said, maybe that dive is the answer. Maybe we'll play a lot of Winston in stage 2. But that haven't really been the case. A lot of Winston teams have actually struggled, and we've seen more dives. So it's an interesting development for the teams who plan going into stage 2 to play more dive. It's actually not been the greatest composition so far.
Indeed. Now, we are getting ready for our first match of the day, and we are, of course, always excited to see what both of these teams have in store for us. We have 2 matches coming up in our NA region. Let's just put it this way. Standing-wise, none of these will be very impactful. All right, we're not going to move the needle any which way for any of those 4 teams. No, I ran the math. I know you want. I know you want it to be super meaningful.
There's always a chance. You never know.
It's the slimmest of all margins, and it's not going to happen.
So you're telling me that's
the matches, I'm sure, will be. No, I'm literally telling you the opposite. The matches will still be good, right? Because it's always those non-consequential matches, which I feel take us the distance into like 5-map double overtime situations. Just because, Plus, the teams owe it to us after what happened to all of us yesterday, where we thought we were going to get those gigabangers. So they're on the table for today. Because listen, we got Dildux and Supernova. Dildux, that's just an aura team, right? That's vibes.
I told you.
And they go up against Supernova, a squad with so many lovable characters like Renko, his smile, and all that good stuff. Like we're in for a treat. When Frothy Philly 7 is on the server, you're in for a good time.
That's so true. PDK is going to come out with something crazy today. I almost bet it. Like I think Dildux and Supernova, they're still hunting for their first win. Well, we're going crazy here. Whoa. Okay, Dildux in a different stratosphere. We're amping it up. It was actually Lucio. We jumped in. That's crazy. Yeah, Dildux and Supernova still looking for their first win. Supernova like inching above them with a single map win. So they're 1 in 6 currently, but Dildux is 0 and 9. So yeah, this is it. This is where we need the 5-map banger to come out, because we did not get treated to that yesterday. Like you said, the TL versus Nightmare game that was supposed to go to map 5. But yeah, today's the day.
It will also be more evenly matched, right? And this is the last opportunity for Dildux to take us all the way to map 5, because their schedule coming up is going to be a rough one. They have a GK, then they have Nightmare. Afterwards, they have Team Liquid. So this is it. This is their game to shine. They're going up against Supernova. Lots of lovable faces that have been around for literally ever. So yeah, we're in for a good one, I feel.
I hyped out this team so much going to stage 2. I was like, this is the underdog coming from Face It Masters, because they were, this is part of the fluffy Dreamland core from stage 3-4 last year, of course, that upset Energy Esports a few times when it mattered most. And so I just love this core. But then Ryan went to Korea for a few weeks. They played Astro on DPS in week 1, and then Sam came in week 2. But now it seems like, according to the starting lineup, that Ryan is finally back. So
he's back.
Maybe Ryan can leave a mark on the server. Maybe this is finally Supernova with their entire roster here together.
Well, we're about to find out as they are ready to go. First match in our NA region. So please, Swedish Fish, take it away.
Thank you very much. So I was going to come up with Zoe's name. I don't know. I was going to say Zoe, but it doesn't make any sense. Hazard ban for Supernova. Dildux banning Tracer. Yeah, I think that's a really good point, Johnny. Supernova not at their like full strengths over the last couple of weeks because of a departure to Korea. Have a nice little holiday. But Ryan starting with Jutsu. Okay, we're back. Like Supernova is back here. Grapes, Renko in the lineup. Like they have a decent hero pool in terms of tanks. They can swap False and Astro in, the two Canadians. So in theory, this is Supernova at their full strength. So as we jump over to Oasis, we're going to City Center as our first map.
Yeah, I will take every opportunity I get to hype up Supernova here because Astro, I think, is a really stable tank. Definitely, qualifies for OWCS play. Jutsu, I think, had some standout moment when it came to the hit scan play in the promotion and relegation leading up to OWCS Stage 2. But Freya being introduced, it's thrown a few of these hit scan players off kilt, and then Ryan as well. With the Tracer ban going into this map, Jaws, it's going to force Ryan over to the Genji, and we know that Ryan prefers to play the Tracer every opportunity he gets, so maybe
for sure.
Maybe a bit of a tough adjustment here for Ryan. We'll see how he performs on the Genji instead.
Yeah, we'll see. Razor, of course, on Sombra. Sombra's been getting rather popular since the start of the stage. It's a good off a Tracer pick. Like, okay, Tracer's banned, or maybe we want to disrupt the tank a little bit more. Like Sombra's been getting a lot more playtime recently. Hack the Freya, yeah. I mean, Freya is so useless when she's hacked.
Yeah, a big target, absolutely. A lot of poke coming through here, actually. Azura's getting a lot of abilities drawn out here, so pressure's on Dildux. Astro with some nice positioning, but it's going to be Jutsu finding the first pick on PDK.
Yeah, classic Freya, first pick on the enemy Freya. PDK's dead, Jutsu with the kill, and now we're just fighting in traffic. Ryan just pushing everybody back. Yeah, it should be a fairly easy clean up now. Jutsu finds another, and there you go, there's the cap, Johnny.
Yeah, I love that little high ground. I mean, you just get the Juno on high ground, and then you can just, pump bullets into Astro to keep yourself around, and then just to finally find that pick, right? It's so hard for Dildux to dislodge them. So your Freya popping off in the first fight is going to give you the advantage. And we saw yesterday, especially, Jaws, how impactful the Freya players can be. So a lot of pressure on PDK and Jutsu here to identify some first picks for their respective teams.
Yeah, PDK with the first ult online of this map already. Pretty easy with the bolus, but considering he didn't get any kills, that's a lot of initial damage. Well, there goes one ult. Jutsu's ult gets eaten. That bolus shot does hit the Orisa, though, which means it does 0 damage. Terror Surge popped on the point. Renko's already dead. Nice little hack on the Orisa. Did stop the ult, but unfortunately, Supernova, even with that ult, I don't think they would have managed to find the win there. PDK on that high ground, just kind of turning everybody into pincushion.
I don't think if I had the Bola shot, obviously I'm not the damage player to reference here, Jaws, but I don't think I would pump a Bola shot into a fortified Orisa. That seems kind of like minimal value compared to taking a wild shot and trying to hit a damage player or something like that. Obviously, didn't quite have the line of sight there, but Orisa's usually not the target for the Bola shot.
Yeah, this plat DPS kind of spin right now. Go there and don't shoot the Bola shot into the Orisa. I like it.
Oh, nice little analysis right there.
Onto Ryan. That's got the blade now. Of course, Razor is going to be able to combat to the rest of the team thanks to the passive, but I mean, Jutsu and Ryan are already dead. It's kind of annoying against the Sombra as well, right, Johnny? Because when you are pushing through these chokes, Razor is holding this perma off angle, so if one of the DPS steps up, a quick little manual hack, if it's not interrupted, it's very easy for Dildux to kind of just jump on that target and blow them up instantly. Because there's no Suzu on the side of Supernova to instantly save somebody. Maybe you pop down a ring so they can get out, but that instant save isn't there.
Yeah, it's a big nuisance for both the Freya and the Genji, right? If you get targeted by a hack, you're probably not going to get the cancel unless you go for, some kind of dash or something like that. Dildux here actually, with 5 ultimates, they built another Kitsune rush between that single engagement. And so they're actually in a pretty good position here to close out this round.
Looks like actually wants to get in a position to use the Terror Surge. EMP for Razor could be big though. Oh, Terror Surge with the EMP. Hits 3, but the damage is not really there. Eventually though, it's going to come through. PDK on the sidelines, throws in the Bola shot, but that rally is going to keep everybody up. A nice little 3-man sound barrier for Dildux though, as Redex surges his team forward, but bites off a little bit more than they can chew. And so Ryan and Astro are going to be able to clean up that EMP combo there from Dildux. It looked good initially, especially combo with the Terror Surge, but the kills didn't come through instantly, Johnny. It took a while. With PDK fell, that was really over.
Dude, they used all ults. They used all 5 ults, Jack. They were in a great position there. They just had to win the fight with 5 ults. But instead, momentum kind of flipped Supernova's way here, and they have a Terra Surge, Orbital Ray, Dragon Blade themselves here, heading into what could be the final fight.
Another manual hack there onto Ryan. You can see that on the herd. PDK. All right, Orbital Ray. It's going to start this fight off rather quickly. I mean, PDK can't even two-shot the Juno there. Not when she's in amongst that Orbital Ray healing. So Terra Surge usage too, again, just kind of pacing this game out, but they're going to give Vildax another chance to come back in. They've only got the boulder shot. They are against the Blade. Oh, shot does connect. Oh, Renko, wrong place, wrong time. Blade comes out from Ryan, though. Frothy Philly already dead. Oh, PDK gets chased down. No dashes, no updraft even. So there's no chance against the Genji Blade. Nice deflect kill. And that will be Dildux falling over to Supernova. As Ryan gets a nice 4K. Jutsu finishing off Razor for the final one, and that is Supernova taking that round away from Dildux. That EMP fight, Johnny, disastrous for the squad. That's going to cost them the round.
Yeah, it really comes back to haunt Dildux. I mean, you have 5 ultimates. You just gotta close that fight out, right?
Right.
That should be such a big advantage for you, but instead, they can't win with that EMP. Instead, Supernova, they do a nice job capitalizing with their ultimates, the remaining fights. Ryan with that Dragon Blade pretty much did more than Astro ever accomplished in week 1 already. So you can see the Supernova. They already no flame, by the way, Jack. They already look better with Ryan in the lineup here, back for the team.
What's this guy saying? I mean, yeah, to be fair, like, tank player on DPS, not ideal. Of course, he's still going to be, you know, probably Grandmaster plus level, you know.
I'm just trying to make the point, Jaws, that if you're in the Twitch chat gambling away with the channel points, keep Ryan in mind. It's a strong Supernova team now with Ryan back in the lineup.
Yeah, even when Ryan's not on Tracer, right? Still looks good. Same kind of looks here for both teams. Oh, woo! Wait, where's that Lucio going?
Rex.
Oh, is he? He's playing a shrubbery up there or something. Red X is trying to boot Jutsu off the map. Nice little forward dash. Red X does manage to get Renko, but whip-shotted into a wall. Smushed. Jutsu still doing a lot of damage. Needs, kind of desperately needs heals, but just going to wait for the passive to come in. Double shot on PDK, not required. Just some left clicks. Blends light DPS from Supernova, just kind of lighting the stage up.
Yeah, they're looking real solid so far, and you know what I mentioned going into the match as well. Some of this core was obviously part of Fluffy Dreamland. Astro had a really good 2024, I thought, and looked really solid. So now, with Ryan back in the lineup, I think this is a squad that is really hungry to prove that they deserve to stick around here in OWCS. Want to avoid the promotion relegation slot, and they're doing a nice job so far.
Hack. It's going to force basically all cooldowns there from Astro. Spear spin, Fortify already used. Genji really low as well. Ryan gets chased by PDK. Gravestone coming up with another big whip shot kill. Polish connects instantly with Jutsu. They do end up trading though. Again, another kind of classic Freya moment. Now, Azure does have to survive. Actually, no CDs at all. Just waiting for that spear spin to come up. Finally gets it, but the support, the backline here for Dildux. They were standing tall before the spear connected with Axel's head. Supernova still in control of the point. Razor TPs away. Spear ends up going a little bit wide. Doesn't find Razor, but still, Supernova holding on. They're holding on with ults as well. So despite PDK getting that trade with Jutsu, they're not able to capitalize and really push their advantage there.
Yeah, you really have to look for these damage players on the side of Supernova. See if you can isolate someone with the Sombra hack, and Redix here with Razor. They're going to push momentum here. Main actually, big ultimates traded from both teams.
Redix kind of watching the rest of their team die in the front line, despite, again, using that rush to try and gain that space. Ryan just runs over them with the Orbital Ray.
Yeah, so strong with the healing. The extra damage as well. Still though, Dildux only using the Kitsune Rush. Frothy Philly swaps over to the Juno actually, so a lot of big ultimates here for Dildux, but this has to be the fight, Jaws.
Blade's going to get pulled already, and Fluffy Philly taken down. Sound Barrier comes in a little bit late, doesn't actually even hit PDK, and here comes the later rally. Terror Surge, fine. We got an EMP for this fight as well, as they managed to take out Jusu with the Terror Surge. Ryan's still alive and well, though, just hitting every single reset, pretty much. Now trying to trace the Sombra. Eventually gets manually hacked, and that's Brigitte over health is now worn off. He's going to get manual hacked again, just off CD. You can see Razor's, like, target prioritization with just the manual hacks has been kind of sublime so far. A 99% flip now as Dildux take control.
Yeah, and they got this Lucio Juno composition now. A lot of speed in their favor. Want to see them play aggressive here. No ultimates on the side of Supernova, so Razor on the Sombra. Have to poke around this kind of choke point. Look for individual hacks. PDK, Bola shot in hand. You have to look for some kind of pick early on here. You can't let Supernova establish positioning here on the high ground.
PDK's in a good spot to do that, though, to be fair. Red X kind of dancing around, making sure PDK's also kind of protected if someone wants to jump on him. Maybe he goes for the solo kill again. Oh, bonus shot connects. Juicy was trying to updraft away from PDK. And PDK with a double dash out, but again, they trade. Red X, so the speed not really there for the rest of the team, and Razor going down is, well, it's getting pretty dire now for Deluxe. Red X is going to come back in just a moment, but Supernova, they found the flip throughout that fight. Lucio does end up going for the touch there, but they need to be able to support. Axel now on the point. Fortify's already been used. They've got the spear. The spear spin will come up in just a moment, but now it's Jusu's time to shine. A nice little bowler shot. It's going to hit PDK, but doesn't manage to get the connection, but I don't think it's going to matter, Johnny. A 10% away from Blade for Ryan, and Grapes and Astro, they're just clearing up. Ryan, he's done enough already, and the rest of the team are going to help him out and secure the win on Oasis.
Yeah, Red X goes down there in the final fight, and you lose Cap on the point, and they try to build this orbit array in time, but they're not able to do so. And when your Orisa falls, it's all but game over. Nice, clean Oasis there from Supernova. Earns them the first map win here in the series. Supernova is looking clean, Jaws. This is what I wanted to see going into the stage. It's been a rough start for them here in stage 2, but this is what I wanted to see. They're looking good.
Yeah, well, I think we were talking about it on Plat Chat as well, like, and you were saying a bit earlier too, Supernova might be that dark horse team, you know? I mean,
that's what
now,
I thought anyway.
Well, I mean, it can still happen. I mean, they get the win over Dildux here. Their next match against Sakura, the next couple are a little bit tougher. SSG and then Team Liquid, and they round out the stage playing Extinction. So Supernova with a win might be looking good for the Stonks, honestly, Johnny.
Yeah, that has to be the match, must win, right, against Extinction. But before you even get there, you have to close out this series, of course. But yeah, I really like this look from them. You know, I think there's some real veterans on this team, so I mentioned it as well going into the match. You know, the likes of Grapes, for example. You know, we've seen this player compete in collegiate for a long time as well, and now, you know, the business with Supernova here. So they have the veteranship, they have the individual skill, I find. Ryan had some fantastic Tracer performances dating back to last year, right? And so I think this is another squad, almost similar to Nightmare in a way, who put together this squad of like really talented individuals in the North American region. I feel like Supernova has done something similar here, where you take Ryan, who was on Shikigami last year, you put them together with Astro, and you bring in Jutsu into the fold, who is a bit of a new face onto the scene as well. But like the Supernova squad, you know, they identified some really good individual players and combined efforts here.
Over our promotion relegation team as well from stage 1. So, you know, making it all this way. You'd love to see it. Dildux, of course, with the map choice now. Can't ban Tracer. And Hazard can't be banned either on for each side. So where do you think we go? Escort, Hybrid, Push, maybe?
Yeah, we'll have to see as well. You know, it's noteworthy that Dildux as well, a bit of a different tank in the lineup compared to what we usually saw. I was kind of impressed by Bass, actually. I thought Bass had some real nice moments in the tank lineup for Dildux, specifically when it came to the Hazard and the Winston, stuff like that, right? But instead opting for Asher here to play the Orisa. So we're heading over to Circuit Real, which is a map we've seen quite a bit of so far in Stage 2, which usually is the case. When Circuit Real is in the pool, teams who know they favor brawl and or kind of poke compositions, they're going to usually pick Circuit Real. It's the second map here, so Dildux, I feel like we're getting quite a read on what kind of compositions they want to force throughout the series.
Yeah, a little poke maybe, a little bit of Sigma maybe, a little bit of Rush too. I think Orisa looks decent for their team, so we'll see what the bans are going to be. Looks like Supernova going with, Dildog's going with the Ram there. It's swapped, and Zenyatta ban for Supernova. Okay, Zenyatta ban, not too shocked. I'm going to be honest, like Zen is so strong on this map, but it looks like Dildogs want to take one of those Brawl heroes out of the pool, that Ram, Johnny.
Yeah, and as well, you probably protect your Orisa if that's the hero you want to go to as well. Or even if we want to slow things down further, we kind of have to see what they have in store. They usually have favored more dive compositions historically in Stage 2, Dildogs. And so if they're going to make a bit of a pivot here to Brawl, maybe, again, has something to do with the tanks available for today's matchup against Supernova. But it does seem like a bit of a pivot in playstyle for Dildogs going into the series.
Hear me out. They ban Ram because they want to play Rhine. Dude, it's possible.
Okay. All right. I think you need more bans than just Ram if you want to make Rhine
So you need to ban the entire tank hero pool and then Rhine is
viable. You need a few more, yeah.
Get
your Orisa out as well. We need the fully fledged ranked 4 bans.
The 4 bans, yeah. And everybody is banning tanks that isn't Rhine. It can happen, guys.
Orisa's giving me so many troubles in Stadium right now. I'm molding out of control. I can't deal with it.
She was kind of a mortal before in Stadium. Whenever I played her, I just played the healing percent healing build, where you're just like permanently healing when you use your abilities and stuff. It's silly.
Oh, the one where you get longer fortify? Oh, that's...
Yeah, longer fortify and like
deflex fire strikes.
Every time you use it. Yeah, it's pretty cool with the Orisa side. On the Ryan side, not so much. Looks like Astro's going to run out with Orisa. And Ryan back on the Genji. Okay, so yeah, no Tracer here, no Shock. You don't really want to play Tracer on this map. And then Renko on back.
Do you think we'll see the Zarya? The rare competitive ranked Zarya gameplay brought into the pro play?
Remember a couple of weeks ago we had the tank swap, the tank bonanza, the tank swap extraordinaire game where it was like every tank was played. It was like Ryan was played on this map.
Wait, are you talking about Champions Clash Finals?
Yeah, I'm talking about Champions Clash Finals a couple of weeks ago. It was like, what's happening? Like, what's going on here?
Only those 2 teams, only Team Falcons and Crazy Raccoon, they're allowed to.
It can happen here. Like,
Asher's bringing it out.
Yeah.
Actual Zarya gameplay in OWCS.
Holy moly, it's happening. Okay, so how does it really interact with this combo? I mean, it's very easy to get charged off of the Freya, to be fair. And you can obviously bubble your Freya too, who's going to get shot out of midair. So, pretty nice synergy there.
Yeah, I mean, the big problem for Zarya is that, especially in an organized environment like pro play here, both bubbles are gone. It's going to be an engaged condition. You can already see here the speed ring activated. Astro looking for an opportunity to go in here. But you have to play around Razor's May Wall. That is something that can throw a wrench into things here for Supernova as well. But right now, Supernova is sitting back with this Baptiste composition as well, so Dildog's getting the room to work with.
Speaking of that May wall, there is a small room to the sideline, luckily. And yeah, on that Zarya point, because she has no armor, right? I mean, armor is a large mitigation tool for a lot of tanks. Zarya, fortunately, doesn't have any, so, it's got the shield, which is great for, like, yay, the shield, like, recharges, but, like you said, as soon... wait, Renko just got deleted by PDK through window. Well, that's not good. Orbital Ray now for Dildog, so the Zarya doing about 2,000 DPS. Yeah, not sure Supernova are going to survive all too long. Nope, they collapse. And that'll be Dildog claiming the first. And Johnny, they got grab, and they only needed the Ray for that fight.
Yeah, that was actually really clean from Dildog. Supernova, they just kept falling back. They finally built that amplification matrix, but just as Renko dropped it, goes down. And Supernova just weren't able to take a fully fledged fight. There was that speed ring moment, but that Maywall prevented Supernova to capitalize on Asher's bubble usage. So instead, Dildogs, they're going to take that. We find a pick on the Baptiste, and it earns us the first point. So a lot of... Oh, another pick onto Renko as well. This is looking really good for Dildogs because these ultimates are so good, right? The Blizzard, Graviton Surge, this could very easily snowball into a second point cap for Dildogs.
Dude, PDK is kind of destroying right now.
Online.
Good luck, yeah. And against the Sigma, it's all well and good, right? When your back's up as well, like the poke is so frustrating for the Zarya. But if one person dies on that poke squad, like Zarya just sits there, bubbles the Freya, or bubbles herself and walks forward.
They're not touching.
Yeah, they can't. And even if they tried, you could just grab the wall.
Yep.
Nice stuff. Wow, 5 minutes and 20 seconds? That's ridiculous.
Dildogs are zooming.
Yeah.
They haven't used an ultimate yet.
Yeah.
Oh, well,
they used the orbital ray on
Yeah, they used the orbital ray, that's true.
1 second they didn't use no. Oh, big grab, 2 in the corner. Orbital ray is going to come in clutch though, as well as that lamp from Renko. You see, Axel was like, nope, not today. He's actually on the wrong side of the map now, but it's all good because classic Zarya solo queue play. Just run to the back line and hope you get kills. Here's the rally, and Axel kills another. That's 2 kills for the Zarya. Astro's now stuck in this small corner. Only the miniature health back for sustain. Looks like Dildogs don't want to overextend too much, though, even with the blizzard in hand. He got another one.
That's a huge pick.
It's the Bolus too. Forces the lamp, and they're going to push around this corner without the tank's help. We didn't need Axor at all.
They have a blizzard now and an orbital ray as well. Walking through this choke, this orbital ray is going to be huge. And Razor, if you could trap someone with this blizzard, this could be the point cap for Dildogs.
Astro's just standing in front of the door. There's the blizzard. Terra's going to bring everybody together, but you're not going to survive too long. Although saying that, a nice little life grip there. Scrapes just over to the Life Weaver to get Astro out of danger. I mean, this orbital ray from Frothy Philly not finding too much, and Grapes is now on the sidelines, just on the high ground, just peppering in some shots, helping Ryan even too. Ryan comes alive with a blade hit again. They're going to hold this push for now, Johnny, but still 4 minutes in the bank for Dildogs.
Yeah, finally Supernova, they win one of these fights, right? And I mean, this would be the point where I'd say, all right, great, we got a ton of push from the Zarya. Now let's go ahead and swap here, because breaking this choke is going to be quite difficult for Dildogs. Most likely they're gonna navigate the high ground here, take a fight in kind of like the pool area, right? But even then, I feel like Supernova, they're going to be so spread out with this Batiste Lifeweaver composition that you kind of need a hero play from PDK to open up this fight.
I'm sorry, Ryan, but that is, I think that's one of the ugliest Tracer skins, but your Tracer's not ugly, that's for sure. It's pretty clean. Speaking of Ryan, he's in the back line. He's end up getting taking a bolt, though. The tree! They tried to block off somebody, I think. Well, PDK goes to the skies again. 20 HP, though, trying to duel out with Jutsu. They found Ryan once more, but a quick double blink behind the statue. Ryan doesn't end up surviving, though, as the bowler shot is going to kill Redex. Redex does end up killing Ryan, but a very scrappy fight is only going to aid Supernova, Johnny. The spawn's a little bit too close, and the Graviton Surge, yeah, not really getting what it desired.
No, not quite. I think they tried to catch someone on the wall there, but couldn't find the picks, and now you invested a ton of ultimates there. Razor's going to swap over to the Genji, late stagger from Ashur as well. And I mean, what do you do now? Surely you just have to swap away from the Zarya rather. It's going to have such a tough time here.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, they're not swapping. Extra's sticking. Okay.
Trust me, bros. I got this.
Trust me. So true. Okay, well, how do you approach this now? Because getting through this choke point is going to be so difficult. I mean, Razor's already dead to Jutsu, like the poke. Zarya, sadly, has only got 2 bubbles.
Yeah, and I mean, even Ryan on the Tracer, right? Is going to have some opportunity to work around a composition like this, because neither Razor or PDK is going to have an easy time shutting down this Tracer. And so you're going to get a lot of these players low already, like Ashur, you know, taking half health here and there.
Oh,
nice stick from Ryan.
Stick. All right, reset again.
And so the odds of Dildogs walking in here without anyone dying is actually quite low.
Yeah. Didn't even let the Zarya save the energy either. Nice little kill. You've got double support ultimate. Maybe use the orbital ray to get through. Axel still not swapping over from the Zarya.
A bit one more grab.
Yeah. One more grab.
That's be it, yeah.
Oh, there is the bowler shot there from Jutsu. Doesn't really find all too much, but they've got a tree to rely on. They are kiting currently, of course. Redex using that rally, so they're going to give up high ground. But look how far the payload's moved, Johnny. It's already back around this corner. Like, that's how long they've taken. Oh, here comes the orbital ray, and the bowler shot in the back. A nice solo kill from PDK yet again. A Terra Surge from Astro is good for 1, but can they find more? There's 48 seconds to go here, and PDK right next to Axo is just going to have free reign on this Freya. A good little spear, though, does bring him to justice, but Astro killing 2 might be what they need. Supernova spawns are going to come in just a moment, and Dildogs, they got 1 ultimate to make this work, Johnny. They got the grab, maybe a blade, but Razor is going to have to place Mark.
Yeah, actually disaster. Astro finds those 2 picks, and it puts a wrench in things for Dildogs. They're stalled out. Now, They have all 5 members here. They do have a Graviton Surge. Azure has to come up clutch here for the Dildox.
Ryan's looking for somebody there. Frothy Philly on the high ground. Here comes the Winston. Astro pretty low though. Can't take the duel. Not against PDK. Against the Freya is a rather tough affair. Looks like they're just going to try and focus out Axel. The stick comes in, kills the Zarya, but the grab from Axel, I think it did enough. A blade kill from Razors. They fight over the last couple of meters now. And the Genji's once again coming alive. If it's not Ryan, it's Razor. As Dildox, they finish in OT.
You definitely take that. Off to a great start, of course, but you would have loved to finish with more time, but still just getting the completion on Circuit Royale. That's a great boon, a big win condition for Dildox here now. To get their 1 map win. And the credit to them, Axure built that Graviton Surge, and you were able to capitalize on it, right? Woo. Yeah, ton of damage.
11.3k on the Zarya. You're kind of expecting the Zarya against an Orisa comp.
Against Orisa, right? Yeah.
There's no shields, so you just kind of laser in the Orisa, but it's a whole lot of damage. Do you expect Axure to come out on the Zarya again, like on attack? A little less risky.
Oof. I mean on defense,
yeah,
that feels tough, because that means that Supernova have a way better opportunity to like work around the Zarya as well. Right. Usually on defense, you have to play pretty conservative with what tank pick you're going to get, right? Because odds are, if you go out with a pretty risky tank pick, the offense is just going to adapt and happy to change up their style. So the Orisa is the safer pick, and that is what actually going to get. But I want to give credit as well to Dildox for, following up on that Graviton Surge. There's a Life Weaver, there's a Baptiste with the Immortality Field, but they actually find a way to capitalize on that big Graviton Surge from Axure, and they get the finish as well. So yeah, Dildox, good opportunity here to secure a map win.
I really like Razor starting on the Mei as well. See if Jutsu goes for a shot. Okay, no cheeky Freya peaks. Straight back to the Freya of their own. Okay. Yeah, Mei on this point. Rather frustrating to deal with, especially for the Orisa. Fine, just going to go over the high ground. A classic.
Oh.
Wow.
Renko's on a tough circuit, eh?
Yeah, he really I mean, PDK is making Renko smile turn upside down right now, you know what I'm saying? Like, every single time Renko pops his head out, PDK's just clicking on it.
Yeah, and you don't want to use, like, the Immortality Field for a bolt here and there, so... Because it's a big cooldown. So Renko is just taking the deaths. I mean, at the same time, it's not going to make a huge difference here to kick off the attack, but still... Hate it for Renko players in fantasy, but
he's looking at Renko every time. Another bolt hits. There's the regenerative burst there to heal himself back up. But PDK's done a lot of damage. Look at that boulder shot. 90% already, pretty much. I mean, that's an insane amount of damage already. Might be matched by Grapes, though. With the amount of damage he's dishing, Grapes is healing it all, so the tree is available in a couple of moments as well. So, I mean, they can push around this corner pretty easily. If they pop the tree down, that's a large burst of healing. It's going to be tough to deal with. Oh, there it is. Speaking of which, and Razor and Relax instantly go down. A Terror Surge on top of the platform, too. It's going to be good for 2. And, yeah, Terror Surge, Orbital Ray, that's a lot of damage. Nice clean up there from PDK. It's going to get pushed into the wall, though, with the Spear Spin. And Raya's going to try and hit some resets. And with the Orisa still alive, with CDs available. Oh, my word. Supernova turned that one around with that tree.
Yeah, I really thought that was going to be Dildox all the way, but the tree getting some value, and actually, it's a bit of a 2v1. Razor stalling out nicely. Axure is coming back on the Doomfist, but again, it's a Doomfist against an Orisa. Supernova has so many ults here, Jaws. They should be able to get this cap.
Oh, there's the punch into the backline. Nice little lamp deploy. And yeah, no CDs left for the Doomfist, but PDK still making it hurt. This blade from Ryan, it was good for Supernova over the last map or so, and it's going to continue to find the kills. Nice little kill onto Razor there by Grapes, and that's the first point capped. 4 minutes in the bank.
What a big fight that was, with all the ultimates just earlier as well. I mean, the tree comes out for... Supernova provides a ton of healing, but I really thought that it looked like Dildox's fight. When they got that big Terror Surge onto the platform as well. Great Orbital Ray, but Supernova, they find a way to just win a fight like that. And that's going to give them the ultimates required to cap 5.1. You still have the Terror Surge here for you. Jutsu. Oh, they actually find a pick with the Terror Surge, but...
Yeah, nice little rally there. Rally bash stunned 2. Nice little grip onto Ryan, but the bowler shot from PDK connects with two people. Jusu finish off with an arrow through the dome, and Razor even with a pulse one. Might not need it though. Renko's on the high ground, but now isolated from the rest of his team because the front line has fallen. PDK hunting for the Baptiste once again. Go on, add insult to injury. Another kill for PDK. Onto Renko. Just public enemy number 1 for Dildax currently.
Yeah, PDK with a great performance, I feel like, throughout the series. Really made his presence felt on the Freya so far. And this is what Dildox need if they're gonna get some of these map wins in OWCS, right? PDK definitely doing his, and actually coming up on another Graviton Surge here. 3 available, 4 grapes. Let's see how much value this one can provide. It's going to be a difficult task with Frothy Philly coming up on an Orbital Ray as well.
Yeah, Orbital Ray versus Tree. I know I got my money on the giant space laser, that's for sure. They're slowly moving up the hill here. Razor looking for a pulse bomb. Good stick. Should get lamps though. Yep. See that in the HUD. Renko hitting the lamp just in time. Pulse bomb doesn't get much, but damage onto Astro though. There goes the grab. Oh, the tree. It's not quite good enough to save Jusu nor Renko. They're happy to fight through that one. No Orbital Ray required, Johnny. Just a big grab.
Yeah, I feel like Supernova here playing the BAP and the Lifeweaver. They're kind of exposed to walking up this hill, right? Dildox, I feel like they have a lot of members on their team. The Tracer can flank around, hit the off angle. PDK with the high ground is going to have every opportunity he can to, you know, hit these bola shots, hit these bolts. So Supernova, they're going to make that swap, getting off the Lifeweaver after Grapes utilizing the tree, over to the Brig instead. And this is now Supernova with the more stable kind of composition, I feel like, walking up this street.
Yeah, they can use window for space too, but look at Astro's health already.
It's like so low,
almost
yeah.
at 0. Yeah, Ryan's going to pop the blade in the skies. Oh, gets whip-shotted away. A perfect bash as well. Wow, Redix just completely denying Ryan's blade. Ryan got 1 slash off, maybe a second. But Redix with a perfect whip shot gets away from Frothy Philly, saves the day, and then the Orbital Ray for the cleanup. Supernova struggle street right now with 1 minute and 17 to go. No ults in the bank just yet. We're gonna have a Terror Surge, you know, that's about it though, and they're going to get another grab soon, and a pulse, and a rally.
What do you think about sticking to the Orisa here? Because Orisa is obviously one of the best heroes. Astro's got this Terra Surge, but you're kind of just running down with this Orisa into the Zarya on the defense.
It feels so bad. Oh, Ryan gets bashed as well. Good call out there. Redx just jumping down, hitting the stun. Easy whip shot, like release Brig. Tracer's probably still having a lot of nightmares about that. Yeah, Astro, at this point though, you can't swap, right?
No, at this point, it's too late. You got this Terror Surge. But, you know, I was thinking like Astro is such a great Winston as well, that I know Winston Brig Juno feels kind of bad, but Axir is having a great time on the Zarya and dealing a ton of damage.
Yeah, the spears. They're good for charge on the Zarya, pretty much. Yeah, Graviton Surge Pulse Bomb, the bigger bang combo. Oh, he's straight over the he's straight over the top. Oh, I might not need the pulse. Oh, Juicy ends up getting a bonus kill onto the Zarya, but too little, too late, son. That'll be it, Johnny. Nice little grab, nice little bunny hop from Axio there. Good stuff, and that will be the halt. Dildox, Johnny, coming up their first map win in OWCS this stage. Okay, 1 on the board, maybe more.
Yeah, you're right. They get their first map win, 0-9 going into this series, but they finally do it on the back of PDK. I think you gotta give PDK his flowers there. Great Freya play as well. And Axir, the Zarya into the Orisa. Who would have thought? All the ranked people in the chat, they're just like, of course. Why wouldn't you play Zarya into Orisa?
It was so simple.
Yeah, so, yeah. Even, you know, they did it in the Champions Clash Finals. Of course you gotta bring out the Zarya. But yeah, Dildox, they make it work.
What would you have swapped to if you're the Orisa there?
I mean, I would have, you know, I'm dive pilled. And I know it's Circuit Real, and I know it feels bad to play something like a Winston Juno Brig, but I really do feel like, you know, they just kind of like bash their head against the wall for, you know, a long time there, like 4 or 5 minutes on the attack, just trying to play the Orisa, right? Oh, and they kind of played into Dildox, and Dildox, they got every opportunity possible. I mean, it didn't help that you were playing Baptiste Lifeweaver as well. I feel like Dildox, you know, it's kind of easy, right? When you're playing the defense like that, you have the high ground, and you feel what is like a compositional advantage. it's not too difficult for Dildox to make it work, right? And so I feel like Supernova maybe gave this one away a little bit, playing into Dildox game.
That damage is crazy. 62,000 damage. And we didn't go to extra rounds either.
Yeah, I mean, that's Zarya making a ton of work against the Orisa.
I mean, God, that's easily more than the fair share. I mean, Supernova, what a defense on the third point as well. Like,
yeah.
You walk in, you're like, okay, we have how many minutes? We have 5 minutes and a bit. Like, Dildox were chilling, and then Supernova held them down to the very last second, like in OT, right? But, you know, at the end of the day, great. If you brought down our time back that much, we'll just stop you after the first point. We're cool with that. Where do you go now? Well, already answered, Johnny. Ignore that question. Supernova going to Runasapi. Surely.
Orisa map.
Surely you don't ban the Zarya, but...
Dude, if they ban the
you
Zarya,
want it, I mean,
would that be the first Zarya ban? Like,
that's
you know, this is an A? Maybe someone protect ban tank by banning Zarya, but we don't see a ton of Zarya because it usually is pretty easily countered in OWCS.
Yeah, nobody gets rolled. Maybe they're not too fussed about the Zarya here because dive's a little easier. Like, you can play the Winston, like you can just run full dive if you really want to. So maybe they're not worried about that. Of course, Supernova banning first, both teams not subbing anybody out either. Supernova back to full strength. We mentioned it before. Like, look, they had some swap arounds here and there, right? They had Ryan taking a little break. They had both Astro and Volks jumping onto DPS to help out the team and obviously play the officials. But yeah, that Circuit Royale wasn't pretty on their side of things. So maybe you're just like, well, if Axel is just going to run around and just laser beam us all, I mean, just get it out. Just get it out. Cool.
I was thinking maybe you ban Freya here. PDKs looked really good on the Freya, and you know, when Jutsu looked really good in promotion and relegation, there was no Freya. Freya was not available. That was mostly on the Sojourn. Jutsu looked fantastic on the Sojourn, right? And so maybe you're saying like, hey, we can get rid of the Freya. You know, we can allow Jutsu to play some Sojourn if you'd like to, into the Orisa even, or whatever tank you see fit, right? But I feel like that could be an easy ban for Supernova to give them the leg up going into this next map.
Well, I'll tell you right now, even though it's not on the screen because I just got word, Supernova, they're going to ban the Zarya, Johnny. So yeah, no Freya ban. They are getting the Zarya out of the pool. We're like, nope, no more. Get it out. We do want to play. We want to play the Orisa, okay? We don't want you doing like 2 million damage. Dildox end up banning the Genji on their side. So no Genji for Ryan.
Okay, well, that is still interesting, though, because I don't think Ryan minds. Ryan's going to play the Tracer regardless and be a very happy camper. But the fact that Supernova banned this Zarya, look, they know, they kind of figured out what the issue was. The Zarya dealt a ton of damage on Circuit Royale, so let's just get it out of the way, and we'll kind of see how Dildox adapt accordingly. I mean, we haven't seen a ton of playtime from Axio, right? We've only seen the Orisa in the first map here, and later on the Zarya, right? So, you know, we don't know quite what's in store, you know? Might just be the Ram, but we'll have to see.
Yeah, I mean, Ram was banned last
or the
map,
Orisa mirror. Yeah.
Maybe the Orisa mirror, yeah. I love Orisa mirrors, Johnny. I love them.
You do?
Do you remember the times of all? You know, we were like nostalgia pilled yesterday. We were just nostalgia baiting everybody, talking about like Element Mystic and stuff like that. Do you remember that screenshot of San Francisco Shock, Gibraltar .2, double shield bastion window on the top of the spaceship, on the nose of the spaceship?
Did Sim have a shield then too?
Did Sim have a shield? Wait, what do you mean like the wall?
I know, yes, I know the iconic screenshot, of course, of San Francisco Shock playing the ship. Yeah,
the ship. That's my like the vivid Orisa memories from like way back then. The double shield on the ship. Just watching that back now, you'd be like, this is the dumbest Overwatch ever played.
Did you play Orisa in Overwatch Classic? You know, a few patches ago, they had like
No, I didn't.
Yeah.
I don't play tank, bro. Come on.
Get the halt, the shield. Dante loves the halt. Dante is always like, give us halt back. And I'm like,
no, dude.
Don't give us halt back.
Dude, halt was so cringe, man. Like remember every kind of rank game back in the day as well? Like, I'm sure a lot of people in the chat kind of remember this too. Like, pulling. 1, 2, 3, pull. 1, 2, 3, pull. Pulling. Okay. Pull hook, right? It was the pull hook combo, or like pull rock, or like, so, dude, Dante, what is
just planting 2 Orisa shields, and then you send the halts over the other shields so they fly up into the air.
To pull them up,
you pull them up, Because then they can't make any movement in the air, and so you just got like a solid second there where they're just standing still. It was even arguably even dumber the fact when you weren't even going for like a hook, when you were like halting for your Widowmaker. It's like, hey Widow, I'm halting here, and they just get a free shot where you can just headshot some damage hero.
It was one of the most powerful like normal abilities that wasn't like an ultimate in the game.
Yeah, and you know what? I'm gonna take it one step further. I know for a fact, even though I'm not reading the Twitch chat, I know that there are people in Twitch chat who are going to be like, yeah, Halt was awesome. What are you talking about?
Yeah, they're like, yeah,
so it's actually a controversial ability.
Well, it's not in the game, Johnny, but the Orisa shield is if you choose the perk. Most Orisas don't do that.
I can respect that though.
It is available. Well, it looks like it's going to be an
Orisa. With the shield on Circuit Real against the sword.
Yeah, wait. Okay, hang on a second. Roll back the clock. You should have gone with the shield.
Yeah, instead of the javelin, should have gone with shield.
All right, Ryan's going to roll out the game with the Tracer. No surprise. Razor back on the Sombra, though.
Yeah, Razor back on the Sombra. We've seen quite a bit of Sombra play on this match as well. Last week, it was Knife on the side of Team Liquid. Rolled out with the Sombra here. And there are some nice little off angles you can take here with the Sombra. Isolate a target here and there. Ryan's already putting the pressure here on Dildox on their backline.
You assumed like beelining for Frothy Philly. Yeah, you got to be careful of that Virus. Virus does mean things to Tracer with a limited health ball.
Oh yeah.
They're moving that barricade.
All right, Ryan. I think this is a good spot for Ryan to be in as well, because the Sombra wants to juggle the bot as much as Ryan does, but good Virus, good hack, and that's a first blood. Red X taking the kill. And then Ryan, no more. Good luck pressuring the backline now. Supernova are going to get run over. These manual hacks, they're so frustrating when the Sombra is like sitting behind their own Orisa or off on an off angle, because you can... Well, whoops. It's okay. You can throw away those ults like pulse bombs. It's all good. Oh, PDK looking strong.
Yeah, that's exactly what you need as well, because Ryan, so potent on this Tracer, but Razor, looked for Ryan a couple of times, so finally found the perfect hack and the Virus combo. You kind of called it into existence there, Jaws. So a nice opening for Dildox here as well. They're going to have the Orbital Ray quite early here. Supernova coming up on theirs as well. But an opportunity here for Dildox to get the cap early.
Wait, she's that spear on Jutsu there. Almost died. Orbital Ray pretty early on here for Frothy Philly, and a very good angle to use it on as well. Desperately needs to help Red X, however. Orbital Ray used by Supernova. Red X goes down. Terror Search is good. And Ryan takes care of Frothy Philly. No healing for Dildox. That Ray disappearing in just a couple of seconds. Actually, and PDK still come up with kills though. But with Ryan full HP, a recall, and a lot of CDs left, it should be easy cleanup for the Tracer. And there goes the bot. But good first push from Dildox, hitting 45 meters.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a good start for Dildox here on Runasapi. Ryan here, I feel like, could be the pivotal member for Supernova playing this Tracer. Big impact player. Could make individual players to make a big difference in this map. Now with the pulse bomb here as well. Red X is sitting on the rally, but if Ryan could open this up with no other big ultimates available here for Supernova, that would be a big boon for them.
EMP is going to be huge. Nice. And the Virus doesn't end up connecting. A lot of heals being flung Jujutsu's way right now. Is that rally is actually going to help them sustain through this EMP. Grapes didn't get hit by it. It's got to be one of the targets you're aiming for there if you're Razor. And you can see the consequences for that action right here. Is the bot pushing even further. And this should be a checkpoint as well. At least a minimum, the lead.
Yeah, and Razor using that EMP but getting no value, it's actually a big swing here as well, because you kind of needed that to put a stop to Supernova's push, but they're going to get the cap here. Jutsu has the bola shot available, and Dildox with no big ultimates on their side. This map could really get away from them because they couldn't capitalize with that EMP.
PDK looking for some more shots to Jutsu. Oh, that was good. Little slide track in there, and Razor is dead. Yeah, did not expect Grapes to be there. Jutsu's just on the flank. He's in enemy territory. Oh, and he snipes PDK as well through the door. I mean, sure, Grapes is dead, Johnny. Supernova's still getting a lot of time and space on the point. The bowler shot hits too. They might not be able to sustain through this. Looks like Dildox are just turning tail and running, Johnny. And this is 80+ meters right now for Supernova. Razor switching over to the Tracer to be a little bit more impact as Ryan solo pushes the point.
Yeah, and you cannot take that brawl, right? Because you're free pushing. even though you invest a bola shot, you don't really get the frags necessary. Ryan is pushing the bot all the meanwhile, so 90 meters for Supernova. Even though you invested an ultimate here and there, there's actually quite a big push from them. Very satisfied with all the push they got on the back of those early picks.
And Dilduck still need the checkpoint as well, right? Terror Surge event for Axur. Looks like he's going to pop it. Bola shot comes in as well. Jutsu's already dead. Nice little Terror Surge there, a little wombo combo. Astro, wondering where the rest of my team went. Orbital Ray from Renko's getting matched by Frothy Phillies. The duel on the point now, just on the traces, but Renko sniped Razor, who's trying to steal that bot away. And now Ryan's POV with a pulse bomb hits the recall, looking for the brig, maybe. Looking for somebody to land this stick, but look at where the bot is pushing right now. They've stolen it away from Dilbucks, who now needs to go on the chase. They need to be in hot pursuit.
Yeah, they're on the rotate here. Oh, big collapse actually, and a huge stick from Ryan.
Red X, that's the rally, Johnny. It's gone. Dildex, this map is slowly slipping through their fingers. 4 and a bit minutes and 100+ meters. A Supernova. Yeah, they just took the bot and ran with it. This is kind of disaster. There's a pulse bomb coming in from Dilducks, Johnny, but Supernova have got the rally. As long as Grapes doesn't get stuck here, they're good.
Yeah, Razor has the pulse bomb and need to make a big play for his team. Otherwise, PDK coming up on the bowler shot here as well.
Ooh.
That's an aggressive rally. Grapes can't just find it.
Hits the shield, puts it in the wall as well. There's the bash. Razor escapes narrowly with his life. Receives a pack and a little bit of Inspire healing from the Brigitte there. 4 minutes to go. Dilduck, sure, they have control of the bot for now, Johnny, but look how far they got. 127 meters.
Yeah, that is so long for Supernova. Dilduck's going to have an awful time getting back into this map. Now it's on a flank from Jutsu as well. Can he land the shots?
Oh, PDK connects with him mid-air, however. Ends up going down to his own bolt, sadly. But any kind of trade here is bad for Dilducks. They need clean fights. They need control of this bot. And Astro and Ryan, they are making their lives a living hell right now. Redex kind of staggered there too, the final member of Dilducks to go down.
Yeah, Supernova looking great here with the orbital ray. Dilduck's going to have an opportunity here to kind of stop this push. So Supernova happy to give this up, establish better positioning down the line. Such an uphill battle for Dilducks here. They need to start getting some big value from their ultimates. But PDK is already down.
Jutsu coming up large in this map. PDK had the duel, the 1 foot, like the 1v1, the head-to-head throughout the last couple. There's the rally. Ryan just dodging out of the way. Actually hits the recall in the end as Redix goes down. Just focus there. Maybe a little bit too far up. Frothy Philly next to bite the dust. Turns into a milkshake there as he was looking at every kind of direction. And Johnny, I'm going to be honest with you. This is full cap. Like straight up Supernova demolishing Dilducks on Runasapi. I got a little ult to spare there as Jutsu throws out the bowler shot, and now it's the staggered members of Dilduck trying to get to the point in time. A Doomfist just not going to work, and neither is this Tracer. The pulse bomb goes wide. I mean, Ryan, sure, he ends up going down, but Astro is a tank in the front line, a one-man army on the Orisa, and that is Supernova taking a map point.
Yeah, that's the Supernova we want to see as well. Big individual plays coming through as well, and then they do a great job capitalizing on Dilduck's mistake there. You know, that big flank where Ryan kind of stole the bot, and then Dilducks were forced to rotate throughout the building. Then a great collapse from Supernova to just pick them apart, get on top of the back line. I feel like this is Supernova now really playing well together. You know, they're really capitalizing, punishing Dilducks for their mistakes. And this is the Supernova we wanted to see heading into stage 2, Jaws.
Some of these fights are so messy too. I mean, Jutsu and PDK just going at each other over the last few maps, right? But PDK looked a little bit silent here. There were a couple of nice like bolt kills, sure, but Jutsu felt like had PDK's number. And like you said, that bot steal was pretty much the final nail in the coffin. You kind of get that meterage and then you force a rotation like that, and then that kill onto PDK. It's kind of this slow snowball at the very end. It was like, okay, they got checkpoint, they got about 80 meters, then they steal the bot, and then they're slowly inching it towards that that final checkpoint. I mean, look at the deaths too. A nice little 6.9 KD from Supernova, 14 deaths to 31. I mean, a little gap here between the two teams.
Yeah, they couldn't get anything going. I feel like it was a big Tracer Sombra gap as well. Like Ryan just completely outplayed Racer, had so much impact in the game, utilizing those flanks. So Supernova, they do a great job establishing these kind of like off angles, pushing the back line of Dildogs and putting on a great performance here against Dildogs.
I mean, the EMP didn't get anything. Like, we saw that kind of like, okay, we want to make this big EMP play. The mid fight is pretty decent for the Sombra. A lot of places you can hide on the off angle and even like kill Tracer at the end of the day. But you hit the big EMP and you don't get anybody because you don't end up hitting the Brig who has rally. And then it all falls apart. A 2-1 lead right now for Supernova, a must-win game. They've got a couple of hard ones coming up, but starting off here with a win, and their first in Stage 2 would be someone else. We'll have to wait and see how the series ends up playing out, though. We're going to jump to a quick break. Don't go anywhere. Supernova Dildogs continue after this. All right, we're back in the series. New Junk City up next. Dildogs picking the map and picking ban Juno first. Supernova with the Genji ban. So Genji can no longer be banned in this series since Dildogs also banned it in Runasapi. So kind of joking around in the break there, saying like, oh, do you like protect ban to try and get Zarya here?
More brawl, Jack. More brawl.
Dude,
Can't wait. Yeah, like the thing is, you already banned the Ramatra, right? So if you wanted to force the Zarya somehow, you couldn't really, because you wouldn't be able to get the Orisa matchup, right? And I say that, and they just bring it out anyway with no tank bats. So we'll have to see what's in store. I mean, yeah, Lucio Kiri backlines is going to be the choice here for both teams because the Juno is gone, of course. So we'll see how that affects things. maybe just run it back. We'll see. We'll see if Astro makes an adaptation actually, because you know Ramatra would be available, like it wasn't on Circuit Real. So Supernova could play around the Zarya if they'd like to.
I mean, I'm down with the Zarya, man. It's a whole lot of fun. PDK jumping over to the Freya again. Dude, Zarya, like I said, how long? When was the last time we had like a pure Zarya meta? Like, when was that?
I mean, I'm thinking like Dallas Fuel, Hanbin playing the Zarya and Sparkle on the Reaper.
So
that was that Dallas event, Stage 1 in 2022.
Yeah, a long time ago, put it that way. Okay, PDK back on the case. Jutsu down, but unfortunately, yeah, brawl it into the Zarya. Not quite dealing my duck right now, Johnny. I can't lie. All right, Supernova going to run over Dildux despite the first kill.
Yeah, you're speaking on the Zarya now. They're not going to swap. Jaws, breaking news. They're not going to swap away from the Zarya.
You know what? I like that. That's a lot of flair. That's a vibe. Stick on the Zarya despite all that oppose you.
Again, though, I feel like Ryan will have so many opportunities to do work on this Tracer, right? Because like, who is contesting Ryan here? Like the May isn't. You know, there is some icicles here and there. PDK is not going to. So, you gotta be kidding me, man!
Johnny, come on, man! What are you gonna do, Ryan, like that? Huh?
I'm done, bro. Oh, they still win.
It's all good though. They used the rush and they still won, Johnny. So you are forgiven, I think.
Space Gradle.
Yeah, so true. We made the May look the other way.
Yeah, but I think it's a big issue for Dildux because you're playing this. Okay, now we're also cooking here. Astro is cooking.
Okay, hang on. Wait a second here.
I mean, Dildux is
they didn't even touch,
somehow,
right?
So yeah, they can't.
Yeah, okay, so they're not even touching. Either they sniffed Astro out or they weren't going to touch anyway. But yeah, they didn't touch. PDK on the Soj now, by the way.
Yeah, I actually like this swap. I really do. I think this will just give you more opportunity to pump damage into your Risa as well. And while it's not a Cassidy, at least it gives you some opportunity to poke away Ryan, make life more difficult for Ryan as well. Overclock, big impact ultimate. So yeah, you don't have the same pick potential like a Freya, but you will certainly have impact on this game.
Oh, PDK is like, I wanted to be down there anyway. Nice Suzu there, protecting everybody from Astro's Terror Surge. Everybody was able to walk away without a scratch on their body. And they even got the Graviton Surge as well. Okay, here we go. Coming alive, point unlocked, point capped. Dildux still got grab. They haven't got rush, but they got Blizzard. So Dildux in a decent spot. It looks like Astro is going to make a small swap hazard now for Supernova.
Yeah, this is interesting because maybe you figure that the Sojourn combined with Zarya, that's just way too much damage. Like, Eureka just can't stand up to that. So Astro instead, with a bit more of a back and forth hero, solo grab here. Nice read from Grapes, actually.
Yeah, it does connect with 4 there, but unfortunately Astro's on the wrong side of the fights. Astro at 100 energy, looking for someone to beam down towards Grapes, but he won't be squashed just yet. As Dildux, they narrowly actually escaped with a point there. Supernova did try and go for a small cap. It looks like Grapes potentially, or even Ryan, almost managed to sneak the point away from them. So now they're on the low ground, which is not great for this team.
Yeah, not great. Renko, Kitsune Rush. This is Supernova pushing the momentum.
Yeah, Soundbar actually does get laid down as well, and high ground control for BDK is going to be what he desires. Even the bubble can't save him, though. Astro ends up chunking him out, and you can see the damage potential coming out from the hazard really coming into full effect. Orisa is decent damage, sustained damage, sure, but it's not as much as hazard. This burst is just insane. Nice little clip there from Ryan, does take down Frothy Philly, and now the Jenga pieces will start falling to the ground here for Deluxe. They do get 99 though, so they're not too fussed about that. Like, getting 99 here, you just need one big combo, you need one big railgun from PDK, and the point could be theirs.
Yeah, and this is Racer, in my opinion. Should swap away from the May if you can. You know, building towards this Blizzard, but you think May just can't keep up with some of these characters on Supernova now. The Freya, Tracer, obviously huge mobility available, but now also the Hazard from Astro. Dildux, I think they're going to be forced to make some adaptations here, but they have an opportunity here with the Overclock, maybe, Jaws.
Ryan just checking the doors, though.
This ends now.
Okay, here it is. Overclock. Everybody running. They're in a different postcode at this point. Yeah, like no one is peeking PDK. You shouldn't, to be fair. Pulse bomb goes wide. Looked like it connected, but Ryan, unfortunately, doesn't manage to find it. And with Grapes dead, this is looking good for Dildox. They've got the Graviton Surge as well, but honestly, if they can save it here, they're going to be so well set up for the next points. PDK falls, sure, we make the trade, that's fine. We got control of the point, and we're going to get the cap. They're going to tie it up 1-1 on New Junk City.
All right, that overclock actually gave Dildox a ton of space to work with, and then you force the point pressure, people dropping into your line of sight if you're Razor or Axer as well. So the composition really worked to a T there because you were at 99%. Taking a look at the stats here real quick.
Look at Astro's damage. 6k for the team.
Yeah, both teams keeping up with each other there. No big standouts as of now. Big back and forth series so far. Actually looking for a grab here. Oh,
wait,
sorry.
Wait, did he just stop and type as well? I'm pretty sure he did. The quick question mark, perhaps, from Axel. Oh, nice Graviton Surge. Gonna met with the sound barrier and only 45 energy. Can't find any instant kills, but PDK with a fully charged railgun takes care of Renko. Now they're gonna deal with this beat somehow. There's no bubbles even for Axel, but doesn't really seem to bother the Zarya. Moisturized in their lane. Astro dead. Nice little cap there from Dildox. And once again, Johnny, they save ults. They've got Blizzard. I think she even got the overclock.
Yeah, and if you wanted to pick the next stage for Dildox, you couldn't have asked for a better stage here with Razor on the May, right? And now you have the Blizzard available for as well. Supernova going to have a real tough time to navigate through these chokes now. No ultimates available as of yet. This is Dildox with a great opportunity to actually go up here on New Junk City.
Slow peek around this corner. It's going to be so hard to like get through this choke, like you said, because of that May. Well, there it is in the choke point. Doesn't look like it's actually caught anybody, but it has split the team up. Nice little wall as well is going to trap the Tracer. Ryan manages to get away, but Jusu not quite so lucky. A quick map flip though, but the point won't actually exchange hands. And Axel just kind of, it feels like a solo queue Zarya right now, honestly. It just beaming the backline, running, just blatant disregard for their own team. Just doing, I'll do the damage. If you guys don't want to, that's fine. I'm going to just max out my score. 90+%. They're going to get this cap. No one from Supernova can touch. A quick transition to the next point, Johnny. They might be able to clean up New Junk City. They've got another grab.
Yeah, they got another grab, building crucial ultimate here, or Dildox. But I think this is where it gets a little bit tougher for them. These outside points here, this is where Supernova, they could potentially come online. Renko's got that Kitsune Rush available. Crucially, I feel like here for Supernova, can't get caught in a big Graviton Surge here. That would be devastating.
Oh, speaking of which,
they do just that.
Suzu came out and yeah, goodbye. And PDK was on the off angle. You saw the small shield from Astro come up, and it's not enough to actually save the rest of the squad. Good stuff. A 2 ult dump, but they've got support ults for this next fight, and they're going to get the point cap first.
Yeah, they just kind of like 5-man with the Kitsune Rush. And maybe you had the mistiming on the Graviton Surge, but like that's not really where your composition excels. So everyone being caught like that, it's going to be tough for Supernova. Not a ton of percentage built here for Dildox, but not the start you need when you're trying to claw yourself back into this map. Oh, here's a nice pick though.
Well, that is not good. They're still going to commit though. Sound barrier used, knowing that they can kill Renko. Nice little headshot. Ryan has got no recall either. Annihilation is going to be tough to deal with, but Astro is pretty low, so has to play this rather safe. But a point like this with the Annihilation, it's good enough for 2. And there is the flip. That initial kill there on to the Zarya kind of all made everything fall apart. Luckily for Astro, stayed alive. That Annihilation ticking everybody from Dildox who wanted to touch.
Yeah, and this is where the damage player for Supernova, they need to come up clutcher. It's going to be difficult for Dildox perhaps to get close to this point. Supernova with the off angles here. What can Ryan do with this pulse bomb? What can Jutsu do coming up on that overclock?
They need to put themselves in a position where they can wall off this point.
Nice pick.
Nice pick. Graves is going to invest sound barrier. So I think Dildox, knowing that this is a last fight, just quickly reset. Don't use anything crazy. You can get a pick, great, but if you can't, no worries. Quick reset. We have Blizzard still.
No stagger.
And we force sound barrier.
Yeah, I mean, if you're Dildox, no real pressure here. Axer is going to swap over to that Orisa, crucially. Great swap. I think this is finally the time where you need to make that sub. And maybe you'll now have a bit of an easier time walking through here. Does Razor go for a bit of a yeet blizzard here? Just trying to get it onto the point.
They're going to be able to get touch. There was a boot there from the Lucio, but didn't find anything. Now they have to run into this railgun. It's overclock. Good poke spot. They're still going to commit this blizzard. They've got the freeze on the tank. Can the support coming in time? No, Renko, no Suzu potentially there. Has got the rush, but it is all Ryan. Philly Forfeit does end up taking him out, but time's going to tick down. And Supernova claim the point. 2-2 on New Junk City. Axel going down first again. It's Supernova with perfect focus fire, knowing if the Orisa stays alive, the control of the point is going to be very, very hard to wrestle back.
Yeah, the execution is on point here from Supernova, now playing this Sojourn Tracer composition to a T. Dildog's having a real tough time, and Razor is going to stick on this May, heading into the final point as well. I mean, Jutsu is just going to sit on this high ground now, establish high ground on the Sojourn, and a Kitsune Rush to push the tempo too.
Axel just running straight through it. Renko TPing through the wall that was placed. Both Lucios now dead. Oh, and a good spear. And an amazing spear from Axel. Astro sent careening off the edge of the map. A scrappy fight again, but if the Orisa's up and you haven't got a tank, this fight is lost. Supernova getting an Orisa of their own, but Dildux with a remarkable play there from Axel end up capping.
It's actually a huge javelin, and combined with Grapes being a little bit too involved there in the backline. Supernova, I feel like they're kicking themselves. That's a fight they really wanted to win. And now at Dildux instead, percentage ticking on this final point here on New Junk City. And PDK has the overclock available for his team.
I mean, this is for all the marbles, right? For Dildux. They need this point to keep them in the series. Oh, Relics. Uh-oh. 10% towards that beat as well. It's all falling apart. Yeah.
Oh, Ryan.
Nice little kill on the Lucio. Both Lucios, I think, trying to go for some sort of Frogger-esque plays, it feels like. Ryan alone, though, on the point. Hits the recall now just against the Orisa. Oh, what an eat from Axel. And he gets sent over the edge as well. Oh, no my word.
Bro is typing.
He's typing for sure. Bro is typing. Bro standing still typing. What, again, another amazing solo play from Axel to save Dildux.
And they have 4 ults. They have massive ultimates here. 85%. It's going to be a desperation touch from Supernova.
This wall is going to be kind of frustrating for them to get around as well. They're looking for the Lucio. They want to kill Grapes. Grapes is so close to beat. Grapes has to stay alive at all costs to keep them in this. Southbound connects from Relics. Grapes managed to hit a 4-man. BDK up on the high ground now. Is there someone from Supernova has to continue this touch? BDK knows it too. Could just escort himself towards Frothy Philly to get healed all the way up. Juice2 finding a couple of railgun shots into the side of Axel, who right now is getting focused by the entirety of Supernova, and he is brought to bear. Eventually, the Orisa falls. It was a fairly costly fight for both teams, but Supernova, they're still in it. 99% for Dildux.
Yeah, Dildux really wanted to close things out there. But Supernova, one great final effort. They give themselves an opportunity to come back on this map and close out the series to go with it. Kitsune rushes on both sides here. Both teams need a playmaker to step up. And Ryan with a nice pick.
Relic's down again. Okay, quick reset. No more casualties can be afforded. Suzu thrown in. They should be okay. It looks like they managed to get out alive.
Yeah, this is going to be final fight, Jaws. This one's for all the marbles. This is Dildux trying to keep themselves in the series.
Okay, Relics cannot go down first again. Ryan is going to make his life a living hell, though, I'd imagine, with that pulse bomb. Still scared, though, of Razor. Rushes on the point. Focus fire onto PDK, just getting chased out by Ryan. Ryan throws in the pulse bomb as well. It does go a little bit wide, but Ryan and Jutsu come up with the goods. A nice spear. And Axel, unfortunately, can't make another hero play as Supernova close out New Junk City and the series a 3-1.
Oh.
As that is
it's
frame
over.
perfect. The frame perfect disconnect from Dildux. Axel was like, I can't do anything more.
The match is over. It's 3 points for Supernova, so we're good here. We're good here. This was no rage quit anyway. The series is officially concluded.
The frame perfect disconnect for like the okay sure it was 100%, you know, it's the series is done. Supernova, they take the win over Dildux. Unfortunately, no one's still in Dux today. Johnny, what an amazing set of rounds that was. I mean, Axel, you got to give props to the Orisa and the Zarya play there for Dildux, but this is Supernova at their full strength, finding a 3-1 in the series and keeping their hopes and dreams alive. they don't want to be in that relegation zone. They don't want to be in that bottom 2.
Yeah, it's gonna be tough to avoid that. But still, though, yes, like you said, this is what we wanted to see from Supernova, and I thought overall it was a pretty clean series from them. Yes, you struggled on a couple of points there, especially against Racers May, but I feel like as that map really progressed, I feel like the May struggled to get any kind of value, and instead it was Ryan coming up clutch on the Tracer.
Yeah, I mean, listen, Dildox are not the favorite. They were not the favorite heading into this. Did they lose? Yes. Did they do it with flair? Absolutely. So we still got something for our money that we're definitely not paying to watch this. But, you know, Zarya was in the mix. That was interesting. Certainly threw the opposition there for a little loop because they got their first map win. That's something we can celebrate.
Yeah, I think so.
Not just one, they got 2.
Let's get it. I mean, look, at the end of the day, they only got one, so they only got one.
They only got one.
Oh yeah,
they only got
this
one.
was never mind.
Yeah, in your hearts, they got 2.
In my
and I can
heart, they
appreciate
won
that.
this one, and then they didn't.
I was ready for map 5.
Okay,
Yeah, I think
this would
everybody
have
was
been
really.
the game. Yeah, this would have been the game to go to map 5, just because they can.
Yeah, Axel looked incredible on the tank, I gotta say. Like, definitely the standout for the team. PDK was a little bit hot and cold. When he was on, it was on. When he was off, I mean, Jutsu was just kind of just throwing him to the dogs. It was a good series, regardless for Dildox. I think you can take away a lot from this, but Supernova, like, they have a chance. They have a chance now.
They
going
do.
down this early, halfway through a stage, isn't great, but
I think
there is
now, if
potential
you're
there.
looking at the schedule, and I really don't like doing math on live TV, but if
try to help.
Sakura win this next match, which is coming up, then I think Supernova will find themselves in relegation again alongside Dildogs. So
Right.
Yeah.
Sakura, yeah, they have to lose. There's a whole lot of
Sakura
math
needs
because
to lose, I
Supernova.
believe, because otherwise they can't overtake them.
Right, because Supernova plays Sakura tomorrow, so Sakura does need to lose this one for Supernova to stand a chance.
Exactly, and even then it will
yeah.
come down to map differential. So yeah.
But then
we'll
Supernova
see.
still need to face SSG, who haven't looked like super hot. So
Yes,
you know,
but
upsets can happen.
So
Okay.
if you're Supernova, you're an Extinction fan coming into the next series.
yes,
Yeah.
that's essentially what we're saying. So there are stakes in today's matches. If we're reaching really deep into the bag for it, we will find them. But yeah, Supernova, credit where credit is due. Great showing today, of course. We know what to expect from those players. We've seen them around town for quite some while. I love their reactionary play. They did punish Dildox whenever there was something to punish. Like they saw those openings, they got those picks. So yeah, Supernova taking a 3-1 victory in their match today, keeping themselves perhaps maybe out of relegation at the end of stage 2. Now, some of you watching might be like, whoa, that's a little early to call. Like, this is week 3. Yes, but that means we're halfway through, and it's not getting any easier for some of those teams. Like, the schedule is looking rough.
Yeah, it is. I mean, Supernova, if you look at their schedule now, it is Sakura tomorrow. Not tomorrow, sorry. Next weekend. Tomorrow's Monday. And then they have Space Station. Then they have Team Liquid. Then Extinction. So there is a chance. Like you said, everybody that's a Supernova fan needs to be an Extinction fan now to make sure Sakura goes down. But if Sakura win this next series, which I would say they're the favorites coming into it, it's increasingly harder for Supernova to make it out of that relegation spot.
Absolutely.
Do you want to read out Dildo's schedule too?
Yeah.
I should read out Dildo's schedule as well.
Because it's
Okay,
very
so-
hard. It's very
That one's not nice.
They had more of a front-loaded schedule, so obviously they just lost to Supernova. Next week they're against Kike. The week after that they're against Nightmare, and then the week after that they're against Team Liquid. So it's not the easiest to round
What
out
you're
the latter
saying,
half.
they're basically in promotion relegation again. They are already at the bottom
It
of the
is
standings. They are last.
Yeah.
They have
unfortunate.
3 basically unwinnable matches unless something insane is going to happen. So we've got to keep it real here. As much as we love the Dildogs and, you know, all those things, this isn't their stage to win. Let's put it that
Sadly.
way. But they can just come
might
back up
be.
again through promotion and relegation. They've done it once.
They'll definitely
they can
make
do
it
it
again.
twice.
Yeah, 100%. We've seen the players here in OWCS before. We'll see them again for sure, despite their record at this stage. You know, they're a fun team to watch, I think, and I know a lot of people are doing their ducks in the chat. Like everybody's popping off, and they always do. And it's good to it's good to see a lot of support for them.
Dilling their ducks. Is that? Do I want? Nah, I will not follow up. I will not ask questions. No, I will. Let's just move on. How about an interview to cleanse our palate? I got just the right one for you. Ryan should be joining us for a quick chat after Supernova's dub. It is not Ryan, it's Grapes. But you know what? Even better. I love Grapes more than Ryan. Have that guy. There we go.
Yeah.
You're welcome. Well, first of all, of course, congratulations on the victory. Let's talk about the match. Got a little dicey here and there. They rolled out with a Zarya. That seemed to trip you guys up. Is that something you expected from them? How did you adjust there?
I said before the map went in after the ban Ram, they're probably going to play Zarya, but we decided to bash our heads against a wall and play Arista Genji and lose. But yeah, it's pretty. After Ram was unbanned, just go Ram, run her over. It's really easy.
Obviously, your schedule is a little bit dependent on everybody else as well, mainly like Sakura Extinction. How do you see that next match that's coming up going down? You got your money on Sakura or Extinction?
Probably Sakura. I think they're a lot better.
Okay, a lot better. Well, it's nice to see you perform at a high level here with Ryan back in the lineup. How do you feel like, you know, Ryan being back changes things for you guys? Because obviously week one with Astro on the DPS lineup didn't really look the cleanest for obvious reasons. But Ryan being back from Korea, like, how does that unlock this team? How good do you think you guys can be now when you're playing your absolute best?
Ryan, I mean, it unlocks Tracer, which is awesome. We love to have a Tracer unlocked. He has really good vibes, you know, really just fun environment, and he's just insane. So it really just helps our whole team. He can play a lot of different stuff too. Like, he's not just Tracer only, but it really helps us play a lot of different comps, lean to our strengths more, all that kind of stuff.
We'd love to hear it, and we'd love to see more of you in the team. Grapes, thank you so much for joining us, and best of luck in your upcoming matches.
Cool, thank you guys.
Great to hear from Grapes after they got the victory. Yeah, I feel like every single team just needs the Tracer player. You just need to have, you need to have that.
Esports.
But you do,
Tracer
like,
player.
Like ever since the dawn of Overwatch, like if you don't have a really good Tracer somewhere in the back pocket, you're kind of just... It's not. It ain't
doomed.
It.
You are doomed. Like,
low key.
Every other meta has a Tracer in it. It's like, I think Tracer, she's the least changed hero of like all time. Like, rarely do you ever see a patch change because of how perfectly on a knife set she is in terms of like skill ceiling.
Change your entire EP. Like, she's the icon. It'd be really annoying for the graphics team. I can't do that.
Also true.
Yeah, you have to like exchange your mascot. Don't want to do that. Now, Ryan got themselves the player of the match honors with a Tracer play, amongst other things. Yeah, Ryan, just a good, solid player. Now back in the mix. Back from Korea. He is back from Korea, right? Like, he is.
Must be. He's playing on ping. That is just psycho stuff.
Yeah, honestly. I'm not sure exactly what the reason was.
It's not that bad from Korea, but yeah, I think he was just taking a little break maybe. But hanging out with Ryan getting this, I mean, look, playing Tracer, Genji looked really good as well. The blades look really nice. I think Ryan is definitely just a consistent for this team. Like, Ryan's always going to perform, like, no matter the circumstance, no matter the team. And I think, yeah, the Supernova, got to keep him around. That's for sure.
That's right. Well, let's see if they can continue their winning way. If we're looking at the standings, they are finding themselves somewhere in the middle of the pack soon. Yeah, with a 1-2 score. So right alongside Sakura, who are about to play their next
Screenshot
game.
This, by the way.
Yeah, you know.
Space Station 1 and 3, and then Supernova, Sakura.
Tough.
Yeah. I mean, they still got games to play. Don't worry. But Sakura and Supernova right now, 1 and 2, -3 map diff. It does rely on Sakura doing a little bit poorly in this next series. But even Grapes is saying, like, look, I think Sakura just better by far than Extinction. So probably hoping for an Extinction win, but they can still make it. There's just margins. Small margins.
Yeah, I mean, Extinction's victory was against Dilducks, so against the bottom team. So yeah, that's the one dub on the board. Maybe they can make it the second one. We're about to find out on the other side of this.
Savages, know you couldn't handle this. Everyone who battled me, they probably like it.
Here comes a new challenger.
Welcome back, y'all! We have assembled the most EU talent to close out our week 3 in our NA region. Jack and Johnny. And me, yeah, right. A Swiss and Englishman.
Okay, I want to get out of the way because Zoe pointed out to me, I do not live in a storage room. This is just a regular room. This is a regular room. I don't know where Zoe saw this, but it's a regular room. It has posters on the wall. I've got stuff on the thing. I mean, the only thing, I guess the rack is kind of like storage-y, but...
Now they know that I'm reading chat when I get bored.
I will not be taking
out
shade.
at me. Also,
Where do you get
storage,
this
there's
from?
nothing
Storage
to
room?
be...
Why does it look like a storage room? Was it literally just chat out of nowhere?
It was literally, I was just reading Twitch chat because I got bored. Okay? I saw the trailer 100 times and I had Twitch stream open, obviously, to connect my Battle.net account to my Twitch account so that I will earn the drops. So I just checked if my stream is still open and on for that, and then I saw
and then
it.
you saw the
right
one
there.
comment, and then you relayed it to me, which is great.
And then
Thanks,
I
Zoe.
let you know exactly that you look like you're living in a storage
I'll get some
room.
flowers or something. I don't know.
Yeah, you know what? You know what would look good in your storage room? More Overwatch action on your display.
So true.
And I got just a thing for you. Extinction and Sakura are going at it next. So let's talk about the two rosters. Starting with Extinction, obviously former Avidity roster. Plenty of well-known players from Tier 2. They had a good start to their stage, getting a 3-0 dub versus the Dill Dogs. Alas, it's a little difficult actually to take away much from their last match last week because they were just outclassed by Liquid. Liquid just kind of ran them over.
Yeah, I mean, any team is gonna get kind of handed a loss there with against Liquid. But look, I think this team has real potential. Wub Nation, we are alive.
Wubheads,
We are
yes.
still standing. The
Wubheads are in chat.
You're still an active
We are-
Discord member in that group.
I'm part of the Wub Nation. I think a lot of people in the chat are a part of the Wub Nation. I think Extinction, Hattori too. I think Hattori has been exceptional over the last couple of stages, even going from like last year as well. Hattori, she's an incredible Winston player, incredible dive. I think the rush as well and the ability to flex has been one of Hattori's biggest strengths. This squad looks good.
Yep. This squad looks good. Now, sorry, I had to quickly check on the schedule because I wanted to make a point, but then I couldn't remember.
Okay.
What.
I got
Never
the point
mind.
for you. If
Why
you
is this
want.
on me? Why is this on me? Sakura is their team, the team
Blame
that they're going
Johnny.
to face off against next. And Clear was the player that stood out for me. I wanted to say last week, but now I don't remember if that was last week. It was last week against their match in against Dill Dogs. Clear on that Diva was actually insane.
Yeah, and
Farming
especially against the
limbs,
Freya.
negating so much damage. Like, literally, the Freya impact was not felt because Clear just ate it all.
Here we go again with the Sakura EMEA highlights. But,
That's right.
But yes, the D.Va is so powerful at shutting down the D.Va, of course, and that is one of Clear's best heroes. But yeah, the point that I was going to make was that both of these teams, Extinction and Sakura, they got a win from beating Dildogs 3-0. But that's essentially all we've seen from both of these teams. So for
That's
me,
right. So we know nothing.
I was quite surprised that Grapes was like, oh yeah, Sakura is the better team here. Because going into this one, I was like, maybe we got a 5-map bang on our hands. Maybe they're pretty evenly matched.
And maybe we're about to find out. What do you say?
I
guys
think we
ready for
are.
this?
Yeah, she's queuing these up like crazy.
I know. I'm popping off at the end of the day.
I'm so hyped. Let's go.
Yeah, but I didn't get the green light yet from production to actually toss it to you. So now, there it is. It would have been so smooth, and then it really wasn't. Anyway, I thought I can waffle long enough. I couldn't. But now it is time to hand it over to you guys for Extinction versus Sakura, our last match of the day.
Thank you very much, Zoe.
Thank you, Zoe.
Hey, one of the greatest of all time to do it, honestly. One of the best hosts in esports, for sure. Get out of here. Okay, all right. Okay, leave us to it. Look, it's not a storage room. It's not a storage room. I got things here. I got a fish tank down there.
I have no idea how they said that was a storage room. You got a freaking aquarium. You got posters. And also, storage rooms are expensive. How did anyone think you can afford a storage room this big? Look at that.
Team Korea banner.
I don't even know how to respond to that.
That's kind of facts, actually. Wait a second.
No,
that's
it's
kind
not.
of
No, it's not.
It is.
No, it's
It
not.
is. Think about this. A storage room. A storage. Yeah, Johnny's like screaming into the ether, so he can't be heard. But so he said. Johnny's like, no, it's not. To like nothing. He's speaking to.
Okay,
ghosts.
well, sorry. I assumed that Zoe was heard on the stream.
So he said, like bedrooms are storage rooms for people, and that makes sense.
No, it does
isn't
not.
my bedroom.
No, it does not. Bedrooms are not storage rooms for people. That is the dumbest thing I've ever heard in my life.
Where do you store yourself in the apartment? When your apartment, Johnny?
What do you mean? I can move around. I have multiple rooms, and I can sleep in multiple rooms.
Yeah, so can a Roomba, bro. But like, it doesn't.
Well, I'm not stored. I have free will. I'm capable of walking where I please. Like I'm not restricted to be stored in a room or a house.
No, but when you go to sleep, where are you?
How does that matter? It's not like your items go to sleep in storage.
You're stored in your bedroom. The human storage space is the bedroom/bed.
You are. This is so dumb. This is the dumbest thing I've heard in my life.
I think Chat was spitting with that one, and then Zoe too. All right, let's get into the game.
You guys are crazy.
It's been a long day. Extinction versus Sakura. Oasis kicking us off. I thought we were going to see a little bit of mercy there. Hattori. Okay, two very different looks. Hattori rocking the Orisa. Will clear back on the D.Va. We spoke about Clear already being kind of an exceptional D.Va player. Didn't get too much playtime last year. It's good to see Clear in more of a permanent role on Sakura.
Yeah, Clear obviously was on that Nightmare roster last year, right? Now GK, of course. But spent a lot of time on the bench, didn't get enough playtime, scuffed with an early pick onto Cinnabar here. But heading into this one, Jack, I'm actually got my eyes peeled on NVM here. A lot of great hack targets, especially facing this D.Va, right? So this is NVM that needs to unlock these fights for Extinction.
Wow, I don't know how NVM got out of that one. Nice little translocator placement. And Hattori mowing down X10. Yeah, I mean, the D.Va is going to do a whole lot of work here. You just kind of have to ignore the Orisa, right? I mean, that's kind of the game plan. If you're Sakura's comp, just kind of into the backline with the D.Va's mobility. But Hattori, she just kind of laying him to rest right now. They do get the first cap.
Yeah. Hattori, so good as well. Such a fan of Hattori's game. But now facing a D.Va, you know for sure Hattori's gonna have a big impact in how this one plays out. Yeah, I mean, you can see Sakura, right? They're trying to operate on these off angles. They want to stay away from the Orisa pretty much as they can, and then collapse on the targets they can isolate.
Yeah, I mean, Clear is trying to juggle point right now. X10, she goes down again to Wub. Wub Nation looking strong so far. NVM falls, but again, getting the Orisa off of the point. Look at Clear's positioning constantly, and look at where Clear is actually looking as well. A lot of the time, it's Hattori just trying to chunk the tank down to try and get CDs out. There is a rush on the point for Extinction and Sakura alike. Wub in a little bit of trouble, though, as Clear's matrixing a lot of those heals, but Wub with the movement manages to kind of walk around Clear, or like dash under Clear, I suppose. But Extinction they're not making this close, Johnny. This is extremely one-sided, and they've got an EMP for this next fight, and the D.Va's going to be practically useless here.
Yeah, and you can just kind of go early if you'd like to, right? You can, you know, wait long enough to make sure that this is final fight, but you can essentially, like, look at how close they're holding already, you know, in this choke. Sakura has to be so scared here, especially not with the sound bar available for them just yet. This is Extinction play with their food.
MBM detected, all good though. EMP lands, there's a solo one onto Clear. D-Mech, and Clear is going to get taken down, you've got to imagine. Sound barrier comes out for Nenwai, but Scuff's already dead. Later sound barrier for Sakura, a fight they've got to win. Amazing terror surge from Hattori though. Everybody's so low and Clear couldn't get back to him to mech in time. Peace does end up making it a little bit more even though. Pops the recall. Cinnabar, she's on the point, and it will be Sakura getting the flip in the end. A 2v2. However, Extinction and Hattori coming back. They should be good. Hattori's even switching over to the Wrecking Ball as Nenwai picks up a kill onto Peace.
Yeah, might be a touch here from Sakura. They barely get the spawns in time. Here is Clear.
They get a touch. Stealth Trunk available as well. A remake.
Big pick.
Online is Egg10 finally gets online with the Freya. At the end of the day, you are relying on your Freya more often than not to pressure out Wub, to pressure out Hattori. But, I mean, Egg10 has just not looked herself so far.
Yeah, Sakura though, without this carry and Peace go down as well. I just can't find any kind of momentum in this map, Jack.
Okay, yeah, Nenwai comes up with another big kill. Continue rush on the point for Extinction. Hattori with a nice slam. Cinnabar going pretty low. And unfortunately, Hattori couldn't reach that mega health pack as X10 finds the bolt. Still though in OT. Extinction holding on to this point. Is another small flip around as it is really the supports of Extinction right now carrying them over the finish line. Nenwai and Scuff picking up some important solo kills. Extinction, they managed to get the team kill on Sakura and claim the first round 100-30.
Yeah, that round really got away from Sakura early on. Extinction playing that Orisa kind of composition. They make it easy for themselves because, again, you know, so much point pressure. You can really get into the face of Sakura. And Sakura forced to, like, play the off angles, work around Extinction's kind of composition there. But it's such a tough task because you're so fragile playing, you know, a Tracer Freya kind of composition with the Lucio Kiri. Really difficult for Sakura to get any kind of momentum in that round. And Extinction with an easy 1-0 so far here on Oasis.
Dude, look at Nenwai's stats as well. 12-0. Yeah.
Let's go.
2.5k damage, more damage than healing. You love to see it as a Lucio player. All right, Hattori rolling out with the ball this time. No more Orisa. A lot easier for the ball to get value here, Johnny.
Yeah, for sure. Really pressure point early on here as well. Choose when you want to collapse onto the back line. And NVM again, you know, playing the Sombra into this kind of D.Va composition. I really feel like it's such a great pick from NVM.
It's kind of funny. There have been a couple of players named MVM. There's the 2021.
Oh, here we go.
The Valiant 2021 Chinese roster with NVM, the tank player.
Yep.
Different one. Different player, by the way. Almost got Pearson was getting manually hacked there. Has to recall as one of those Freya bolts connected with him. However, point cap from Extinction, and this point, especially with a Wrecking Ball, is so hard to get a recap, Johnny. It's so tough clearing the ball off because the health packs are just so easily accessible. And then the Lucio can also dance around the point as well. So Sakura need a big team fight. They need some kills on the DPS. Otherwise, they cannot secure this. They do end up starting off with a fight with one. NVM down, but still Hattori is just going to run rings around him.
Yeah, if you're Sakura here, you really need to find picks on the DPS, right? And even NVM is going to be difficult to catch. So both the Wrecking Ball and the Sombra, they're kind of like out. You can't really engage upon those. You need to look for picks onto Wub. Good opportunity here. And then the backline for Extinction. Can Sakura find the picks required to really open up this point?
Where the slam targets here for Tori, Johnny, because, what a double shot by X10. Okay, now she's online. Ooh. Yeah, Lucio dies. Ooh, okay. Okay, X10 finally online. I mean, if you look at historically with Sakura, and X10 as a player as well, has always been the superstar on their team. They've been the most consistent, and they have the most pop-off power. And Sakura have just continued to thrive off of the success of X10. I say that as she dies, but regardless, Sakura still control the point. They have a rush too, so the emergency button press. I'm sure we'll get a replay of NBM's death. Not sure what happened to the Sombra, but I'm assuming tracking happened. Oh, there's the mines, and there's the rush too to try and hold on. X10 should be back in just a moment with a bolus in her hands. Same with Wub though.
Still point control for Sakura. You have that Tracer and the Diva as well with the self-destruct. Oh, brutal pick of the Cinnabar.
Oh, bolus connects. What a Suzu though coming through from Zed. A nice little connection with the Suzu. X10 takes the skies. Don't get remake though. Oh, Wub managing to weave that bolt around the wall. Clear ends up going down before they can hit that remake button. And Extinction finally get the cap.
Yeah, nice little pick there from Wub. Working the off angle around the traffic and able to open things up here. Now Extinction with another EMP to go here. So again, it's going to be so difficult, Sakura, to really find any kind of ground, any kind of positioning on this round. You have to work around the point, try to avoid the high ground that obviously Extinction is in control of right now. And Cinnabar has gotta dodge this EMP from NVM.
The EMP, connects with 2. Cinnabar did dodge it, and now they've got sound barrier. Here comes the beat. X10's already dead though to 1. 63% and building as NVM looks for their next target. Focus fire right now onto Zed. Hitori booped away, so line of sight now onto the Kiriko. Just completely disappearing. Swift Step will be up in a couple of seconds, and there it is. Blinks away once more, away from Hitori's grasp. A nice little spawn cap though onto X10 potentially. This is going to be an amazing kill for Hitori if they can actually get it, but no, she has to roll away. Just too low of a HP to continue the fight against the Freya.
Yeah, this is actually Sakura getting some momentum on the back of that because Hitori dropped so low, she had to fall back, and now Peace as well. Pulse bomb in hand. Can they find a pick here? This is Sakura capping the point too, Jaws.
Getting the cap, yeah. They kill MVM and they get the cap. Peace kills Scuffed, okay. So all the way back to spawn for Nenwai. And yeah, Wub kind of jumping into traffic there, but Xen's going to secure the kill. One more touch. It's available, Johnny. It's already obviously on the ball, so it shouldn't be too much of an issue. And you can see she's just kind of chilling in the back line.
Still, though, I feel like this is X10. X10 and Wub. It comes down to the Freya players in this final fight, Jaws.
Yeah, looking for the 3-person peek, the 3P peek around the corner there, just making sure they know what's coming, but this is so much damage. Good bowler shot as well. Slows the Wrecking Ball down to a halt. The only thing Hitori could do is lay out the mines, and they're not going to be that effective. Extinction now laying down the sound barrier. Despite Hitori's death, they're still fighting on. 99% for Sakura as Wub takes the skies. A direct collision course with the bowlers there as X10 ends up going down. And Wub carrying the corner on the mini-pack. This game's to live another day and maybe tell another tale too, but Wub just basically out of the fight. 1 HP as both DPS from Extinction fall at exactly the same frame. And this is Sakura's point to lose. They managed to get it 100 to 92 as they even up Oasis.
Yeah, I love that decision making from X10 actually. Just deciding to go with the bowler shot of the Wrecking Ball. Usually the Wrecking Ball is so hard to kill. Roll away, get a mega, come back into the fight. But investing the bowler shot there, really well played from X10, and here we take a look.
Oh, wait. Wait, what happened there? Did I think Peace threw a pulse. If you look at the bottom left of your screen now, a pulse, and then I think NBM tried to jump out the way. I mean, that's just unlucky, I guess. But kind of funny, though.
It happens. It happens, Joss.
Yeah, hey, you die by the pulse or the deaths. I don't know. Yeah, it's fine. It's fine. Quick TP out though. NVM still playing the Sombra. They've gone back to Hitori on the Orisa. Something that Sakura really struggled with on the first round.
Ooh, a lot of damage here. Hitori's got to be careful.
No CDs.
Immediately, and this is great for Sakura.
Yeah, good little boot there off of the high ground. The LOS of their supports. Okay, that's first cap.
Yeah, and I feel like Sakura really needed that. Just looking at these compositions, Jack, I feel like Extinction or Orisa generally gets a lot of value here on University. But Sakura up with an early cap here. And if X10 can make a play or two on this Freya, could enable Sakura here to get good opportunity to close out Oasis.
Yo, Wub narrowly missing that shot, that right click. X10 with the ult already though.
They
I don't think Wub's going to be
fast.
expecting
It's
this.
Crazy.
It's just how much damage Freya does, man. It's insane. I wonder if they tune back the ult, or like tune it up, you know, like not give her as much ult charge, because it's always coming online first. Nice. An initial shot there onto Peace, but Peace just finds the solo kill onto Wub. A couple of pellets there thrown in from clear, but yeah, Wub got kind of schooled.
You can see as well, Peace on this Tracer now. Because NVM is kind of playing, you know, with their team, they're trying to find, you know, maybe a hack of the clear or something like that. It opens the map up for Peace, really, I feel like, on this Tracer. And right there, able to find a pick.
All right, rush on the point. It's going to be good for Tori now. The survivability of this Tracer has just increased tenfold. Yeah, look at that, just mowing down the front line. It's pretty low though, but yeah, the fight's pretty much done. Wub on this high ground with the Freya it's just too much. You need someone to check the Freya, whether it's a Lucio booping, a Tracer, just somebody. Yeah, not to be.
Yeah, and when they run it down mid, I mean, like, what do you really do, Jack?
Oh, he's dead. No!
The Diva has the Matrix, and then it runs out, and you're like, well, I guess we gotta forfeit
well,
this.
Wait! Hattori overextends there, trying to kill Peace, even though Peace was already dead to Virus. That is not good. A quick recontest here from Sakura, and they managed to find MVM. EMP hits 4. Sound Barrier comes out from Extinction to keep him in the fight. This overextension for Hattori, it's all good. They have the ults to deal with it. They do invest 2 large ones to keep them in this fight, but they are holding on to this point firm.
Yeah, that kind of stings. You have to invest both of those ultimates, but still, though, you secure the fight win. And you can't reflect too poorly on that. You can't be like, oh, we should have had that sound barrier back. You can't really look at it that way. This at least gives them an opportunity now to build some decent percentage, and if you can capitalize on a misplay here from Sakura, could be a good opportunity for Extinction to build a lot of percentage points.
He's almost dicing with death there. On such low HP, refusing to recall. Self-destruct on the point. Actually kills NVM. Probably a boot, as you can see the Lucio in the kill feed. Okay, now Sakura looking good. 75%. Here we go. Final fight. There's a team kill pretty easy. And Johnny, look at Extinction's ult bank right now for this final fight. It is looking barren.
It is looking real barren indeed. I mean, the question is if Hattori can like sustain in the front line long enough for Scuff to build this Kitsune rush, really. You know, you're going to have an opportunity to touch here, but Fortify, Spear Spin, when those abilities are used, that's going to be Sakura's call to go engage.
Oh, Peace actually kills Nemwai with a pulse bomb. Okay, and that's just about over. Before they can really even use their ults. Wub does get a kill. Sure, it's 1, but yeah, not enough. Not enough. Wub Nation down. Extinction losing this first map. Sakura taking it 2-1.
Yeah, really impressive play from Sakura so far. Securing Oasis there up 1-0 in the series, and really it was on the back of the damage players, both Peace and Extend having a lot of impact there, both with the Freya and the Tracer, of course. And you know, I really did feel like Orisa, Sombra, I don't know what you think, Jack, but I kind of favor that kind of composition. But some nice engages and recognizing when they had an opportunity to engage, or for the Tracer to operate in the backline of Extinction there. I feel like Sakura played their composition to a T there.
Yeah, I think Peace looked real good on the Tracer. XM with a bit of a slower start on the Freya compared to Wub. Okay, warmed up into it. You know, first map, first round, kind of, I wouldn't say jitters at this point. A lot of these players have been doing Calling All Heroes and just OWCS for such a long time at this point that those jitters aren't really going to come into play here. Okay, we're going to show this again. We're going to get this. Oh, no, FBN. No, tragic. It's okay, guys. I've got health pack hacked. All good. Yeah. Unfortunate stuff there for the Extinction. Let's take a look. But look at that. I mean, pretty back and forth.
That's pretty even,
Sakura ending up with, 39 deaths, like more deaths than Extinction did. Pretty similar KDs as well, of course. Now, where do you go if you're Extinction? Because if you're looking at the squad, you're like, okay, so Hattori, she can pretty much play everything. Like, we've seen a lot of Wrecking Ball, a lot of dive, but also Orisa, like more these brawl style. Is it just going to be another like Circuit Royale special as the second map? Like, this always happens.
Yeah, I mean, maybe, right? The thing is, I feel like for Extinction, I feel like they've kind of favored some of these dive compositions, right? And, you know, Hattori has a fantastic Wrecking Ball, for example. So if you wanted to force something like a Suravasa, you probably could do that, right? But at the same time, you know, you see them bring out the Orisa here. It depends on what kind of like playstyle they favor. But I wouldn't be surprised to at least see the Wrecking Ball come out 1 point in this series, because I feel like that is a card you kind of have to play if you have the opportunity if you're Extinction.
So how about a rush map? in that case. If you want to play a little bit more of the Sombra as well, I don't think like a flashpoint wouldn't be too bad. The points tick up pretty quick, but if you can get control, like it's tough for the opposition to really force a position because of the Sombra. A lot of the time you're kind of hacking the Freya, and in fact we are going that way as well. We're going to Suravasa, so rush on the cards and also dive, to be fair as well. A lot of teams like playing dive here. We see Kellen all the time playing the Wrecking Ball with Sugar Free on the Tracer, and it can be a really frustrating thing to deal with, but rush is also extremely viable.
Yeah, I would honestly like ban the Wrecking Ball here. If I was a Kura, we'll see if Extinction,
Sure.
you know, maybe they protect ban a tank, for example, which would, you know, obviously render that useless. But I do feel like, you know, Hitori's Wrecking Ball is really that strong that it is something to be aware of. So we're gonna see what bans they have in store here. I feel like for Sakura though, you know, it's kind of obvious what they're going to play here. I feel like Clear has a fantastic diva, and it's really showed time and time again how strong they are on that hero. We've seen the Hazard come out at times. We know Clear for their Junker Queen as well. But the diva is such a, you know, versatile hero. I feel like, especially with the introduction of Freya, diva has really found a great use case in this meta.
Hey, if they're running Perma Diva, you know what we could play? Luzaria.
Come on,
Yeah.
come on, dude.
Whoa, dude, the Zarya look good.
That was a
man.
Dildock special.
A Dildock special?
Yeah.
No. Look, if Hitori can play everything else, surely she can play the Zarya, bro. Like, it's chill.
I don't. Hitori's not gonna play this song.
Yeah, look, if Clay's only playing the diva, look,
I am a hater.
Zarya
I am a certified
has
hater.
legs,
They're not gonna bring out the Zarya. I'm sorry, buddy.
I mean, probably not.
It's reserved for Vestola and Dildocks.
Vestola and Dildo. All right, fair enough. Well, it looks like it's going to be a Lucio ban for Extinction. Sombra, though, for Sakura, really feeling like the Sombra from MVM there, despite, you know, accidentally jumping off the map, still proved enough of a nuisance to actually, for them to force a ban here for their side. So, okay, so we're going to slow things down as well without the Lucio, which is going to be really nice for Extinction.
Yeah, quite interesting. You know, Cinnabar has obviously spent a ton of time playing the Lucio, but so has Nenwai. So Extinction, they obviously have a bit of a plan here with the Lucio ban. Real easy if you wanted to play something like a Juno Brig now, of course, right? But Sakura as well with the Sombra ban here. It's going to be an interesting one, because I would have liked to have Sombra available actually if I was Sakura, but maybe they're cooking.
Oh, okay. Yeah, maybe they're cooking up something. Maybe they just feel like it's too much of a burden for them that the Sombra's not available. Like, not so much for us.
If they're going to play the diva, it kind of does make sense, I suppose.
Yeah, if you're like perma playing,
and NBM just
especially on this. Yeah. On this first point, it's kind of tricky for the diva, because you're trying to like force this high ground. Like, you don't want anybody on that little high ground, like the little I don't know what you call them, like little high ground things on the side of the point. But what would you call them? Little high ground things?
No, that's a great point. I would have said
the high ground things.
They're like long.
Yeah. The pillars. You're so right. So true.
Yeah, but like a pillar is like, you know. Actually, never mind. Let's
pillar with a platform on top. Well, anyway, the high ground platform is what I'm saying. Wall. And my overall point was the Sombra gets a lot of value, like initially off the rip, because the diva is trying to force people out. She uses thrusters, like you're just gonna get manually hacked, and then you're gonna get blown up. So that off the cards is gonna make Extinction swap up here. They got Tracer instead, and Hitori on the Hazard.
Yeah, and this is why Sakura, they banned the Sombra. Allows Clear to play this diva. And this is Sakura's kind of certified go-to look now. Hitori on the Hazard, we've seen it before. Definitely know that she can play this hero at a really high level. I feel like I hate to always say like this, Jaws, but I feel like it will come down to the damage players here. If Peace can establish an advantage over NBM on the Tracer duel, it's going to give them a huge boon.
NBM Force Re. Yeah, I mean, this meta is really just down to Freya's slash DPS, and there you go. Brilliant. Peace comes up with a big kill onto Nenwai too, which is disastrous for Scuffed. Peace finds a double. So now, where do you go if you're Extinction? Both DPS are alive, but you're against Clear, who's going to eat everything. Sure, our support's also dead, but yeah, good luck in the fight against the Diva. There's just no chance.
Yeah, so we're on Peace Watch now. Hope to see more from Peace playing this Tracer here on Suravasa. NBM obviously played the Sombra in the previous map here, so maybe Peace feels like they can capitalize in this Tracer duel for the rest of their team. You know, see the pressure here, like recall force already. NBM on the back foot, and while Extinction is on the point, they're missing their Tracer.
Oh, good stick on the shield. Oh, it detaches though. And it looked potentially like Nemwai was going to go down. They managed to survive, and Hattori comes up with a couple of solo kills. So Peace, despite all their efforts in kind of subduing NVM, the fight goes the opposite way completely.
Yeah, nice drop from Nenwai there. Getting rid of the pulse bomb, and then Hattori gets a couple in the backline there. Obviously, with the assistance of Wob, we can only assume, of course, landing some of those bolts from the Freya. Yeah, that's a nice fight win for Extinction. Looking at the supportals, kind of tied at the moment. Neither team has built any of theirs. So only have the bola shots available.
Needs a pack at the very least. Nemwai goes down though. There is no remake available for Clear here, so Hattori's in a really good spot to try and take over this fight. She just needs support. Cinnabar also falls, so Extinction full fighting force currently now, with Nemwai coming back in just a moment with the rally. Sadly though, without Nenwai, Scuffed is kind of a sitting duck as soon as you use those that shift, those jet boosters. All right, Wub falls, and Sakura in a good spot to actually take this point. However, with this rally, it might be a little bit more cumbersome now for Sakura to clear them off the point. With this rally too, and at the end of the day, you've got the rally of your own, and you've already used Ray. Like, is there really a chance that you lose this point? You're dumping everything. They want to save this rally so bad, but Cinnabar decides, actually, we need to invest more. Just guarantee this fight. Hattori ends up falling, and that will be it. Extinction cleaned off of the points, and Cinnabar, unfortunately, using that rally at the very end. Would have loved to say that for the next fight, but a point is a point.
Yeah, I really feel like Extinction, though, like, they just threw ultimates at the wall. Hattori with, like, an aggressive downpour when, you know, obviously trying to get back into that fight. Nenwai was at the rally, Orbital Ray as well. Obviously, you can look at Sakura and say, well, yeah, they matched it. They matched the ultimate, so no big disadvantage here for Extinction, but still. That was Extinction really investing bigly into that fight that didn't favor them.
He's so close to getting the kill there. Scuffed almost gets one clip. Wow. Okay, you cannot let Scuffed go down there. Forced the recall already, but Nemwai is super low. Manages to get the kill, but fight's over. It's done. You can't let Scuffed go down there. That was Peace versus like 4 people. Still comes up with a kill.
Yeah, Peace is playing amazingly on this Tracer. Having tremendous impact and just getting these picks into the backline. It's opening things up for Sakura, so they've obviously identified something that works well for them, and Peace on a bit of a hot streak here on Suravasa.
Yeah, they've already got a point on the board. They get capped first. No ults though. Clear's gonna have remake in a second. Again, X10 versus Wub. Bolus are available, but the high ground control, especially when you're the Freya, it's just so powerful. It makes any kind of step forward for Extinction punishing.
Yeah, ate that jagged wall, so allows Clear to contest. Peace with another pick onto NVM. Dude.
Yeah.
Peace is going
just
crazy.
dominating. Yeah. Fight's done. Jobs are good and Johnny. Team kill. Final fight here for Extinction on this point. Wonder if Peace is going to hide away again, try and get another cheeky pulse.
Yeah, I mean, Extinction has really struggled so far on this Suravasa. This Hazard look is just not working out for them. Hattori had that one fight, you got a couple of picks there, and they invested so bigly onto that first point that they haven't really had any opportunity to contest this second point whatsoever.
Well, they get touched at the very least, but Nemwai's already dead. And Scuffed is isolated, alone, starving, drowning, and there you go. The tidal wave of Peace just rolling over Scuffed. I mean, that point wasn't close at all. Good kill as well. Peace. Absolute monstrous performance. 2-0, Johnny. Just like that. And like you said, the Hazard not working out for Extinction at all. And this point might not fare any better.
I know this is heresy, but I know Wob is sitting on this Bola shot, but I almost feel like NVM needs some kind of assistance in this Tracer duel. Because Peace is obviously just like doing brilliantly so far on this map, and Extinction, they need to find a way to really shut Peace down. They're really just letting Peace, you know, get individual picks and secure enough value to let Sakura just steamroll these points.
Okay, there comes the backup. Scuff was under a little bit of pressure. We'll see if Peace can find a connection with the Pulse. Already looking. Rally, Pulse, sticks the Brig as well. The perfect pick from Peace. The rallying Brig down. Peace pops the recall. Hot on pursuit though is Scuffed. Looking mighty juicy there in the back line. Wub eventually shutting down the Tracer with Extinction controlling the point. So maybe that Pulse bomb is actually all for naught. Good kill from NVM. As Extinction, they're finding a thread here, Johnny. They're finding a way back into this map.
Yeah, they are indeed, and they got this orbital ray now. Could secure them another fight win here. This is Extinction needing to find some kind of momentum here on this Suravasa. Bola shot comes out. Didn't secure any value, but here comes the support ults.
Yeah, this rally though, look at that. Yeah, Cinnabar's just gonna get run over. It's not really an ult you can use in the orbital ray. But a quick and clean fight from Extinction puts Sakura on the back foot, and no ults to recontest, but same could be said for Extinction, only a pulse.
Still though, you're quite delighted here. You got 80% in ticking. It's going to be last fight here. Clear, swaps over, gets the mech back. But this is Extinction, even though you only have the pulse bomb to work with here, you do feel some kind of relief that this fight isn't a must-win.
Well, there's OT. Can MBN kind of do what Peace was doing to him earlier? Pulse bomb lands on the floor, little hit mark there, but nothing much else. Point almost capped actually by Peace. They end up trading Cinnabar for Tori off screen, but Clear has lost Meg. Still MVM fighting out against Peace. Has recon in a couple of seconds, but here come the reinforcements for Extinction. A bowler shot is decent. X10 cleans up 2. A connection onto Nemway is absolutely beautiful stuff. And X10 just taking over the point. If it's not Peace, it's X10. As Sakura, they keep this one alive. And this would be a heartbreaker for Extinction now if they lose this one.
Yeah, I still think they approached it well, that fight though, because obviously you have no ultimate, so they try to go aggressive with Totori. NBM does a great job stalling out the point. And Wob here with the pick onto Clear, the Baby Diva. That's going to allow Extinction an opportunity here to close out this round at least.
Yeah, they've got downpour as well, and about 5%. There it is. Hitori is going to be able to catch anybody that's attempting to encroach on the points. Bowler shot from Wurb, chasing down X10, who is pretty low. But while X10 is kind of giving Wurb a ring around the rosy, the rest of X10's team are just handily winning the fight. There was a flip there momentarily by Extinction, but secure right back.
Yeah, it was a huge flip actually, because it enables Extinction now to get back with double support ultimate, with Sakura just having used their orbital ray. Peace looking for a pick here. NVM needs to stay alive because Extinction, they just need a collective fight with all 5 members. If anyone gets picked, that could spell disaster.
X10 is the person you've got to look at then. If you're looking for picks for Sakura. Rally available for Nemway. Can't afford to go down mid-rally again. They're going to step up. Overtime is just around the corner. They got a chance to win this, especially with Orbital Ray. Both support ultimates used, but Wub's already dead. X10 with the sideline flank. Managed to hit the bowler shot directly onto Wub. Sakura at 99% Extinction. They've got the rally. That overhealth is going to supplement them throughout this fight, but Nemway's already dead. I mean, Johnny, this is slowly slipping out of Extinction's hands now. Cinnabar down, but Clear still with a remech available to him. And Sakura with a 99% flip there once again are going to be able to play in this map a little 3-0 to put them on match point in the series. Extinction just couldn't come up with the goods.
Oh, you gotta be kidding me, man. I really thought at that point would be it for Extinction. An absolute heartbreaker, yeah, because I really do feel like they approached every fight there with a reasonable strategy in mind. They got a nice couple of point flips that were in their favor. To not be able to close out that final fight with double support ultimate, that is a heartbreaker. And again, it came on the back of an amazing individual play from X10 on the Freya to open things up there.
Yeah, Peace looked incredible at the very start there, and then X10 just finished it out. That was incredible stuff from Sakura. Like, this squad is built to win, and you can tell. Like, on this first point as well, my word, it was, I feel like this point especially, sometimes it reminds me of Colosseo in a way where the fights just last so long because of how like long that bridge is. But Wub looked really good. Wub was also finding some very big initial kills, but then it was all on Peace. Throughout that second point, Peace gets a solo kill on Scuffed in like a 1v4, 1v3 kind of situation. Like Nemway wasn't there to help Scuffed to survive, and then Peace hits a pulse, and then it just starts tumbling out of control, and Extinction now facing down the barrel of a 3-0. Like, where can they go? What can they really do? Let's take a look at the stats. I mean, no real shock. 19 deaths to 39. A very one-sided Suravasa.
Yeah, I feel like Sakura was just in control that entire series. Because if you consider the tank matchup, Jack, you know, you're playing the Hazard versus the D.Va, right? The D.Va is a big nullifier for WUB. You can't expect WUB to just like pop off on the Freya and take over that game against a D.Va player like Clear, because that defense matrix is going to do so much work as well, really set them back. And so you need a player like NBM to step up to the plate, like, hey, they're playing the D.Va, we need you to pop off in this series. But it was all peace. So again, like really when I feel like NBM needed to step up there and, you know, nullify some of the performances we saw from Peace on the Tracer, not able to just find any kind of, you know, opportunity there on the Tracer to put a stand into things. So Extinction, it really struggled with that tank match. I feel like maybe you even want Hitori to swap away from the Hazard, honestly, because it was just not working for them.
You know, Clear is going to be playing the D.Va as well, like constantly.
Yeah.
We're going to Runasapi now. Do you just ban the D.Va at this point if you're Extinction? Like, do you just kind of get that off?
Yeah, I mean, maybe you're looking at that, or potentially, you know, if you ban a damage, you still can guarantee that NBM swaps over to that Sombra, for example. And maybe you feel like, well, okay, if you're going to force the D.Va, then we're happy to play the Sombra as well, and that gives us an opportunity to shut down Peace on the Tracer as well with a nice single hack here and there. But I really do feel like the D.Va is a bit of an issue here, and NBM just wasn't able to stand up to Peace on the Tracer duel. So yeah, Extinction, they got quite a conundrum on their hands here going into Runasapi.
I do want to mention too, because we didn't talk about it on Control, but of course it was Extinction's map pick on Control to an Oasis, but they gave Sakura first ban. They gave Sakura a chance to ban first. They banned Juno, and then Extinction banned Hazard. So it's not something we see all the time, but I thought it was worth mentioning. It happened with SSG the other day as well. SSG forfeited the first ban. They were like, okay, you guys can ban first, because it was actually on Suravasa where they were like, okay, we're expecting them to ban Winston, like just get out of the way kind of thing, and we can play ball. But I don't think it mattered in the end. It obviously means we're not going to see Juno ban for Sakura again, but and Hazard ban on the other side for Extinction, but it feels like a D.Va angle here. We'll have to wait and see. Don't forget though to link your account to your Twitch TV or Battle.net account to Twitch TV for those juicy drops. And don't forget the ticket sales as well for DreamHack, the World Finals. 3-day VIP and exclusive merch packs available right now. There's the link, bit.ly, etc. And you guys can pick up some tickets. The VIP section was really chill last year as well. Some nice big sofas or settees or whatever you call them in front of some giant screens next to the stage. It was really good stuff. And yeah, there are the regular season drops for Stage 2. We're almost finished with that first set of them, and the second set will be available next week. So yeah, make sure you link your Battle.net account.
I'm jumping on the drops part, okay? Because everyone always talk about the nameplates. I gotta shout out the spray. I feel like we rarely shout out the sprays. I really like the GG well played cards, the playing cards. I think that's a really cool spray.
Good. I like that.
Yeah, you know, they used to call me Lotto Force, so, you know, I like the dice.
They did used to. Wasn't that the Korean players in Apex that used to call you Lotto Force?
Yeah, Lotto Force, yeah. So I rock the dice on my Reinhardt hammer because, you know, I'm rolling the dice. That. Sometimes you pin people, sometimes you don't.
Sometimes you just pin off the map and you feed, yeah. That's so true, Joe.
No, I don't pin off the
map. Yeah, the games beg to differ. Our duo games beg to differ. Extinction banning Kiriko.
Wow.
And Sakura banning Orisa.
Well, weren't we fooled, Jack? I don't think either of us had a Kiriko ban on the cards here for Extinction, actually.
No, definitely expecting just a straight up D.Va ban, but yeah, a bit. Okay, I mean, what do you expect for a comp then? On Extinction side, do you think Hitori's just going to play the Hazard? We're going to Runasapi. A lot of things are viable. Rush seems to be a little bit more favored with a lot of the teams playing Orisa, or do you expect something a little bit quicker? Oasis was a decent kind of taste of that. Of course, Hitori can play a little bit more dive here too if she wants.
Yeah, I mean, we're kind of naturally leaning towards Juno Brig, right? And we've seen, you know, both of these teams kind of like, you know, leaning that way. So I wouldn't be too shocked if we see that. The question is going to be what tank are we going to see? And if Extinction, they feel like, you know, they want to continue playing the Hazard, well, they can do so. But I feel like they are the ones who have to adapt going into this map, right? Because I think we saw on Suravasa so obviously how Sakura played the better composition and we're way more comfortable. So Extinction, you can't just rock up and play the same kind of composition. You have to make some alterations right here. And with the bans, I don't feel like they've done enough to kind of force that adaptation.
Final life here for Extinction, or they'll go the way of the dinosaurs. They're 1-1 currently in the standings, Johnny. 3-3 in terms of map score before they came into this series, putting them on a 0 map differential. But after this, it might just be another 3 added to the loss pile as Sakura easily taking that second map. We'll see if these bans make a difference. Want to see big things out of WUB and NVM. Looks like NVM just going out with the Sombra again. Not too shocked. I think the Sombra is well equipped to deal with what Sakura were bringing to the table the last couple of maps, but clear hovering the Mauga, which it's annoying that you're going to get hacked, but like it's not as detrimental as someone like D.Va.
Yeah, and especially because you need the damage to finish off the Mauga, right? I feel like there's less damage in the mix here. You know, there's no Sojourn on the battlefield. Obviously, the Freya has a lot of burst damage and could follow up with the primary fire here as well, but not as worried for the hack for clear in this scenario. I feel like this is NVM though. Yes, you're playing into the Mauga here, but this is NVM needing to prove that the Sombra is enough to give Extinction an opportunity to win this map.
Well, we'll have to see. Ground and like space control is just so easy with the Mauga as well. And also you can chunk out WUB.
Yeah.
If WUB is going to send himself sky high, chunking him out can really aid in the kill for your Freya. The Hazard is just getting eaten alive. Even that small buff, Johnny, that additional lifesteal, it's just not enough against the Mauga.
No way.
Just the sustained fire is just ridiculous. It is silly. Come on now. Like, bro's got 2 miniguns. Like,
here we go.
The Hazard's, what's the Hazard doing? He's just folding his arms.
Are you locked in, Jaws? Are you ready?
Oh,
head by head.
We are so back. But you know, okay. Being devil's advocate here, I don't mind it because it's not perma. You know, if it was permanent, we always see Maugas. It would be very boring.
Yeah, Mauga's an honorable hero now. You know, you've got so many
honorable
nerves.
hero. Okay, don't go.
Yeah, Mauga's got a ton of nerves. This is now, you know,
honorable hero.
A hero that you can only bring out here and there, and you know what? Mandatory.
That does not make it honorable.
Yeah, well,
no. Don't try and stick up for the Maugas, Johnny.
You know, some people on Twitter would still say that Sombra's pretty honorable because Sombra's not that good.
The most banned hero in the game. Yeah, maybe. Probably not, though. All right, let's see them push now. X10 dead to Scuffed. Again, a classic Mauga game, but this is like, it kind of accentuates the playstyle of Freya as well with the Maugas, because all the Maugas are doing is just trading CDs, right? They're trading these cardiac overdrives and just trying to take inches rather than like miles with the like dive comps, for example. Good bowler shot as well from WUB, stop and clear in its tracks. But now it is really up to WUB. Like WUB and X10 with these Mauga comps, they are the ones to open up these fights.
Yes, absolutely. That burst damage is so pivotal for landing crucial damage onto the backline. NBM has this EMP. This could be a snowballing opportunity for Extinction here. Piece on the Genji actually built his blade. Oh my god, the blade!
What is this? He's swinging at ghosts! Piece is swinging at ghosts! What are you doing? Oh, okay. Nice EMP though, breaks the cage. Oh, Piece. I mean, he's gonna have to look. You're gonna have to look inside yourself and find peace after this series, because that blade was not it.
I can't believe what I've seen.
Is MVM typing? For sure. Well, that's one way to find yourself back in the series. Hey, look at that. EMP the cage, checkpoint secured, peace, head on the desk.
Oh, you're feeling good. You're feeling good at your Extinction. That's perfect for them, honestly. You get the point cap in 72 meters,
yeah.
And you got a cage. You got a bowler shot. This could be Extinction's time.
Yo! Whoa, WUB taking out X10 in the skies. The cage is good as well. Over here comes the Mauga. Bonus shot's good onto Zed though. Nicer angle here from WUB shooting into that cage. It's clear versus the world now. There's Extinction. Have found, well, they found something. Not sure what they found, Johnny. A recipe for success.
Bro, Peace found nothing.
Peace found nothing. He did not find peace.
Oh man,
I can't believe that.
I'm still thinking about the blade. Oh, anyway,
yeah.
head back into the game. Extinction, though, 112 meters. 113 if you're running up. And NVM goes down.
Okay, revenge. All good. We're even now. Solo kill onto NVN. Oh, good deflect from Peace as well. Clearly not too pissed off about the blade. Head still firmly in the game for the Genji. As they regain control of that bot. Forward spawns, though, for Extinction. They're going to fight pretty early in mid.
Yeah. These are pretty ultimate-centric compositions, though, obviously with the Juno and Brig here. So Extinction, with that big lead, it's going to give them the opportunity to play this pretty tactically. Right, they're coming up on that orbital ray, the rally. If they just play this map smart, they should be able to close this map out with a big lead like this.
All right, there it is. That's the blade.
Quiet.
Bit of damage and a kill onto Scuffed. Okay, we're back in this. We'll pretend that was Peace's first blade. Here we go. The point is going to get a push. There, in theory, Extinction do get another touch here on this corner. Not this one, the next one. But this checkpoint might just be a free one. They've got a cage too. Cage bowler shot, like that is scary.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. But again, the bowler shot, like, what are you really, hoping to aim for? Like, if you can get the whoop out of the sky, like, that would be a miracle, right? But these big supports, orbital ray used here.
Oh, Peace overextending. That orbital ray as well is gonna just aid in this damage from Extinction. The cage, though, held them at bay for quite some time. Big trade. Satori killing clear is going to be good, and now Cardiac Overdrive is going to be so important for Extinction. Being able to sustain through these fights. As soon as the enemy Malka goes down, obviously, we speak a lot about the tank matchups, and Orisa's dead, the fight's lost, but with Malka, it's like almost a definite. If you get a second Cardiac Overdrive off, the fight is almost impossible to win. Like 100 to, like 99 to 1%.
It is a big cooldown.
Pretty devastating.
Yeah, for sure. But still, though, Extinction, they only invested the orbital ray there, Jack. Like, that was really economical. This is exactly what Extinction need. 4 minutes on the timer here with a huge lead. Oh, I got flashbacks.
Oh, the EMP. It does connect. NVM pays for it, though, but Zed going down there is a big news for Extinction. No orbital ray now available as both Malga staring each other longingly in the eyes. Looks like Clear is going to go down, though. Wub on the sidelines. The amount of damage Wub is dishing out right now is just immense, although, unfortunately, the sustained damage cannot live for too much longer. Too far away from her Tori's Cardiac Overdrive. Now it's up to the Malga. Oh, extend. No, she should be good. Yeah, there's no chance Satori wins that. But they maintain control of the lead. Extinction now just looking for reset fights in the mid.
Yeah, but honestly, though, pretty expensive fight overall for Extinction. They throw in the rally with the bola shot and EMP there. And Sakura now with an orbital ray and bola shot on their side. This could be their big opportunity to start building some decent push distance here. This next fight is going to be crucial.
Yeah, they haven't got checkpoint either, by the way, Johnny. So they're not in the best spots at all. Oh, there's the cage. There's the orbital ray. X10's going to jump in to the party. Tori's already dead. That cage just instantly deleted. The entirety of Sakura focusing down that Hattori cage. X10's fallen, but I mean, you're chilling if you're Sakura. Another very economical fight for them. They use Ray, and now it's their turn to play with the ult bank.
Yeah, they just get the cap here as well, so well played by Extinction. It looked a bit forced there, but because you didn't get the cap, this is of course going to stall Sakura back even more. That being said, though, Extinction still haven't built these ultimates. And so Sakura, again, they can keep rolling here, but Peace taking a lot of damage. Well played by Extinction.
Peace overextending there a little bit. Manu hack on the Malga, didn't end up connecting. Looks like it is just Wub dancing around this cage now. He's going to have a tough time actually dealing with the damage here because you're going to have to run into it and cage yourself. And unfortunately, the rest of the team is already dead before Wub could do anything at all. And, well, Johnny, a decent fight for Sakura. They used 3 ults, but getting a team kill here, that's going to push them close to that golden line of victory.
Absolutely. Still, though, if you're Extinction, you're coming up on double support ultimate, so it feels like they've lost like 4 fights in a row here, but no big reason to panic just yet. That big lead early on in this map, Jack, earned you this opportunity here to play this one however you like.
There's the rally. Can they actually just get away? What a disengage. A nice little stun, though, onto Clear. Needs help. Cardiac Overdrive already popped. Another dash into the high ground and a very good disengage from Sakura away from that rally.
Yeah, brilliant. You draw out 1 support ultimate. And Extinction now need to be clutch with the CMP. Oh, the
Oh, that's
virus.
an insane virus as well. Ends up hitting Zed. Peace is going to pull the blade there and find two. Make that a third for Peace. The EMP from NVM connects, but Clear and X10 are still alive. It is the Malgas facing each other, but it is going to be all X10. It's just too much damage from the Freya, surely. Hattori has to get out as Extinction lose the mid-fight to Peace's blade.
And that blade actually is huge for Sakura because now they can kind of keep walking the bot Extinction's way, and they're coming up on the orbital rate. 30 seconds to go, Jack. And Sakura actually with an opportunity to get back into this map.
Stun stomp onto Tori, but Tori's already super low. Cardiac overdrive and the dash has already been used. Well, Cinema does go down, but now it's all the Malga. A late orbital ray, 20 seconds to go. Sakura have managed to turn this one around. Extinction with an incredible early lead, 112 meters. That all now disappearing after 3 fights. And that golden line of victory, Johnny, they're going to surpass it. Hattori's going to come back with a cage, though.
Yeah, do you get the touch here? There's no rush.
Can you get the touch? Oh, the stun!
Oh,
the stun stomp! That'll do it!
Stun.
The stun stomp from Clear will do it! Sakura managed to clutch out that map. A 3-0 in this series as well as they advance to next week. Clear, hey, you land one ability, you land that stun, Hattori can't use the cage, and that's it.
Wow.
It's all over. What a comeback from Sakura there. After that failed blade, it looked pretty bad, but Peace ends up coming up clutch with a couple of blades after that. Beautiful stuff from Sakura here. A clean 3-0.
I did mute myself on stream, never mind. Haha. I'm good that way. We're so bad, guys. Sakura, a 3-0. Generally did expect this one to maybe be a little closer. Alas, Grapes is right. It's the prophet. Sakura.
Grapes to profit.
Actually, Grapes to profit. Put that on a t-shirt. Sakura, phenomenal performance, like front center. Like this has been a very dominant showing for them. And honestly, Extinction just. They kind of ran their heads into a wall there, composition-wise. They didn't make the switches when they really should have.
Yeah, I think it was a really tough series overall for Extinction because this Suravasa, I think looking back on this map in particular, they might want to make some changes in how they played into this kind of diva composition, but still, Jack, I feel like you have to give the flowers to Peace and X10 as well. I think they had a dominant series overall, tremendous impact, especially here on Suravasa. And then just a giant effort to come back on that Runasapi when it looked like there was Extinction's map to win.
Yeah, Extinction on that last map, they had all those ults pushing up that final hill, but you called it perfectly, Johnny. They needed to just sustain ult fight. Like, okay, we use one, maybe two, but they end up ult dumping and they still lose the fight. And then it flips the round. Sakura in exactly the same position when they have a ton of ults and they are just saving them. Like, okay, we can win it with just this. And then we have Ray for the next fight. And then the cage just doesn't matter because you get the stun stomp. Marvelously played, honestly, from Sakura. They look good. 3-0 in this series. That last map, a little bit closer, but they're looking clean.
Yeah, and with the upcoming schedule, there's definitely 1 or 2 more dubs, which are perhaps, how do you say that? English. I don't know, yeah, just something that there's more dubs on the not so distant horizon. There we go. I got there eventually. I'll also get to our interview because we should have Clear joining us for a quick chat right now, the newest member of that team. Clear, welcome to the show.
Hello.
Let's dig into this. Congratulations on a very convincing victory. Of course, there's a big chunk of the roster which has played together already in stage 1. You joined them from Nightmare. You guys also had some difficult matches to start this stage off with, going up against GK and Nightmare. Do you feel like the team has found its stride? Have they fully gelled, or are you still working at some stuff?
I think we're definitely improving week after week, and honestly, the losses that we've had were honestly like really close, especially for like being a new team compared to these like already established like really strong teams. So I think the more experience all these players get, and the more we keep grinding, the better we'll get throughout the season.
I did want to ask you one question, not really about the game, but how many mice are back there? How do you choose?
That's the full Final Mouse collection. That's every Final Mouse that's ever been made.
Wow!
Yeah. But I don't really use that anymore. I got the Gengar mouse.
That's kind of clean with it. I like
crazy.
that.
The best Pokemon
Back to the
also.
game
Thank
though.
you.
Obviously, you prefer the D.Va, and like the team obviously works very well around that. How do you find this meta in tanks? Because a lot of teams kind of favoring Rush, like with the Orissas. There's been a lot of like Ramatra play as well, even a little bit of Hazard. How do you find your own like position in the meta, preferring this D.Va style?
I think D.Va right now is really strong. I know that obviously like Orisa, Juno, Brig is like the most favored comp, and I can see why, but honestly that character is just like beyond boring. So I'm trying my best to avoid that character at all costs. And with the ban system, it makes it pretty easy to do that. So yeah, if you're not an Orisa fan, then come support Sakura, because I'm not an Orisa fan either.
Well, I was certainly a fan throughout that series. Now, you got 2 match wins here for Sakura throughout Stage 2, and obviously that's going to give you a bit of a bumper when it comes to not getting relegated. So I feel like you can kind of firmly, like, you know, look towards some of the better teams in the region here. What do you feel like you have to improve on to really take it to some of these next teams, you know, looking at Nightmare, GK, teams like that? What is next for you guys in terms of improving your game?
I think we just need to become more clutch. We need to gain the clutch gene. Like, I think we did a lot better with that today, like clutching out fights where we're like down 1, down 2, or like had an old disadvantage. So if we can keep doing that, that's really the key to beating these better on paper teams.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of highlight-worthy performances from you and the team where we definitely see the clutch factor there. Now, also, I believe you are our player of the match, so congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Honor. There we go. Absolutely dominated on the server last week as well. It's been an absolute joy to see you and the team popping off. Clear, thank you so much for joining us, and best of luck in your upcoming matches.
Thank you very much.
Great to hear from Clear. A mouse collector. I don't think we've had that yet.
I like that.
Yeah.
I like that a lot. Just
So
put them on
good.
display, you know. People go, I feel like a lot of pro players go through mice like anybody's business. So yeah, it's
I was never one of those players, Jack, but I could.
You're a keyboard head?
I was like,
You don't go
oh, you
through
know, I like my
keyboards?
mouse. I'll stick with this one. But then I know there are other players out there who are like, they try every single mouse, every single, you know, kind of like down to the gram, like the difference in weight for every single mouse.
I've
Weight
literally
was
had
the
a
best.
Microsoft Intelli all my life since my pro career.
3.0.
It's the 1.6, I believe. So it's we old out here. Anyway,
That is a collector's item though,
Come
so I
on,
will
Zoe.
give you that, because that was the best mouse, you know, dating back like, you know, 10
was.
years or so. That was
still
always
is.
the go-to mouse for everybody before, you know, Final Mouse and all these, you know, big.
it was just perfect. The way
yeah.
it lays in your hand, like it doesn't want to
great.
be something it's not. It's not weirdly ergodynamic or anything. It is what it is.
That's vintage right there.
Yeah, that's right. I also feel rather vintage. To look at something new, though, how about our standings after a full day of play? We had 2 matches in the NA region as well. And here is how that shook out. Supernova on 1-2, Extinction, Sakura, and Dildux, they all played today. Now, Sakura looking really, really good. We already alluded to their upcoming schedule. Next up, they do have Supernova, and then followed by SSG. SSG, if they play the way they have.
Oh, that'll be a spicy game, actually.
Actually.
The SSG. I would say Sakura right now, I think a lot of people put them at 5th currently. I think people are obviously still hoping, you know, SSG, they're going to bounce back. The hardest teams are out of the way, yada, yada, yada. And so if they do end up going 4th, Sakura will be right under them. But that really could just change. That week 5 game, Sakura Space Station, that will be a banger. I hope that Sakura end up coming out with that clutch gene in the meantime, because while Space Station haven't looked the cleanest against some of the top teams, they're still like goated players, and I think it'll be a real true test of how far they can go, that being Sakura.
Yeah, we have so many goats in this region. It's a zoo, my friends, and they are on full display again next week. Let's take a look at next week's schedule to see what we have in store for you. We're kicking things off in EMEA, of course, with Genji and Twisted Minds, followed by Peps and the Ultimates, who suffered a brutal loss today. Now, then we are moving on to the NA region. Supernova will be going up against Sakura. GK Team Liquid, that's gonna be a
Delicious.
good
That's a
one.
banger.
Oh,
Yeah.
that's the day
Good
of the
game.
game of the day for sure. And then we're closing it out with Nightmare and Extinction.
Yeah, like EK versus Liquid is
Oh
going
my
to be
God.
sick.
What a great match that will be.
Okay, predictions in case I don't have the 2 of you, or do I have to? I don't know. Give me.
Liquid
I'm
haven't
sure
lost-
it's gonna
PK
age
haven't
really
lost-
well over this week.
I don't know who I'm
You
going to
haven't
sub
lost
in
a
for,
map.
but, yeah.
You gotta. Someone might have an accident when we get you into the show, Johnny. Don't worry, I got you.
No, I'll be there. I don't know just who I'll be casting with, but I'll be there. I'll be there next week. But I gotta go with Team Liquid in that one. I know, looked a little bit rough this weekend, but I think they can bounce back.
Dude, GK haven't lost a map, man. They're 3-0. 9-0.
So,
You gonna play against that?
I'll think about it.
Yeah.
But
We'll
I've
think
already said
about it.
Liquid now, so yeah.
You got a week to think about it, Johnny. You got enough time.
That's all right. We have an entire week to think about where we're going with our predictions for that one. It's a no-brainer to know what you're doing after our show is over. You're heading over to our featured co-streamers as we will be rating them. So make sure to stick around as we will be rating send posts, some love from all of us. And the drops will be enabled on post-stream as well as they were yesterday for Elixir. We are taking a 1-week break and hope to see you all again back next week for more action. Week 4 coming up out of 6 weeks overall in our stage 2. So still some movement on those rankings to come. Jack and Johnny are what did we call you? Not fish. I want to call you fish boy. Swedish fish.
Fish boy. I mean, you've called me that since you first met me, I think.
The
so
shark.
fair enough.
Also
Jaws
true.
the shark.
Yeah.
You need some more bite to your name, Jack. Jaws isn't enough.
He's back.
Jaws
he's
is
back at it.
more than enough.
Jaws
It's been
is
fine
literally
my whole
all
life.
Teeth. Yeah.
Exactly. Johnny,
name's
I
got
don't want
some
anything from
bites.
you. Mr. Reinforce. What are you reinforcing, huh?
Yeah, Reinforce and Jaws cast will be back again very soon. For now, we're saying bye. Thank you all so much for joining us. Have a wonderful week, and we see you again next weekend.
Nice, you're even. No buff back, no buff back.
They have 2 world-class tanks on TM, and we also have a Hugo.
狐の鍵爪を解き放て